Morning, Waverly. Council, good morning. Good to see you. We're going to have a lot of fun today, I'm sure. Members of the city staff and other guests with us today, thank you so much for being here. We all truly appreciate your commitment and the time you're going to spend here today. It is 8:30. This is the budget work study session of the Waverly City Council, and we are called to order. A couple of quick comments first. As we get going here, Council, I want you to feel free to ask any question you want of anybody who's presenting. Don't hold back. Don't be worried about time. Get every question answered. On the other hand, we've only got 8 hours and this whole book to work through. So let's try to keep things moving, but let's not do our full job. My second comment, my wife's a math teacher. She let me borrow her hat today because we're going to be doing a lot of math. And you know, when income goes down and expenses go up, that means there are going to be some hard decisions to make. Let's remember that. Yes, sir. The people of the city elected us to give them a balanced budget. We're going to do that, but it's not going to be easy, and sometimes it's not going to be pleasant. So, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as it's presented in front of you?
I will move to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Thank you. I did forget to the roll call, so Carla, can you call us a roll?
Absolutely. Wolff.
Here.
Rathe.
Here.
Drenkow.
Here.
Kangas.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
And Birgen.
Here I am.
And Meyers is absent today.
You were
All
about
right.
to call Bronner, weren't you?
All right, the agenda is approved as presented. The roll call's been taken. I'm going to turn the management of this meeting over to James. Mr. Brenner.
Thank you, sir. So you should have a couple small packets in front of you, charts and graphs. That's going to be the prettiest thing you're going to see today. One of them has debt service on it. You can toss that aside for now. We're not going to get to that till 3 o'clock. I don't know, somewhere in there maybe. We don't know. But that's a lot later. We're not going to worry about debt right now. We're just going to dive in. We're not going to keep it flowery because we've got a lot of issues we're going to have to get through today. So your first sheet, so everybody is, Carla's going to put it up, your evaluation. We're going to kind of walk through how the budget works in general. There's 3 parts that are going to make up this budget in the end. You have the evaluation, which we don't control. You have the expenses that we do control, and those together generate our tax rate. So contrary to what the state believes, it's not magic, it's not voodoo, there's nothing secret here. It's a pretty simple formula. And if you mess with one piece, it doesn't fix the other 2. And so a lot of things you've seen in the news are simply not true. They're not going to make a difference. They're not going to change what happens here. They're just going to make it much more difficult for us to do our job and make the city as great as it could be. But we're going to do what we can do. So taxable valuation. We'll kind of touch on that and roll back all at the same time. So a lot of you may be familiar with this, some of you may not. I appreciate Council and Mayor going to MLA, the first sponsored class to help teach some of this. Your taxable valuation is the value of your house minus the rollback. That's what we can actually tax against it. So if your house is worth $1 million, $1 million, you're not paying taxes on $1 million. If the commercial property rollback is 90% right now, so you're only paying taxes on 90% of that property, $900,000. That $100,000 loss, if you want to call it, a value that we could have utilized is the rollback. For residential, it's usually about 50%, or it used to be. And so that's what you're seeing when you see rollback and valuation. We'll touch on that a little more. So this chart, taxable valuation, it's going the right way. It's nice to go up to the right because when it's going down, worse things happen. There are some communities that that's happening in, unfortunately. But we are growing as a city. The unfortunate part with the rollback is last year it was at 56%. So only 56% of your property was taxed against it. This year the rollback dropped to, let's just get it exact and right. Let's make sure we have it exactly.
46.3428.
You are correct. 46.3428, not 56 points. So that 10-point drop was substantial. To give an example of that, the city as a whole, the valuations grew about 150 million this year, which is unbelievable. And some of that was predicted because of the increase in valuations from the assessor, et cetera. Of that 150 million, thanks to the rollback, we could apply 14 million roughly to the tax base, and that's it. The rest of it is just gone. We can't use it. That's the beauty of the rollback. That's what keeps growth down. That's what keeps us from being able to tax more than we could, or to even lower the tax rate, because if we don't need as much tax rate to generate the same funding, then it goes down. Well, we can't do that now. And so, $150 million, and we use 14. That's what we have left. And we're lucky, because I think it's worse for the county. So if they're not here, well, sorry guys, because it's much worse for them. So, getting past valuation, it's good that we're going up. We have more, we had a little bit of growth. We're just under 3%. The state put in place this year that if you grow at 3%, they're gonna reduce you at least 1%. And if you grow at 6%, they're gonna reduce you 2 or 3%. So they're again trying to curb growth for us as well. And we still don't know why, or what the point of that is, other than to keep us from being able to tax and generate revenue and kind of do our job, so to speak. So the next one, you see the purple on the bottom, that is your taxable value. The blue line on the top is the 100% value if we didn't have a rollback. That big gap in the middle, 3, 4, now 5, 6, 700 million, that is the devastation the rollback does to us, the city. Most states don't have this. I think Iowa's one of the few unique ones that does a rollback style system. It's been in place for quite a long time. It's linked to agriculture. Neither one can go up a certain percent. It was back in the farm crisis. A lot of the stuff was meant to keep that from being devastating, and so, but here it is now, kind of an anchor on growth. So you see the drastic upswing in valuation growth in the last year we're looking at, the first fiscal year we're building. That's that $150 million jump almost, and we barely tick up on the other side. So it's very hard to continue to go forward when you grow at 2.9%, yet your insurance is up, we're estimating 7 to 9%. If you have other prices of steel or concrete, anything else you want to do, it's up exponentially more than that. Where does that difference come from? And we're still trying to figure that out this year, so, but we're getting close. I want to break valuations out by classification, so every city's different. Waverly, the majority of our classification, our property values come from residential properties. We have a little bit of commercial / railroad, industrial. Of course, this city, we don't have really any ag. When you apply the valuations for taxable, you take the rollback, it drastically reduces the amount that we're getting from residential. It increases what we get from commercial, because again, their rollback's much less. And so it just kind of gives you an idea of what we as a city look like compared to Muscatine or Decorah or somewhere else. They may have much larger industry than we do, so it doesn't impact them as much when the rollback in residential drops. For us, it's significant because over 3/4 of our funding for our taxes comes from residential properties. So we'll keep moving. And then we get to the rollback. It is a nasty looking piece of paper, but you can kind of see, if you go to the upper left, there's a little bit of green there. That's about the only time that commercial and industrial weren't in sync. They were slightly different. One dipped for a little bit, it was less than 100%, but for a long time, there was no rollback on commercial industrial property. What it costs is what we taxed against. Those were nice days. And then fiscal 13 came along, and the state decided we should cut that back to generate jobs, bring in a bunch of businesses, really accentuate a lot of growth. Surprise, it didn't happen, and we took a significant loss in the value of properties that we were able to tax against. They created a backfill to alleviate that process and put it out there. The term forever was used. Forever is 9 years in Iowa because they started taking it away about 2-3 years ago. So we're losing that as well each and every year. So in a matter of another 3 years or so, I think it is, that will be gone. And that was many $100,000 that we will no longer have as well. So you see that drop, and that took it to 90%, and for now that's where it sits. There have been bills in the past talking about taking it down to 80%, which would be another devastating hit from a financial standpoint. I'm sure there'll be a backfill, and I'm sure it'll be forever. And in 9 years, that'll go away too. So agriculture is a fun one. That is all over the place. So agriculture is not really built on value, it's built on production, on a 5-year rolling average is my understanding of it. So that's another weird one you have to look at. It was well above the 90s in the late 2010s, dropped clear down to the mid 40s in fiscal 15. It dropped 20 points this year. And that is also devastating if you're trying to tax against agriculture. That's where more of the rural and the counties are going to deal with it than us, because they have a lot more residential or agricultural property than we do. So you see the purple one, that was the funnest one too. So that was called multi-residential. And that was a tax class they created for properties that have both apartments in them and businesses in them. Multi-residential, a lot of our downtown fronts have that, hotels, all those kind of things are multi-residential, you consider them that. That lasted for about, not quite 7 or 8 years, and it went away. Now it's the same as residential. So at one time, those were taxed at about 90%. By the end, they were down to 60%. Now they're down to 46.3%. There was no backfill for that. So every year, 3% and more was taken off that roll, and we did not get that back. So each year, we've been dealing with this more and more. Now it's compounding even greater than it was before. So you kind of see, it's a lot of numbers dropping. Residential, it's kind of been a slighter increase, and then up and down, then you see that significant plunge. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Our ability to generate revenue has been reduced greatly, and normally that would result in an increased tax rate, but we're capped, so we can't increase that either. The 810 levy, as we learned, which was new to me this year, started in 1975, and it hasn't changed since. So we're still at $8.10 per taxable valuation is how we generate revenue, and that has not changed in 40-some years. So that's just kind of where we're at. And it may sound like whining, but it's only because my anger hasn't come through yet. And we're just trying to get you an understanding of what we're dealing with going forward and how difficult some of this might be when we get through it in the end.
And
So,
James, can I
yes,
ask,
ma'am.
is multi-residential going to continue to track then with residential?
Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
It's been folded into residential now.
Okay.
It originally was with commercial, and then they broke it out, right?
It was. So it was commercial. They created a separate unit, dropped it all the way down to about 60%, and then it folded into residential. So if you're in a college town like we are, and thankfully it's not Ames or Iowa City, who has tremendous amounts of this kind of property, that was devastating. We were fortunate-ish to have the smaller college, less of that housing than others did, but again, it still impacts us, and it greatly impacted us.
So if I can understand this, if you have a business and you can find a way to convert your upstairs into a loft, you can basically reduce your tax burden by switching from commercial to multi-residential, now residential.
Correct.
So basically, it is in a business' best interest to find a way to open a studio apartment on your property.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As long as it can be split off and determined by the assessor that it's separate, they'll value them differently, and that's where you go. The other thing we don't try to measure in here, because I'm not sure how we would do it, is there was also a bill passed that the first $150,000 value of any business also is dropped from 90% to 46%. And that's citywide. And so that is the business rollback, they call it, or whatever they want to call it. And we're not really sure the impact. We haven't gone in to try and see what that is, but that is the sneaky one you don't think about. And then all of a sudden, where'd that money go? It went to that. So that is another bill that went through that has hampered what we're trying to do here. So
And that's new.
I think they've been doing it for a couple years or so, but I think it's been discussed that it's going to be, I'd have to get back to you, Rod. I think it's permanent now. But there's not a rollback. I don't think we ever got money back for that. So it's just kind of fading out. But 150,000, and there may be businesses that now are not worth more than 150,000. Well, then you're at residential rates, even though you're a technically commercial property. So it just compounds one after the other. The next couple, these are Kangas's favorites. That's why I put them in there, and I appreciate them. I think they're a good read on us. So we try to break down the budgets by how much is this expended, because not everybody generates revenue. Some do, some don't. Not everybody's a taxable entity. Some are enterprise funds, which means they're self-contained. They have their own revenue coming in from fees or whatever it may be. Not everybody's taxable. So when you look at this, you see, of course, public safety is a good size of this. Public works, sewer, water, our park system, leisure services. All the things you would think would be of sizable amounts when you look at the city. The bar graph next is just a different way of showing it. Some people are visual in different ways, so that's just another way to look at it, kind of where do you see these same categories that we showed you before. And this is just for expenses. It does not factor in any revenue, any taxes, anything like that. You look at the next pie graph, now this is just the taxable piece. So the others, again, are revenues are from fees, your water rates, your sewer rates, that all generates money. They don't use taxes. That's what those sit at. These are actual taxes coming from general fund. And that's kind of where a lot of the focus is when you talk about budget and reducing taxes, et cetera. These are the areas that are impacted the most. So public safety, as it should be, is one of the larger areas. park system, the library, public works and streets is mainly infrastructure and our mechanics. And then you break it down to the other offices that are in this building, from finance to economic development and so forth. So when everybody's talking about and screaming about cutting taxes, those are the areas you're cutting. Police, fire, library, parks. I mean, I think those are kind of areas we'd like to keep and utilize, but that's where it comes from. Same thing, bar chart, the next one just kind of gives you a breakdown by percentage, kind of where everybody sits when you look at the hierarchy of size when it comes to taxable, and that includes revenue that's generated, so this is net of that. And so once you figure out all the expenditures, and we've talked about the valuation hit that we've had, we apply those together, you get a tax rate. And contrary to some popular belief, not all the tax money comes to the city. That would be really nice if it did. Every year we adjust this, so this will change for fiscal '25, but a lot of times it's 30, 30, 20, school, city, county. Ours is a little different, we're a little higher. Some of the debt we've had, the school I think will increase, the elementary school debt they'll take on. County's where it sits, you have Hawkeye Community College, and the miscellaneous is state extension. There's some other items that are in the real small levies, assessor's budget's in there. That's the miscellaneous 2% that you see. So when you break it down, it does not all come to the city, like I said. It doesn't all go to the county or the schools. They have the same problem. People think that they get all the money. But this is kind of the breakdown that we have. And this is for the current year we're in, fiscal '24. So that's kind of the quick part of the original, kind of how we're going to get to where we're going to get in the end, from valuations to rollback to the expenses we'll lay out here in a few minutes. And then we'll see what the tax rate looks like and where it is. The thing we haven't touched on, of course, is fund balance and reserves. It's like your savings account. If we are spending more than we have in revenue, the only place we can balance that out is from our fund balance. So we have to keep a certain amount of fund balance in order to operate and cash flow throughout the year. We don't have one right now. We're still working through that. So what we've projected as needing this year is substantially more than the revenues, which will remain flat year to year because we again cannot tax any higher in certain areas. And so we do have a huge deficit we are gonna have to figure out. And it is sizable. At the end of the meeting, we'll kind of run you through. I don't want to ruin your whole day. So we'll run that through at the end so you can see just what we're talking about, but it's substantial. There's at least there's a lot of zeros in it, so we're gonna get through that. But that's what we have for valuation, et cetera. We'll cover the debt service pieces later on. But unless there's any questions anywhere, I'll try and answer. We'll be ready to move into presentations, sir.
And some of the fund balance was what they did last year with changing the accounting of
Yes, sir.
how we're able to.
Our audit reallocated our funds that we had access to funds we don't have access to. We were able to cut back enough to get a fund balance that was acceptable, certainly not what we wanted, but it was enough. We're hoping just to get to that again, not even grow it, because there's no way we can do that. So we're trying to get to that level just to maintain for this year. And so as it goes on with the state, so House File 718, there's a lot of changes that happened. A lot of what we're seeing here is not from that. That will hamper us going forward, from growth to votes on referendums for large projects like our pool and clubhouse and things like that. That's all gonna be impacted. In fiscal '29, which we're building fiscal '25, so not that many years away, they consolidate a lot of the levies that we have and take them away. So that's another 85,000 we'll lose. That helps to fund the maintenance of the Civic Center. That's a separate levy we have, 13.5 cents. And that's one of the 20 they're going to take away and just eliminate, and it'll have to just be happening in the 810 levy, which is not gonna go up. So right now, we're at 8.235, because they bundle everything together that you have for levies. But in fiscal '29, it drops again to 810 for every city across the state, and you just have to live within your 810. The only other funds that we have that we can tax against, so to speak, are debt, which then we're criticized we have too much debt. Even though there's nothing left to do some of these operations, but take out debt if you're able to. And debt, of course, is capped as well. It's 5% of the total valuation. So this year, the city went over $1 billion in 100% valuation, but taxable is still quite a bit less than half of that. Well, 46% of it. So we are capped at how much debt we can have on the books as well. And while we've dropped it quite a bit, the sizable projects we have coming up may take a bit more to get those done. And we're trying to look at other funds to see what we can source. We have found that our hotel motel tax is much more expansive for utilization than we thought it was. We have a legal opinion that that can be used for a lot more things, and we've been using it, so we're gonna try and tack into that. Local option sales tax, thankfully people voted for that last fall. That may help us going forward as well, pool, parks, those kind of things. So we're trying to get a handle on everything that we have, and get it changed a little bit so it'll help us going forward, but it's gonna be a tough road for the next 4 years, 5 years, it's hard to say. But again, 29 is when it really drops. Thankfully, a ton of our debt drops off in 29 as well.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
So the debt cap, refresh my memory on that. That is on taxable valuation, right?
Yes.
Not actual valuation.
5% of taxable.
Yeah.
And we have a self-imposed limit that we put.
We do.
Yeah.
So 80% of what they would allow us to do, we've backed off ourselves, just in case of emergency, whatever it may be. So we're only at 80% of our legal limit.
Yeah.
So we're still well within that. I think without the debt that we have, we're in the 50, high 50-some% range, which is a far cry from the 80 we were at when Parkway was going through and 4th Street was getting, I mean, that stuff took a lot of debt.
Yeah.
And we pay it down rapidly and aggressively. Everything's a 10-year bond, except water treatment, WPC will be at 20 because it's an SRF loan. And you'll see all that when we go through the debt too. But, so we'll manage every piece and every penny we have to the best of our ability. It's just, we're running out of pennies. And that's what we're gonna try and get a handle on. So that's probably the best I can explain to you right now. We'll talk a little more about it as we get further into this, but is there any other questions or comments, anything? It's quiet now.
Thank you for running
Yeah,
through it.
absolutely. So with that, Mayor, I don't know if we wanna move into our nonprofit presentations?
Yeah, we promised them we'd put them up front, so let's do that.
Yes, sir. So nonprofits that are in existence here, I know we have the chamber, trying to quickly scan the room. If there's other
Cindy.
nonprofits. Oh,
Senior
yep.
centers there.
You guys can arm wrestle, whoever wants to go first. I don't think it's an issue for us, but, we'll get them in.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Cindy Campbell, and I am the president of the Waverly Senior Center. And just to give you a little background, for those of you who have not heard this spiel before, after the floods of '99, the Hawkeye Valley Area Agency on Aging approached the center to relocate their operations from the Horton Road location to the Waverly Senior Center. The center was HVAA's location to prepare and distribute the Meals on Wheels program. The senior center did not receive income from the meals or any compensation for space or utilities, apparently due to some kind of federal exemption. The center needed help generating money to pay utilities, maintenance improvements, and programming costs. So in 2004, Harry Jansen, who is then the current president of the senior center, approached the city council for financial support. The prerequisite of such request was for a council person to serve for 1 year as the board liaison. I was the third board representative at that time, and I volunteered. 19, 20 years ago, I'm still on there. And I'm not on council. What I learned is that while the board was genuine and dedicated to its purpose, it was an aging board and it needed funds and energy to continue. The most profound question that Mayor Ackerman asked at the time is, what are you doing for fundraising? So with the cooperation from the Senior Center Board, new members joined ideas, energy, and commitment. And in 2006, the first fundraiser was launched, which was called Turning Over a New Leaf. And that pitched our case and demonstrated our role and importance in Waverly community through activities and services offered. It was a floral show, which I'm sure is a surprise for most of you, and featured arrangements highlighting the Waverly entities, like Parks and Rec, Waverly Light and Power, the Waverly Shell-Rock Warburg College Police Department, Fire Department, Public Works, the Waverly Public Library, the Waverly Daycare and Preschool, and the Waverly Health Center, and a multitude of organizations that specialize in well-being and care. The arrangements were auctioned off, and the items were donated by local businesses and individuals for a silent auction, and that launched us off for some regular fundraising. In April 2017, the 506 Cafe was born, and that is still happening now. It originally started as a partnership with the Rally Point which was the transitional home for veterans. When we launched the, went to curbside in October of 2020, of course, due to the pandemic. However, we launched it as curbside. Currently, we are still doing curbside and have reintroduced dine-in. That's kind of getting a slow start, but we're starting. So then the Senior Center Board continues to look at ways to increase services and programmings and benefits. And over the last few years, you've probably seen in the materials that we've handed you that we've had steady growth. I will say that this year we had a 20.6 growth in participation rate in 2023 compared to 2022. 6,769 patron visits during 2023. Increase in activity necessitated additional hours, expenses associated with paid staff, an increase of $7,379. Volunteer hours also increased to support the activities, and the estimated increase in participation rate during 2024 we estimate by at least 13%. Due to a shortfall in the Northeast Iowa Agency on Aging budget, which is HVAA, how it had transformed, starting January 1st, they discontinued their support of our seniors in motion. So an additional $2,450 is necessary to keep those funds going for the seniors in motion, which is now being paid by the center. The class is a cornerstone of the physical health program. And then we also outsourced our payroll and taxes in mid-2023, resulting in an additional $1,800 expense annually. We submitted, when we sent our letter to you, our budget, which was done in December, kind of pie in the sky. We have now found that we are at least a deficit of about $5,000, according to what we had thought. And was at our meeting on Thursday night. We worked hard on that, and we're looking for ways in which to shorten that up a little bit. But we feel strongly that the senior center is a vital part of Waverly and its operations. We serve a great deal of people, and it has continued to grow. We have, in the last few years, invested quite a bit in our facility, both in the physical appearance as well as upkeep and everything on the maintenance. So we realize we have asked for an additional $2,000 from what we had gotten last year, and we hope, even though you have all of these challenges in front of you with finances, that we can get your support on this so we can keep going. Are there any questions for me? Sweet. Okay. Thank you very much for giving me the time. Appreciate it.
Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Buckingham.
Good morning. My name's Bob Buckingham. I'm the 2024 board chair for the Chamber in Main Street, and Travis Tolliver, the executive director. I think Travis just gave you a couple of handouts. So first of all, I want to kind of address the top sheet. This is just more detail about our budget request of $54,000. And this shows, kind of breaking it down by type of expense, so rent, supplies, insurance, and so on, and including payroll, which is a big part of our expenses. It also shows the website upgrade that we're looking at, and that's $9,000. That's $9,000 that is part of our total 54, and that's really the difference between what we've received in the past, which is $45,000, and the request for this coming year of $54,000. The other page is a diagram that actually Travis put together. It's a visual showing our organization, which our organization is really three organizations combined into one. It's the Chamber of Commerce, it's the Main Street program, and we're really also a visitor bureau for Waverly. So let Travis kind of come up here and speak for just a second about that visual.
Good morning, council. Thank you so much for having us. So put this together kind of as a visual story of our organization, since it seems like in years past there's been some questions as to how this organization has been put together. So you'll see the three rings there: Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, and Tourism. We feel like that provides opportunities for our community, for prosperity, for our businesses, and growth. You'll see in the upper left-hand corner all the events and programs that we have dedicated to the Chamber of Commerce. The bottom left are all the programs and events that we have that are dedicated to the Main Street program. The bottom right shows all of the things that we do for tourism. And then my favorite part of this is the upper right-hand corner, where it shows all the different programs and events that mix all these different rings together. You'll see again that our mission statement is at the bottom, and then our vision statement, our new vision statement that our board put together last year, is at the top. And I'm hoping that this will be a visual understanding of the story of our organization.
You know, I believe the city of Waverly is really getting a great deal for what we provide for the city of Waverly, for the community. So I'm going to direct you to your packets. Hopefully you can find this, but in your packets that we submitted, there's a fair amount of detail, and there's one page that has a heading, Investment Request by Project. Actually, there's two pages, but I'll point you to the first of those. If you can find that page, it'd be helpful, because I kind of want to explain a little bit about what we're trying to get at there. So for example, I'm just going to give you a couple of examples to kind of explain what we've got there. There is a lot of detail, but under the conduct events, it's sort of a numbers version of what Travis just showed you visually. But under conduct events, which is one of the things that we do, for example, there's Christmas Greetings on Main. And what that shows is that as part of the city's investment in the Chamber, Main Street, and tourism, we spend $3,143 of your contribution to do Christmas Greetings on Main. And then we break that down between Main Street for $1,984 and tourism $1,159. That's just kind of an example. We're trying to make sure you can understand where your money is actually being spent. I'm going to give you one other example on this page, just again to kind of elaborate. We hear a lot of questions about, so what does the chamber provide for members? And so there is a section in this breakdown that shows provide member benefits. And under that, there's 5 different categories: member collaboration, member marketing, resources or member resources, training for members, and then community engagement. And you can see by the detail under each of these headings that it shows, how the money from the city is being spent. And again, I'll bring up a specific example. Under member collaboration, something maybe most, if not all of you, are familiar with, we have a quarterly collaboration breakfast called the Waverly Connect. And that breakfast is a networking gathering totaling $1,176 of the city's money going to pay for that. Award ceremony, there's another example under there for $1,159. My hope is that this kind of breakdown helps you see how your investment is working in our community. I encourage you to study that further, and if you have questions at any time, we're open to hearing some of those. And kind of moving on then from that demonstration. Our funding traditionally has come from hotel motel tax. You guys talked about that a little bit earlier. When benchmarking with other communities, we found that chambers and Main Streets often have their funding coming from hotel motel tax. That's a pretty common construct. And oftentimes, it's a percent of the hotel motel tax. So this year is the first year we've established a specific percentage of the hotel motel tax that we're requesting, and that's 25% of Waverly's hotel motel tax. And then, just to give you an example, because we have looked at other communities that are of comparable size, Charles City, 60% of their hotel motel tax goes to the Chamber Main Street program in that community. And that's for about, it varies, but it's about $50,000. Clear Lake, 42.5%. And Clear Lake may be an unusual example, but that's $287,488 going to their chamber from the city. Lamar's, $62,200, plus Lamar's the city pays for the utilities for the Chamber of Commerce. Mahaska County, which includes Oskaloosa, again, a town somewhat similar, that's $75,000. Now that's county and city, but $75,000 combined. And then Webster City, another city a little bit smaller than Waverly, $47,000 coming from the city. So just, again, give you an idea of what other communities are providing in terms of support.
Bob, do you have any idea, going back a couple of years, what percentage of the hotel motel tax the chamber?
Well, it's been a little bit less than 25, probably, of course, COVID's in there too, and of course, COVID, but I'd say it's between 20 and 25%. The 25% is very close to the 54,000.
Okay.
One thing to note, if you look at your budget packet again and see all the different departments are showing the 5-year history, including the budget year you're looking at right now. You can see that the Chamber Main Street funding has been flat for that entire period, $45,000 for the last 5 years. In fact, it goes back more than 5 years, more like 10 years, probably more than 10 years. Most of the other budget items in your packets have been going up, and in fact, over the last 5 years, I think the average is somewhere between 15 and 20%. So I know our request is going up, but it's really, kind of catching up to keeping that flat for more than 10 years. And then finally, I know you guys, I just saw the presentation along with everybody else. You're looking at some very challenging budget decisions to make this year, and I'm sure it's not going to stop this year, it's going to be for the next several years. There's an opportunity to reimagine how Waverly goes about doing economic development with the pending retirement of some city staff. We'd like to work with you to study the models from other communities and look at perhaps better ways or different ways that can help make our economic development more effective and more efficient, both. Ultimately, I believe we can achieve both of those objectives and save a fair amount of annual budget. So I offer our help as you go about the task of reimagining what Waverly economic development could be. Again, I want to thank you for all the support you provided in the past and taking time to hear what we have to say. Yeah, and I'll answer any questions you might have.
So I'm looking at your investment request by project, your investment request by chamber membership benefit. And so you've got this $10,000 provide membership benefits. You've got it breaking down into like various subcategories like Facebook group, monthly happy hour. You've got ambassadors, social media promotions. And I suppose I'm struck by, it seems like these numbers don't represent what you're doing as much as they represent how to break down the $10,000. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how you're spending the same amount on Vines and Steins, as golf outing, as ambassadors, as Facebook group. Where are these numbers coming from? Is it just basically saying you're spending $10,000 and this is kind of the percentage of where everything goes? Or is there any sort of accounting that goes with it?
there's no detailed accounting. This is really more of a time. This reflects where we spend our time, because most of this expense is people time. I mean, that's where a big part of our expense comes from. That and the support of people and, like the office expenses we have, that supports our staff, and so on. So it's basically an allocation, and it's an approximate allocation. It's not precise. It's not an accounting. But I think it gives a fair reflection of where we spend our time, which is where we spend our money, and where we spend your money.
I think it's a little bit concerning that it's not precise. I mean, I think, we're being asked now to give more and more detail, or to receive more and more detail from the agencies we give money to on, part of that's the state auditor and their project. And so I think, I'm glad you asked that question, because that was my question is, if you are using the donation for payroll, then maybe we need to see those numbers. If we ask the Senior Center Heritage Days, they turn over any detail and all detail. And so I think that's a little different with how the chamber presents their request. So I would like to see more precision and more exact detail about where the money's going. My other question was the website redo. Is that a quote that you got from someone? Have you gotten prices from Spinutech? What is your actual plan for your website?
Yeah, thank you.
So which is partly shared with the city.
Yeah, and this is just going off of requesting quotes from Spinutech, but also too from other web builders, just to see what options are out there. And Spinutech is certainly not the cheapest company to work with, but it is who manages the city's website. So they told us it would be roughly around this number that we could be able to do some significant changes to diversify and to classify different things that the Chamber Main Street and Tourism Organization does. So we would just be looking at investing in our portion of the city's website to make sure that those differences meet the requests of what we've been hearing from city staff and other folks that would like to see more differentiation between what the chamber does and what the Main Street program does.
So do you have an actual plan a detailed plan for what you're going to do for the website? And is that a quote, a $9,000 quote from Spinutech?
No, it's just a range. It's just, the 9,000 is in the middle of a range that we got from Spinutech saying we think that it would probably cost somewhere between this and this.
Okay, do you have a letter from them saying that or something that we could see?
I could get that too, yeah.
Travis, what was the range? You said they gave you a
It's somewhere
range.
between, $8,000 to $12,000. So
That seems high to just
very
make
expensive.
provisions.
It's not cheap.
I want to address your other comment in just a minute, Ann. This is a time allocation, so I don't want to leave the impression that it's, we just made up these numbers, but any time allocation, in my mind, is going to be approximate, because I sat down with Travis and Tiffany, we went through everything they did, and we tried to, allocate how the time is spent. I think it's pretty good, but I wouldn't call it a precise, line by line accounting kind of approach. And there never will be that kind of thing, because you can't get that with trying to determine how much time you spent on each function. So I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think anybody doubts that. I mean, we all attend these events. They're great events. They are wonderful for the city. They bring people into the city, at least some of them do. That's not my point. I think that if you need the money to support a certain aspect of your budget, like payroll, because you're right, most of the expenses, just like for the city, are personnel and to have excellent personnel. So I think it's okay, in my book, to then say we need this money for personnel or for a specific project. But I think it's helpful then to have that detail so that we can see the data.
And that's what we're trying to provide. So, and back to, your point, that's what James asked for this, and I think it's useful. That first handout that we had today, it shows you, how much payroll and how much, if you just want to look at it in terms of those types of expenses, it shows it that way as well. The other was just an attempt to say, you want to see how your dollars are being used. this is how they're being used. So, you know, Christmas greetings on Main is a great example. I think we estimated 6,000 people attended Christmas greetings on Main. So not only are we putting on events, but people are showing up and in good numbers, so.
Question I have, Bob, you know, you and I met earlier this week, and you talked about the hotel motel tax and 25% coming from that. So your 54,000 would be a balance of $216,000 in hotel motel tax. As I discussed with you then, that is not an accurate number for hotel motel tax. Our revenue, as you cite in your letter, is only $125,000 for hotel motel tax. That is the estimated projection for this year and the updated projection for last year. The number you pulled initially was from the cash balance for fiscal '24, which at the time was $218,000 before the adjustments were made to better reflect the hotel motel we're actually seeing coming in. The amount actually is $129,000 is a better indicator, which would put your 25% request at about $32,000. So if you're gonna stick with 25%, are you gonna reduce your ask from 54 to 32, since that is the more accurate figure and closer to what we're projecting for fiscal '25?
You know, I'm not an expert on hotel motel tax, so no, our intent is not to reduce our request. Our intent is the 54,000. My understanding was that, I don't know if Travis can address that, but my understanding was that hotel motel tax for Waverly was in the 216,000 range.
Well, the hotel motel tax fund itself, which is what you're referring to, where it's being paid out of, is only half of that.
So we were basing the $54,000 off of 25% of what the city received for hotel motel tax in total before the half allocation to the hotel motel tax fund. We didn't
And how
realize
would you
it.
have gotten that? Because the only page that we sent you was the hotel motel tax fund, which, as I said, had a balance at that time of $218,000.
We sought the state auditor's website and looked at fiscal year 22-23 for what Waverly received for hotel motel tax on a quarterly basis, and then added those up. And actually, 54,000 is slightly less than what the city's numbers show. I think fiscal year 22-23 shows a total of $220,000 of hotel motel tax revenue. We were looking at the numbers from the state auditor's website, which showed slightly less than that. So that's why we came up with 54,000 from 25% of that.
Well, I find it interesting that it matches the exact fund balance that was there, the document that you requested, but now it's changing to, you pulled it off the state website. Regardless, the amount in that fund is only $140,000, best case scenario. 129 is a more likely number that we're gonna be seeing. So council's aware that it is not $220,000.
So what explains the discrepancy then?
Hotel motel is broken into half of it can go towards other objects, other things that we do. We use it to offset taxes for the community. The half that they're referring to goes into the actual hotel motel tax fund for tourism and other items that we can now utilize it for as well. We use it for chamber, we use it for downtown plants and flowers, holiday lights, which is also chamber-ish in Main Street. Rebates for hotels, donations, things of that nature. So that's what we use it for as a city.
Where's the other half go?
It offsets taxes
Other things.
through city clerk budget. It's basically offset general fund taxes for the community.
Okay.
Any other questions for Waverly Chamber of Commerce and Main Street? Thank you, Mr. Tolliver. Mr. Buckingham, thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for equity?
Yeah, I think CAC might be here.
What else we got? Come on down.
These are in my packet too, but maybe for quick access, you can just pass one of those around. Good morning, my name is Carly Schmelzer and I work for Northeast Iowa Community Action Corporation. I've been with the organization for over 9 years and in my current position as the Operations and Development Director for 4 years. So thank you for inviting me back today. I came last year and spoke with you as well. So just going to briefly run through this data sheet. All of this is specific to services and programs provided in the city of Waverly. At Northeast Iowa Community Action Corporation, our mission is to advance community development and improve social and economic conditions for individuals and families with limited resources. And we do this through quality family services, advocacy, education, and many, many partnerships. We serve 7 counties in Northeast Iowa, Bremer County being one of them, and our office here is at 117 West Bremer Ave, just right downtown. Federal funding is our largest share of revenue, with additional funding from state, local, and private sectors, thanks to very supportive cities, counties, individuals, and businesses. We believe it's really important to highlight the economic impact that our agency has in the communities we serve. So we're not only helping those that are living in your community, but we're providing business to local businesses, utility companies, landlords, auto mechanics, hotels, motels, grocery stores, and more across the city of Waverly in those cities and counties that we serve. In program year 2023, as an agency, we served nearly 11,000 individuals with $4.7 million. And those dollar amounts provided and the dollar amounts provided here, they don't reflect the cost of providing service-focused programs. So our home visiting programs, our Head Start program, the food pantry here, there's not really dollars that are reflecting that. That is direct financial assistance that's going to support the households going directly to the vendors. Specific to Waverly and its residents, you can see here from October 1st, 22 to September 30th of 23, we served 850, this is unduplicated data, unduplicated individuals, almost 500 households from the city of Waverly. Over $250,000, most of which are federal funds going directly to the city, vendors that might be connected to city residents, landlords, that type of thing. So if we're looking specifically across the right-hand side, our LIHEAT program, this is financial assistance for a portion of home heating costs during the winter season. It also might include repair or replacement of a non-working furnace. So 246 households served there, over $100,000 in assistance. We had a federal water assistance program, that's what the LIWAP was, low income water assistance, served 68 households through that. If you move down to crisis assistance, those are the emergency needs that might arise in households. So it might be a utility bill past due that's up for disconnect. It may be someone is facing eviction and we are assisting with past due rent or mortgage, car repairs, prescriptions, whatever falls into our crisis assistance policy. We do primarily, those crisis assistance dollars are coming from, we receive United Way funding, community foundation grants. We are applying for every grant we can possibly come across to meet those kind of needs. But funding for staff time to process the assistance is a significant challenge. Moving on, Head Start and Early Head Start. We have a Head Start classroom here, offering free full-day preschool services, working with families and children to improve parenting skills, involvement, health and nutrition, education, and outcomes. In this program year, we serve 21 families through our Head Start classroom. If you look on the left-hand side, I'll move on to our food pantry. We operate the only food pantry here in Bremer County. It is by far our busiest location. We have 3 food pantries across our service area. I probably sound like a broken record because everywhere I go in Waverly, that is what I'm really stressing, is the number of households that we are serving on a monthly basis through our food pantry. So this data here, if you compare it to 2022, and again, these are unduplicated, we served 45 more households. So if each of them visit us every month, that's a significant amount of more staff, resources, food purchased that have to go out the door. So that kind of just gives an overview of the services provided in the last year. We really truly appreciate the financial contribution that you gave us for this current year. We understand that budgets continue to be a challenge, but we are relying more now than ever on community support to continue providing the level of services that we do. Administrative dollars run short even for the federal programs that we receive, and there really are not funds designated to support food pantry operations. There just are not. There may be small grants here and there, but the overall capacity that it takes to operate a pantry that is available. We are open Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 to 3. In emergency situations, we have staff at the office that can provide assistance on Tuesday and Thursday as well. But in this program year here, we spent over $15,000 just on food for the pantry. So we just hope that you will consider this as an important investment within the city. And lastly, if it's not within the budget to provide financial contribution, we are still in desperate need of getting into a new location. We have a full-time and part-time staff person. We are also working with AmeriCorps, so we currently have an AmeriCorps member. There's just not enough space to meet the needs. We work really closely. We've been working closely with different civic groups, and there's opportunities for us to maybe, apply for a grant for another freezer or do those kind of things, but we don't have the space where we're at. And budget constraints, and also taking into consideration that a lot of people walk to us, we just haven't been able to find the best space. So if anything, if you can please keep, your eyes and ears and remain connected with us if there are space opportunities, we would greatly appreciate it.
One of our Waverly citizens contacted me about your food shelf. It was her first time, she was dropping off food, first time visiting your facility. And a voter contacted me and said, it's a terrible space. It doesn't work. It's too small. It's unattractive. It's unwelcoming. Can't Waverly do any better than that? Which is kind of harsh from a voter, but it was my wife, so.
You hope she voted for you.
I don't know that.
And we know all of those things.
Yeah.
You have to take a step up to get into the location.
Yes, it's not ADA.
It's not
I
a
assume you're
great space.
you're in
but-
communication with United Way, which is also
Yes.
currently homeless.
Yep, and Jill and I have frequent communication, and we're, definitely on the same page that the benefit to the community would be having a hub where all of these nonprofit organizations, whether it's a full-time basis or a drop-in spot where you can meet with people, can be in the same space and operate to provide the services. That is the best case scenario. So we're constantly talking when things come up, but it's not an easy feat.
I'm
I
surprised.
have two questions. Are you going to be connected to the CARE network that that Jill is working on?
Yes,
To connect you all in the same software?
Yes, so
Good.
we are on Unite Us. Is that
Okay,
what you're
yeah,
referring
yeah.
to? Yep, the
Okay.
referral platform. And our family service specialist, who is the primary person who operates our pantry, she worked full-time for us. She's now part-time, and she is actually the person who is
good.
playing the CAN network role. So yes, we are very
So that
connected.
should help with efficiency, hopefully. but-
Yes, very
And have you
connected
had any
there.
conversations with the the Housing Commission?
Yes.
In their quest to try to get West Cedar?
Yes, and we were hoping initially that maybe nonprofits would be considered in that. I'm thinking at this point that's probably not going to be the case, but housing is a need too, so I'm glad that they were able to secure that location.
Are you guys a nonprofit?
We are, yes.
You
Yep.
are? Okay, it's confusing on the letter.
So in the letter, you say you're requesting $10,394. How much did you request last year?
That is the amount.
So this is not
based
an
on the
increase in
census.
amount?
Nope, it's just $1 per
capita.
person
Yeah.
based on the census.
Thank you.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you're the only organization that we give money to that we also don't have a liaison with. Is that right?
I'm
That's
not,
correct.
I know, like, you don't have someone that sits on our board.
Correct. Yeah, would you be open to talking about that?
Yeah, we have a required structure that we have to meet per CSBG, which is our federal funding we receive. And so we have someone, like, from the county that sits on our board. But, like, yeah, we would certainly be open to having that conversation if that was.
Okay. Council, do you have any more questions for Ms. Wilkins? Thank you very much for presenting.
Thank you.
I might mention, Mr. Mayor, usually, a lot of times these situations will just be a liaison rather than an actual board member.
Yeah. Okay, any others? Equity and inclusion? No? Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. My name is Andy Hansen. I'm the chairperson for the Human Equity and Diversity Commission. I am new to this process, so I don't actually have a presentation. I am here mostly to answer questions. Also, we are scheduled to present at the meeting on the 29th, so I don't want to repeat myself, but I believe you have somewhere in your packets the description for what we anticipate using about roughly $5,000 for in the upcoming year. Just a little bit of background, we are a relatively young commission. It's taken us a while to get our footing. I've been on commission now almost 2 years, but we recently had a couple of retreats where we were able to identify some clear pillars for our mission, really come to an agreement about what our purpose is, and then therefore work a little bit backwards on what are our goals, what are our action steps to making a difference in the Waverly community in the way of like creating a culture of belonging. So ultimately that was what we established for our mission, is to foster a culture of belonging here in Waverly so that everyone is able to equitably take advantage of all the opportunities we're talking about today with all the partners here. So I don't want to take up too much time, but I am here for questions if you have any. I'm really curious about the hotel and tax budget. I'm learning that that's where I think we get our money, so that was all very good and new information for us. But
Thank you. Council, remembering that these folks will be back for a much more in-depth study session. Do you have any questions now?
Just one comment, I'm on the Heritage Days Committee as the council liaison, and I know they appreciated working with the commission.
Yeah.
On the sponsorship of the reggae concert, which was really good for those of
Thank
you
you
who
for
didn't
saying that.
come. It
Yep,
was
it was-
awesome. So I was glad to see that that was in your request.
yeah, problem for us too. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else?
So this is about $5,000 ask, is that?
Correct,
is that-
yep.
Okay, and of that 5,000, 1,000 is really going to Heritage Days.
Estimate,
I
probably.
mean,
Yep, it was a
yeah.
partnership with Heritage Days, more of like,
Right.
it was a addition on that Sunday to promote like
Right.
a concert series in Coleman Park. So,
Sort of
yeah,
piggybacking onto Heritage
Right,
Days.
right.
yeah. But bringing in diverse music groups
Sure.
in like a way of celebrating different cultures.
Any other questions, council? Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I see no other organizations or not-for-profits. Any others?
Heritage Days was not able to come today, so.
Okay. But we're pretty clear what Heritage Days will do with the money.
Yep, they,
They're going to
fireworks.
buy explosives.
Fire explosives. That's right.
Yep, all right, I think everyone's in favor of that. All right,
Move on, sir.
please, why don't you take,
All right, that being said, then we are going to head into city staff presentations, department by department. And we usually save our best for last, but instead we'll start them off with that. No offense, staff, you know what I'm talking about. Chief Purcell, Police Department, if you would enlighten us on the budget for the police department next year.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How are we doing so far?
Good.
having a blast.
Living the dream.
All right, so in front of you have the Waverly Police Department's 24-25 budget. And you'll see a lot of similarities between our department budget and every department budget going forward. So it'll become very familiar with you from each director as we come forward. On the first page, you'll see our mission statement and at the beginning of that budget. And just to summarize the whole thing, you know, we try to strive to be a service-oriented public safety organization dedicated to the citizens of Waverly. And listed below that, you'll have our organizational chart. And then our breakdown of our department, you can see, is into 2 divisions. We have the patrol division and the investigative/administrative divisions. We have 2 captains that supervise those 2 areas. And we have roughly 17 officers, which is slightly below the state average for personnel. And we responded about 8,800 calls for service last year. And as you look at that, any one of those calls can last between 15 minutes to several hours or days, depending on what that call happens to be. So we're proud of the ability of the department and the officers to handle these calls. And I think our average response time is just under 3 minutes. On the next page is our activity cover sheet. And we have 3 goals broken down for this budget year. And we can walk through those things if you'd like. We have community relations, equipment, and then training are kind of our breakdown. And then each one of those areas, we have kind of the higher expenses that's going to be associated, but then that supports the goals of those areas. Specifically, in 2023, we had about 3,900 interactions with citizens where we had an officer in front of somebody presenting. And that's between the Citizens Police Academy, National Night Out, Shop with a Cop, our Lunch with the Law, a lot of our programming that we have there. And I'm happy to say that we actually are having to send out Dear John letters, if you will, for our Citizen Academy next month. We've had 19 people apply for that, and we can only take 12. So we're going to have to funnel through that a little bit. So we'll have a good seed for next year into 2025. So very good program. Under equipment, you're going to see that to support the strategic plan of sustaining services and updating our infrastructure. The main piece of that is the replacement of our 4 marked patrol vehicles. And that is offset by our capital equipment reserve fund and our local office sales tax.
Chief, is there some advantage to replacing all 4 at once?
Yeah, because the model changes on the vehicles. So as you replace vehicle equipment, that equipment has to be retrofitted to that to the new vehicle. So we all think there's a conspiracy between the manufacturers and the manufacturer of equipment that once the model changes, then every piece, the cages, the light bars, they don't fit on the new model. So it's easier to transfer all that at one time.
What's the typical lifespan then of a new vehicle?
We rotate every 3 years.
Okay.
And so to avoid that peaks and valleys for equipment, what we do is we set a third aside each fiscal year. So that is where the capital equipment reserve money comes from, is setting aside a third each year. So to offset that.
So these vehicles are running 24/7.
Yeah.
There are other departments that have less rotation, but they have a specific vehicle per person that only runs 1 shift at a time. So these age out 3 times as fast, so our 4 years is really like running them 12 years, because they're nonstop.
Yeah, and that's on the marked vehicles every 3 years. Our administrative vehicles, we average between 8 to 10 years on those. That'd be for the investigators and in my vehicle, between 8 and 10 years.
And you're going to sell the old ones, and how does a guy get a bid on that?
Typically, we trade.
Okay.
Yeah. But this year, we're ending our lease agreement, so we don't have any trade value there. The unfortunate thing.
Are you confident you're going to be able to get them? No
Yes,
vehicles have been-
yes, they have much better than the last year. It's better for, at least for police vehicles it is, yeah. And then under training, I know one of the things that we do is to try to cut our costs in training, we have a lot of in-service instructors, so we can handle a lot of that certification process in-house as opposed to sending them to Des Moines. And so we have certified instructors to do that, and we like to continue that. So on the third page,
So with regard to training, are you kind of keeping, I know that you've got a lot of turnover, and you've got kind of young, are you still have a lot of that expertise in-house, or how are
Yeah.
you maintaining that?
yeah, so as they get more senior, then we send them to replace the ones that are retiring.
Okay.
Get new instructors on place.
And Chief, I noticed that you switched your personnel a bit, so now you've got a third sergeant.
Yes.
What was the rationale behind that? Just
Just
curious.
to have supervisors on
On
that
each
first
shift.
shift, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. All right, and then on the third page is the listing of the department's revenues and expenditures. And you'll see that the largest revenue source for us comes from court fines, which obviously is not a large revenue when you actually think about, I think Tim Kangas mentions that every year about how low that actually is. But that is our main revenue source outside of the transfer in, that's where it reflects the local option sales tax and the equipment reserve. You'll see that in that transfer in, and that's on the revenue side.
On that page, you have a side note, lost $122,000 for vehicle registration. What does that mean?
So that's the local option sales tax. That is the money that is offsets for the vehicle purchase.
Okay.
That's local option sales tax and the
Reserve.
the equipment reserve, the vehicle equipment reserve.
Thank you.
And James will show that again when we get to local option sales
We'll
tax.
discover local option sales tax, you'll see the vehicles that are pulled out of there, police, ambulance, fire, and then equipment reserve is where we actually do the purchase from, once we built up enough to purchase. And you'll see that later on as well. Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, and then the expenditure side, again, every department will be broken down the same. You'll have personnel, services, and commodities, and then any capital expenditures at the bottom. Our largest portion of our expenditure comes from personnel costs. And so if you have any questions in reference to personnel, I can answer those. If not, in service and commodities, we have it all broken down into the major sections, mainly training, vehicle, fuel consumption. And then the largest expenditure you'll see in that section is contribution to other agencies, and that is our 27% portion to the law enforcement center. So we share that under a mutual aid agreement with the Bremer County Sheriff's Office. And then under capital expenditures, that is where you'll see the expenditure side of the vehicles, where that money goes out. And then under capital equipment is the equipment that will go into that, in addition to our GTAC lease agreement for our body cameras. And that's a short version of the police department's budget. Any questions?
You mentioned the number of calls that you had
Yeah.
a year. Is that going up, trending down, or about the same over
It
the last
is.
few years?
It is currently higher, it is trending up. The difference, though, is the type of calls. Our calls for service, we break them down into type A and B offenses. What's interesting is that the nature of our calls are changing, where they're becoming more, I would say, on the social service side. And there's not as much of a clean break between each call. And I think everybody that works in that field, it becomes very lengthy calls for service, trying to find services for individuals. Yeah.
That doesn't include traffic stops, right?
It would not in there, no.
Does not include traffic
No.
stop.
You know about where you're at with traffic stops? Is that about the same over the last few years?
Yeah, we're about the same. I have our annual report. I can give you an exact number real quick if you want.
I don't need the exact number, I'm just wondering trending.
So the 8,800 does not include traffic stops?
Not unless it generates a report. Yeah.
While he's looking that up, I think this new collaboration between the different agencies in town, which I believe is referred to as CAN,
Yeah,
is going to really help.
Yeah.
Our goal is, it's going to really help the police department. So you have one contact person that's familiar with every agency, so you go to one person and then get appropriately referred. Let's, try to move more social work away from police and put it in the agencies it belongs to.
Well, and so the social service agencies can then, they all are on the same computer system, so that if you go to a local church, and then you go to United Way, and then you stop by Northeast Iowa Action, they all can look and see what assistance people have gotten. And in the past, they were all doing separate services, and redundancy was happening and inefficiency. So I think it'll help overall. And it's all tied in, right? So the assistance we give to Northeast Iowa Action hopefully helps you all, because it gives you an access point for assistance for people, but it also lowers the stress of families by helping with some of these economic issues and food insecurity, et cetera, which hopefully will help make some of your calls a little less complicated. But
Yeah.
Is that a network program that we pay for as a city?
No,
No.
United Way and Redeemer Church started
several-
it.
yeah.
Several agencies got together to.
St. Paul's is in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So to answer your question, Rod, for traffic citations, I broke down the citations and into warnings. So for like 3 years running, we're about 500 citations, and then this last year, we're just around 700. So we went up about 200 traffic citations. And then we had 1,600 that were warnings this last year, and that is on par with what we had the previous year. So I think we average about, for every traffic stop, I think I have that in here as well.
Probably fairly time consuming, I would imagine.
Well, yeah.
It can be.
But roughly, I'm not going to find it now, roughly 60% to 70% of all of our traffic stops result in a warning, whether that's a written warning or a verbal warning.
What was that number?
About 60 to 70%.
60.
Calculating the odds, 'cause I'm thinking about that. 2/3 of the time.
Well, and you mentioned that our per capita, our officers per capita is a little lower than other cities. Do you feel like we're adequately staffed at this point?
Yeah, right now, I believe we're in a good position. Especially, we finally got up to we added that 17 officer. They're currently going through, that was from previous years, but with turnover, we haven't been able to be full staff. And hopefully, if all goes well, they'll graduate from our field training program in March, and we'll be full staff until our next retirement, which could be in 25, 26.
So you've got these 3 shifts. Which of those 3 shifts do you think is the busiest?
It depends on the call. Sheer volume, I would say second shift is
Okay.
the busiest for what you would maybe traditionally think law enforcement officers are doing.
Okay.
Day shift is very, things overnight, people coming in, a lot of questions, a lot of business issues, a lot of investigations, but yeah. But sheer volume, second shift is the busiest.
Okay.
And that's why we have an overlap between second and third shift to kind of handle those calls. And then when you get later at night, obviously you want those shifts doubled up, because the nature of those calls later at night change as well.
We've had some preliminary conversations about traffic cameras at stoplights and for speeding. And if we would proceed with that, do you have any estimate on how that would affect our budget, both expenses and revenue? We're not there yet because
Right,
we're,
it would certainly help with revenue.
I'd also know how you think it'll affect your workload too.
Workload, it would help us. I think that's the main key when we look at ATEs for us, is the ability, not to shift our focus, but to have traffic enforcement being monitored while we're busier on these other calls for service. It helps that staff load.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's any expense with that program. That is covered through the fees that are generated, so the expense side would not be revenue, it's hard to predict. I know other cities smaller than us generate a significant amount of money. That was never our goal. It was safety, it was trying to accentuate officers so they are not caught up in arrests here, traffic stops. They are able to do other calls that they should be doing instead of dealing with that. So we plan to talk on that towards the end of the meeting or even on the next meeting as a possibility of helping to shore up some of what we're doing, which has now become an issue versus being purely just for safety, et cetera. So we'll talk about that a little further.
Yeah, let's throw in, well, we all like good traffic, that these cameras have another function, right, Chief? That if you have a Amber Alert, if there's a particular car you're looking for, if there's been a recent crime, a hit and run, if you got the license plate, it'd be pretty easy to find them if they go down Bremer. Have I got that straight, Chief?
That'd be correct if we use license plate readers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be really important on a really bad day.
Do we currently have the infrastructure in place for license plate reading? We just need to turn it on, or would that be something that would have to be
That would be
installed
with
with the traffic cameras?
Yeah, be with the traffic cameras, yeah.
Any other questions for the Chief? Chief Purcell, thank you very much.
Thank you, I'll be here all day.
And,
You will, actually.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, Rod, I want to throw in, we were talking about this network. We were talking about Redeemer, and I mentioned St. Paul's. St. Mary's is also very involved in this. They've been super helpful. I don't know about the other
Riverside, maybe,
congregations.
Aaron Bird, and there's several, bunch of people doing it.
Yeah.
All right, next we'll have fire department come up, give us a presentation. Chief McKenzie could not be here, so he sent the next best thing. Mr. Miller, if you would, please.
Getting the JV today.
That's what it is.
Kevin Miller, Assistant Chief. Jeff Thier, our other Assistant Chief, is here also. We have no handouts, no pencils, nothing to give you. This is going to be much shorter than the police department.
Not a competition.
Currently, we've got 35 members. We had 5 new ones that we just voted on. Actually, I've had quite a bit of interest in the last year. Some of them don't make the cut, but we did just vote 5 new ones on. Our average response time is 2.5 minutes, which after listening to Rich, we're 30 seconds better than they are. So that is a plus. Average about 120 calls a year. I think last year we had 156. So we had one at 2 o'clock this morning. The boys were out on one earlier, and they're currently out on another one. So tough morning to be dealing with that. I think our budget is pretty much the same as what it has been in the past. Couple of notes to point out on our capital equipment. We've got our SCBA's that we're continuing to try to update those. In the past, we've kind of replaced them as we needed and kind of got behind. So now we're trying to bring everything back up. The radio.
At some point, you run out of parts for those, do you not? They kind of age out to where you can't even replace them.
And what does that stand for?
Self-contained breathing apparatus.
breathing apparatus, okay.
That's our tanks that go on the back.
Okay.
The radios, I think you're well aware of the i6, aren't they, James?
You might want to bring them up to speed a little more as far as why you're buying radios, but unfortunately, police don't have to buy them. It's kind of a different mix there.
I will be applying for the police department. Our radios that we have now, the handhelds, and our truck radios are obsolete. The county has kind of let that slip to the point where Bremer County is a little island. We had a call a couple of years ago with State Patrol and Sheriff and Police. We could not hear any of that traffic. And so the gentleman had ditched his car, started it on fire. Jeff was on that call. They called us in to extinguish the fire. The gentleman was armed. They had no idea where he was at. So they're driving down to extinguish the fire. We had no idea where this guy was at, that he was armed or anything. We had no communication with him. We'd been on calls before in the rural. If you're too far away from a tower, we can't even communicate within our own trucks. We can't communicate with law enforcement. We can't communicate with KIP Ladegi. And it's not just the Waverly Fire Department, it's Bremer County. And so that's a pretty good undertaking, but it's going to bring us all in. So if somebody comes in from another county, we can communicate with them. So it's very important. We're getting 15 handhelds is what we're asking in our budget here. From the county, we're getting radios for all of our trucks, a new base station, and also some handheld radios there for our personnel.
Where's your repeater?
What's that?
Where's the repeater?
I don't even know, do you know, Rich?
It's the tower.
County shed? Or the county farm?
The DOT.
DOT
On
building.
Highway 3, the new tower out there, it's six systems, statewide interoperability system. And so Waverly's lucky has a tower in town.
So
Yeah,
this will,
I want to back him up on that. I was on a drill with Community Emergency Response Team, Kip Ledege's team. And we were way the heck out somewhere with all the agencies. And a few of us who are licensed ham radio operators had to stay and communicate back and forth because the agencies couldn't talk to each other. The same thing with the big concert we had, Gentlemen of the Road, when we had lots of agencies in town. So we were borrowing some law enforcement from other places. So it's real.
Yeah.
It's a real issue.
it's frustrating, is what it is, when you're trying to, when you're trying to communicate with your personnel and you can't do it. And as an officer, if you're up by the scene, there are times you might have to run back to the truck and use that radio. Or you have to call the truck, have them get a hold of dispatch. And if you ever played the little kindergarten game where you go around, that doesn't always get, message doesn't always get relayed. So
I think it's called Facebook now. I think it's another.
Right.
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah, something like that.
And then we're still working on our turnout gear rotation. That was similar to the SCBA's, where kind of got, those are about a 10-year lifespan. And so we're in the process of always putting 3 sets, typically 3 sets from the city, 2 sets from our rural budget, so that we've always got updated gear when new recruits come on. Under the repair of structure, I think there's some pictures of our windows in the fire department that are leaking, the caulking is shot, or the gaskets, and so we need to get some tuck pointing done to the building and try to get that firmed up a little bit, because it's actually causing some damage on the inside, which I think is odd. I don't believe that station should be old enough yet, but it was '07. And then in some of the minor equipment, we need to upgrade a couple of our wetsuits. We'd like a new battery-operated ventilation fan, so when it's 35 below, we're not pulling on a rope hoping she'll go. Some collapsible cones, and then update some of our rope equipment.
Under minor equipment, I see, do I understand right? You want $1,500 for ropes?
Yes.
How much rope can a guy get for $1,500?
Well, I am in complete agreement with you, Mayor.
Thank you.
But I don't know that much about ropes, and so there's different shock ratings. And it's not, we're not just gonna run to Norby's and throw a poly rope over the railing. And so our guys, we do have a tech training group, and they are very vigilant on their training, their knots, their block and tackle. We had a call right below the bridge last summer, and you can only use that rope so often or so many times, and then it's out of service, because the tensile strength is not there, the shock strength is not there anymore. And so I'm right there with you. But when it was explained to me, it did kind of make sense that you can't just, it's not farm rope where we can just use it till she finally frays and snaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't really want it to break on you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good question.
Kevin, I noticed that the revenue from the township fire protection is like now practically non-existent. Can you explain what that is and why that changed?
I cannot.
Okay.
How's that
The
for
large
honesty?
increase in there was their portion of the truck they paid for, that $125,000. It's always ran about $8,000 to $10,000 total.
Okay.
So that influx was for the truck.
The truck,
Their
gotcha.
portion of that
And that's
$250,000.
contributed by surrounding communities or townships?
It's the townships.
Yes.
The rural
That
fire.
we have-
that
that
do
you
it.
also
We have
cover.
3 of them. Yep. We have 3
Some
townships.
trucks
that
are
we
all
serve.
ours, some trucks are 50/50 split between rural and city, and so that was one of them we just actually overhauled, which I'm hoping it came out okay.
In all honesty, that's a good segue there. That truck did come back early.
Nice.
Pierce, who refurbished that, wanted to they're so busy building new trucks, they wanted to get this, ours was one of the last ones. So they had 13 or 15 guys a day working on our truck to try to get that out the door, so they had that facility to continue with their new ones. So,
I
yeah,
don't
it's
think
in,
they're
we're in the
doing-
process of reloading it and getting it put back into service.
I don't think that program's available anymore. We were probably one of the last to get in
We
on
were one of the
that.
last ones.
So I was glad to be able to rehaul that truck and not have to buy a new one, which would have been the other option, so.
Yeah.
But that's
So it
what
was
that
a-
jump was for rural.
Considerable cost savings, and I think right now, new trucks are a 5-year lead time,
Yeah, wow.
which is just absolutely crazy, I think. You would think the technology would change so much in 5 years, but
Congratulations on having a woman on the team now.
yes.
Third one in the history, I
Oh,
think.
that's great.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
probably third or fourth, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
She's a good one.
yeah, that's great.
And
Yeah.
Kevin, how many of the personnel do receive payment, a salary or an hourly wage? Is it-
Everybody receives something. The officers get a small stipend for being officers. But all of our firemen do get compensated. In the city, it's per hour. So if we're downtown for 10 hours, we get one check. If we're in the rural, like we were over New Year's Eve from 10:30 until 6 in the morning, that's per hour. That was brutal.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So, but, I don't think out of the 35 guys, you won't find probably any of them that are there for the money.
Right,
And
right.
they understand that. It's,
Totally. I just couldn't remember how that worked.
yeah, that's how it works. In the rural, it's per hour. In the city, it's per call.
Okay, thank you.
I know this probably isn't budget related, but we had the 3-lane, 4-lane debate on Bramer Avenue. Have you noticed any difference in response time as a result of that?
So I typically handle all our reporting on that. So during the construction phase, there was, again,
Yeah.
that, since that has gone away,
Okay.
legally wise, we cannot drive into that turn lane. So the turn lanes are out there.
Right.
Do we do it? Yes, if we don't have somebody that pulls over and we have to get somewhere again, but we have to abide basically by the laws of normal driving when it comes to that. Our response time overall since that construction has stopped, really it's kind of come back to when it was 4 lanes. So really there hasn't been a difference between like pre and post of that 3rd lane, besides once you got over the hurdle of the construction.
Right.
And stuff there, but that was, otherwise we're kind of back to what it was pre.
Do you think when the bridge is out, I mean, do you think that's going to impact response times, or have you figured out workarounds for that?
So we're still in the planning mode of that. That, to me, it will impact both sides of it, leaving the station and arrival time, depending on where that call is, because we have people that live both sides of towns and stuff there, so yes, that's going to be an impact there. There's kind of been discussions of, do we stage truck somewhere, outside of this? That hasn't been a fan favorite of that, because then because when a call goes off, we have no idea who's gonna respond, who's available to come. So again, if we stage 2 over there and nobody on that side of the town is available, then we just really have lost 2 trucks that we have to actually, go around the, bypasses that get to that stuff there. So we're still in the midst of working there, but I do anticipate, yes, that there is going to be an increase on that. Again, we'll have to watch it, and if Plan A doesn't go well, we need to come up with a different plan, knowing that, hey, our response times are a lot higher than what we want them to be, then we will have to adjust to figure out staging areas if we have to go that route. So.
Thank you. Any other questions for our friends at the fire department? Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you for your continued support.
Next, sir, we'll move into our ambulance department. Nick, if you'd like to come up and present to the council.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nick Nedza. I'm the ambulance department manager at Waverly Health Center. So from a budget standpoint, we'll start there. Things are not terribly different from years past, at least the proposed budget coming up. We are hopefully, the Atom 1 is currently our oldest truck, coming up on 9 years old. It does have 266,000 miles on it. So that would, if we could, look at replacement for that, that would be great. I think some of the vehicle operation costs would go down with replacement of that truck. It's old, they get used a lot. In fact, the last year in 2023, we responded to 2,109 calls. That's a 7% increase from last year.
How many?
It's 2,109 calls total.
We only have 10,000 citizens.
Yes, that's correct. So a question that comes up is, so where are the calls? So originating in the city of Waverly, of those 2,901, 1,620 originated in the city of Waverly. There is kind of an agreement that we also cover Shell Rock as part of the school district. Shell Rock doesn't have a transporting ambulance. So if we look at calls outside of our typical call or our location of response, we're at like 10% of calls outside of that. So it's 10.48% of the calls come from outside of our designated traditional call area. So our call volume went up significantly, 150 some more calls this year or last year than in 2022. It's also 65 calls more than we've ever had as the ambulance department. So we are busy. Our long distance transfers unfortunately continued to increase. Beds for patients throughout the state are harder to come by, and so we end up having to go farther to take patients where they need to go as well. So that also contributes to the wear on the vehicles. Anyway, we remain fully staffed, which is pretty fortunate for an ambulance service. We don't have any open positions currently. We have 12 full-time staff members. They work 24 hours a day. They're on 3 shifts, so every third day it's the same crew there for 24 hours. We have a full-time educator for the department, and then myself is full-time, and then we have an additional 13 people who are PRN staff, so help out with sick calls and whatnot. But we remain pretty busy. When we're obviously not running 911 calls, we're at the hospital assisting there as well. So we're busy folks, unfortunately.
What's a lead time on an ambulance right now, Nick?
That's a good question. I've heard from Lifeline that it's either 18 months up to 2.5 years. So it's a while. They have chassis. They somehow had a magic 8 ball and told them to buy a bunch of chassis. So they have a bunch of them sitting there in Sumner. They just need to have people put them together. So it's going to be, once the decision's made to make that order, it'll be sometime before we see it, unfortunately.
How much does that cost?
An ambulance? The most recent one was $221,000. I don't know, I can't say, we haven't even begun that process. I don't know what the new one would be.
I think we are due, though, to get that next one, actually, because this would be its 9th year. I think we are due. So we may have to make an adjustment in this budget to see that happening, but my fear is it won't happen in this fiscal year either.
That, I would agree with that.
15
Yeah,
months,
I think
16
we're
months.
gonna be, I'll be talking about this next year. I would assume that we're gonna have the same situation, if I'm lucky enough to still be here.
We'll have to dig into that a little bit, because I think we are gonna be due for it. We may not even be able to get it if we ordered it now, in the fiscal year we're about to start.
Yeah.
16 months later, 17.
I'll ask the folks at Lifeline
Check on
nicely
that,
if we
please.
can get it faster, but, yeah.
At least the
they're-
lead time on it, because I think we
Yeah.
are due for it, actually.
Yep, that would be great.
And does the city mechanic maintain the
Yes,
ambulances?
correct, yeah. So the city of Waverly provides the vehicle and the maintenance and fuel costs associated with the ambulance. The people and the equipment, that's all from the hospital side of things.
And Nick, what kind of a deficit do you run? I mean, how are reimbursement rates for ambulance calls?
Yeah.
How do they compare to what it actually costs you to run the?
So that's a very good question. So we are actually very fortunate, again, with our ambulance service, we're getting back about 55 cents on the dollar for revenue, so.
And that's fortunate.
That is very fortunate,
Because
actually.
they're considered a rural health? Do you get any sort of subsidy for that? Or
well, there is a slight, it depends on some locations. Our zip code is rural health, so there is some slight increase for CMS, but not, I mean, it's not significant. If we were super rural, some zip codes are included in that, not where we go. There is quite a bit of an assistance there, but yeah, so our reimbursement is actually very good compared to other ambulance services. Likewise, our payer mix is different here in Waverly than others. So we are actually, again, quite fortunate on the, so from the hospital, like ambulance department side of things, financially, we're still able to support everything. It's a bit skewed financially because we're not, if we were a standalone ambulance service, we would have to pay for a building and utilities, that's all wrapped up into the hospital. But generally speaking, we're still doing okay. So they keep sending me money every couple weeks, so that's good.
Council, any more questions for the ambulance service? Nick, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
So we've been at this a while. Council, do you need a break?
Stand up, stretch, 10 minutes?
It's a good time to do it since we're
Five
done with
minutes?
it. Yeah.
About 5, 10 minutes?
Thank you.
5 minutes?
5-minute break. All right. I do actually like doing that. Let's turn our attention to the Department of Engineering.
If you would, Mr. Cherry.
Good morning. I'm Mike Cherry, I'm your Waverly City Engineer. And looking at the budget, it's pretty straightforward. It's primarily 4 personnel and 1 vehicle equipment, 1 pickup that's being replaced. The pickup is a 2012, so it's going on 13 years old. Otherwise, as far as staff, we have 2 engineering techs. We have an office coordinator and your city engineer. And so I'd like to take a couple minutes is to talk about what we do. And so you got the activity cover sheet, and it gives, somewhat of a general description of, we do inspecting, documenting, monitoring, and those types of activities for water, sewer, street type improvements. But the job is, we don't build anything. We just are there to make sure it's built correctly. So a lot of what our engineering techs do is they will go out during the summertime and they will inspect sidewalk and driveway installation to make sure it's in the proper location, proper thickness, width, cross slope, proper materials are being used, and to make sure that the subgrade that you're putting it on has been properly shaped and compacted as well. Water, sewer services, installation, repairs, replacement, those types of things, we're out there taking a look at it. So anything within the public right-of-way that is being worked on is very much probably going to receive a visit from one of our engineering techs. We do a lot of project administration, so you'll see a lot of our agenda memos, a lot of our pay applications for projects get processed through our office. And we're also out there making sure that our new subdivisions are being built to our community standards, as well as making sure that they are also complying with state and federal regulations regarding water and sewer main installation. So this past year in #23, we had 4 subdivisions that may have actually started in '22, but they kind of worked their way through and were wrapped up. So both of our new elementary schools had public infrastructure, streets, water, sewer, those types of things. We're also reviewing and making sure that they are complying with our stormwater runoff criteria as well, and that they have the proper management facilities for those. Wastewater treatment facility, we have a ongoing project. This project began development in 2013 with the project planning, and it got under construction or in design in 18-19, and it was bid in April of '21. So it's a three-year construction process right now, but the actual plan and design may span over 10 years from beginning to end. Elm Street, we did a couple of water main loops, one on Elm Street, one on 29th Avenue, down by K-Way. We did an alley reconstruction by the OP. We have an annual program for seal coating and doing utility patching in the spring and fall before the winter freeze. We also are involved with the airport. So we have, this past year, we reconstructed one of the taxi lanes servicing the hangars, as well as added a taxiway connector on the west end. We also did trail construction with the Rolling Prairie Trail. So these projects can be privately funded through developers and then turned over to the city, or they may be funded through the city budget process, but we also receive state and federal grants, and we do the grant administration for those projects as well. This coming year, in '24, we have another residential development. It's already been before council for some action. That's the Omni Medical Park that sits behind Miller True Value. That's going to be about a 55-unit development. And again, there's going to be public streets, water, sewer that is built by the developer. We're going to make sure it's built correctly to our standards, and then we're going to look at accepting those improvements. We have some projects that are working their way through the system right now for construction this summer. The Rolling Hills Water Main Loop on the east end of town. We'll have the seal coating, we'll have
again, spring utility patching coming up. We've got the Baskins Creek Bridge replacement on the Waverly Rail Trail that's coming up. So we don't design structures, it's not within our wheelhouse, so we have a consultant doing that. But oftentimes we will take over and do the construction administration, construction observation, inspection, and those types of things. But because structures, again, are not something that we do on a regular basis, we're looking at a hybrid inspection on this, where our consultant, WHKS, would be involved in making sure that the bridge piers, abutments, the piles, the bridge deck, all of that is built correctly with the proper materials. But our staff would take care of the other construction observation criteria, as well as the overall project management, and be responsible for the pay applications and those other types of administrative duties. We also do grant applications. So we work with Intercog. If we have funding requests through Intercog, we will typically develop those applications in-house. We have one coming up. There is an opportunity to request, it's federal funding administered from the state and allocated out to the COGs for then distribution among the members. So there is an opportunity for $400,000 in funding for trail type projects. And this is the very same or similar program that we received some federal funding for on the trail extension on 10th Avenue. But there is a unique opportunity that is developing for the city to request it and potentially use it in federal fiscal year 25, which is coming up. Normally you're programming 5 years out, but due to the way the program was redeveloped, and there was actually kind of a holdup in projects, there is this opportunity coming up for funding in 25. Questions?
What's the current status of the sidewalk infill? Are we doing anything with sidewalks this year?
It's financial, I don't know. That fund is sitting thin, and we backfilled some money to take care of bits and pieces last year, but we'll have to discuss that when we get through capital projects, but it's
I know that we were kind of, while we were doing alleyway reconstruction, that kind of seemed like, well, we can hold off on the sidewalk while we're doing that. And now that kind of, I don't know that we have any more alleyways on our checklist.
We'll jump into that too, because if we don't, that's where some of the funding for sidewalks would go, as we reallocate that back to sidewalks instead of getting away from it. But I do think alleyways are something we'll continue to proceed with. Whether we can do both, I don't know. It'll be the capacity of the fund that'll tell us that.
If I may, one other thing that we do is provide interdepartmental support. So over the past couple months, I've been working with Garrett and Paul. They're looking at various projects, maybe within the park system or cemetery. And so we've worked with them on project concept and estimating for whether it be cemetery road repairs or cemetery road extension to open up a new area, or parks improvements at Three Rivers Park with a trail or parking lot improvements. A lot of times they may not come to fruition, but we work together and provide some technical input on how to maybe go about developing or improving that infrastructure. Bremer Avenue Bridge replacement, that's a big one coming up. DOT has been really good about making us a partner at the table on those. So you've seen that process work through, whether it be with the railing system or the sidewalks and the like. Dam lighting is another one where we've helped kind of be that point of contact.
Any other questions for Mr. Cherry?
If you'd like to go through airport then?
Yeah.
Yep, Jerry, it'd be helpful too.
So I think I see 4 council members have been liaison to the airport. So I think many of you are very familiar with it. For those that are not, again, talk a little bit about the operation. A major part of the cost is with our, for the FBO and airport manager, and a lot of people are like, what's that? FBO stands for Fixed Based Operator, and that is Sweeter Aircraft Services. We have an agreement with them to provide aircraft maintenance services. They also take care of fueling. They have aircraft rental, and if they're not providing the aircraft themselves, they make sure that there is another provider lined up to have aircraft available for rental. Most certified pilots in the area do not own aircraft. They rent them when they want to go fly. So, but we do have 21 aircraft that are based at the Waverly Airport, and so the FBO helps provide services for them. The FBO that we have here, Sweeter Aircraft Services, actually pulls clients in from all over the country, and their avionics program that they have is I think only one of 3 in the state. So they are pulling in a lot of clients from around the Midwest and even the country. A lot of people didn't know that we kind of somewhat have an international airport out here, because we have a lot. There's so if you buy, think of like Winnebagos, big Winnebagos and stuff. You can get a job just delivering them to, driving them out to the dealerships. Same thing with aircraft. There are pilots that take them from the manufacturer over to Europe, and they fly through Waverly. There is one in particular that makes sure he does that. He brought 21 aircraft through at one time, I believe. So that's kind of an interesting side note. Our airport manager is Waverly Air Services. It's also Irv and Barb Sweeter. And what they're doing is they're helping to inspect and maintain the airport facilities. So they're routinely checking on the facilities to make sure everything is working properly. If there are issues, they will reach out, like let's say there's a plumbing issue or a mechanical issue, they'll reach out to a local heating plumbing contractor, or on the electrical side, they work with our local electrical contractors as well to help make sure that facility is maintaining operations. We have, through the federal funding program, the Waverly Airport receives an annual allocation of $150,000 a year in federal funds to be used towards federally eligible projects. We're allowed to bank that money for up to 5 years. So you could accumulate up to $750,000, but at that point, if every $150,000, if it doesn't continue to roll over, that's the maximum that you're allowed to keep. Right now, there's an additional $110,000 a year in federal funds that are being made available to smaller airports like ours. That's through the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed. I believe that's a 5-year program. So right now, between the 2 programs, we're accumulating about $260,000 a year. These are the funds that were used for the taxiway connector in the west end. But as we proceed forward, these funds will start to build up again. And the project that is being looked at is to start replacing sections of the apron area that's out in front of the terminal building. There's also the state improvement, airport improvement program, and that was we've been We've used those funds to build some hangar facilities, to do some installation work. Most recently, this past year, we received state aviation improvement funds to rebuild one of the taxi lanes. It seems like you have to apply 2 or 3 times before you're funded, so it's kind of like, don't delay. And so the Airport Commission is eager to submit an application in April or May for the taxi lane on the north side of the T hangars.
So Mike, do those federal dollars, they don't get shown on this page?
Correct.
Are they in a separate document in our
They,
binder someplace?
so if we are successful in funding, it usually shows up as a capital improvement project.
But I mean like the annual allotment that we get from the federal government, the 150.
Right, we don't actually have it until it's kind of out there in the federals.
Okay.
The FAA's accounting book.
Gotcha.
That's available to the city. But until we submit an application for a project that they then program,
Then it comes.
Gotcha.
Okay.
What is the current balance on that? You said we can get up to 750,000. Where are we? How many years of bank do we have?
We utilized almost all of it on the taxiway connector there. I want to say there's like a $70-some-thousand balance there. And then we used about half of what was available on the BIL funding. So we
BIL funding?
Bipartisan infrastructure law.
Okay.
So yes, we drew both of them down pretty good, and now we're going to start building them back up.
Okay.
So like the apron, we're looking at upwards of $1 million. So it's probably going to be 3-4 years before we can even request funds for that project.
I think it's worth pointing out again that the airport is costing the taxpayers almost nothing. And will, I think, next year be nothing, right? So.
Yeah, well, looking at it proposed, I mean, they take about 10,000 from property taxes.
Yeah.
This year, they're actually looking for fund operations to come out in positive by about 9,000, at least projected right now, proposed.
With the
Which it's been narrowing down to very little every year since, so basically $1 a person in the city of Waverly keeps our airport running from taxes.
I got a tour of the airport a couple months ago. It's fascinating. Oh, it's really fun. I recommend that to all the citizens, not all at once, but avail yourselves at the airport.
And again, it's not just.
Pancake.
It's
Pancake breakfast, yeah.
Good time to get in there.
Yeah.
Again, it's not just private pleasure flyers
Right.
were there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Business.
Agriculture
and ancillary businesses that people come in and use the airport, but they're also buying from Waverly businesses to be able to do that, the spray crop dust.
Yeah, and in the fall, you'll see ag planes out there, and they're doing aerial seeding.
Cover crops.
Cover cropping of typically corn. That they do it in September, and so it germinates, and so when they harvest the corn, within just short order, it's kind of, oh, these fields are turning green. Well, they're up to over 4,000 acres a year that are being cover cropped out of the Waverly facility.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Mr. Cherry.
Next one, we're moving to general infrastructure maintenance, public works admin, and so on. And Justin McGlone will kind of walk us through those divisions. If you would, sir.
Good morning. I'll be up here for a couple. General infrastructure maintenance, basically, you think about everything else that doesn't fall in the other departments falls into this. Dam, trail bridges is also in this for inspection, and then like street lighting and entrance signs. So if you got any, some of those costs are just basically a pass-through for Waverly Utilities. One of the items of repairs of the inflatable dam. There's been some issues with abutment heaters and associated sensors on the dam in the last few years.
I'm
Those
sorry,
are,
I apparently don't know as much as I should about dams. What is an abutment heater?
it heats the liquid around anything that touches either the center pier or the east or west abutments. So basically, so the metal does not stick to the concrete. So it basically keeps a glycol solution to above freezing temperature, if you want to call it that. They still ice up, as you can see right now.
Yeah.
They're really iced up, but it keeps them from sticking.
So are the heaters inside the abutment?
Yeah, they're actually down in that liquid, and there's a sensor that turns them on and off by a contactor in the old water building.
And so the liquid, is that inside the concrete?
No, it's inside the metal. It's like a void in the dam itself.
Okay.
So basically a livestock heater for dams.
A souped up one, yes.
Yes.
Good analogy, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to make a correction on this. It's actually, the consultant and professional fees is actually 8 trail bridges. We inspected those in '23, and it's every 2 years is what we're gonna do, so it'll be a spring of '25 for those. The contract services, speaking of the dam, there's a 3-year cycle on torquing the bolts. That is, needs to be completed this year. That is also kind of, we gotta play around the construction of the bridge and then also river levels and see what's conducive for that.
That's done by divers.
Yes.
Correct, which is kind of cool to see too.
Yeah, I
Guys
bet.
crawling out of the water, big wrench, torquing those things down.
And if I remember the last time they did that, they didn't find significant need to torque these, but it's a recommended thing from the vibrations of the dam and.
So torquing and just tightening them back
Yeah.
up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe you can get a job with Boeing?
I was gonna go with NASCAR. Cruise.
Otherwise, in this budget, there's very little. You can see there's a 3% increase for Waverly Utilities pass-through for the street lighting. Increase in cost there.
Justin, just a quick question, maybe you'll catch this later, but if I remember right, one of the issues with the maintenance issues with the inflatable dam was that the bags are very susceptible to UV light, and they can deteriorate when that happens. And we went through a lot of time this summer where most of them were exposed to the sun, to quite a bit of sunlight. Are we going to have to look at beginning to budget replacement for those things?
That's a good question. I know the dam had a life expectancy, and that also plays into that. This year was an abnormal year with the river levels being low like they were. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of control on how to adjust that to keep the river levels up above, so that it's unavoidable to have that happen. But that is something we're gonna have to look at down the road.
What are they made out of?
It's a bunch of layers of Kevlar and rubber, and actually, if we have a sample over at the building over there, that if you ever want to see what it is, it's impressive.
But hopefully, we're not going to have to look at replacing them in the next year or two?
I hope not.
Okay.
Several of your notes talk about funds being moved to RUT.
Yes.
What is that?
Road use tax. They
Thank
moved
you.
some of their inspections, traffic signals, those items.
Yeah,
They're moved there.
Thanks.
Any other questions on general infrastructure?
Public Works admin?
They're basically, this is myself, a public works specialist and the public services office coordinator. It's your day-to-day operations out there. They're the life of public services. They generated over 1,900 service requests last year. That's anything from can request changes to water problems, to sewer problems, to, vet animals, street, anything. I mean, anything you can imagine, they generate service requests for. A small budget, primarily with anything inside of it. It is, I think we got a stand-up desk for some of the staff out there, updating a few things. Other than that, pretty small. Any questions in there?
What does the specialist do?
Manages website, backup for office coordinator. She has a lot of roles, basically. She helps agenda memos, anything to council. She manages projects, the accounts, payables for that, deposits, and the list is very long.
So specialist really means generalist, right?
Yeah. A lot of tasks are on their shoulders.
Okay, do you want to jump into equipment services?
Equipment services, we've seen a lot of changes over the years with this department. I think one of the biggest ones is the cost of all the supplies, oil, filters, everything needed repairs. And I'm not even going to talk about the delays and stuff, trying to get parts. It's gotten better. They take care of all of the specs for all the equipment. You know, they work with each department on specs if they need help, drafting those up, soliciting specs, bids, they can help with that. And they maintain over 300 pieces of equipment. 2 full-time mechanics. They've both been there for quite a few years. Mark's been there, I think, upwards of 20 something. And then they also maintain Waverly Utilities equipment. So over that is 916 service jobs. That's just oil changes on equipment this last year. So they're pretty hopping through there. They respond in all hours. They're in whenever they plow snow. They're one mechanic all the time, because if we broke down, the streets don't get plowed. So they're constantly on the ball on that. One of the main increases I mentioned already was the vehicle maintenance supplies. You know, the material costs, it's hurting us. And with those costs, we're actually looking at, I've had talks with the head mechanic or shop foreman about increasing the length of oil changes. You know, right now, the old saying was, oh, oil's cheap, filter's cheap, it's cheap insurance. Well, anymore, these oils have gotten so sophisticated, we've lengthened these out. We're working to go, we're not gonna do the 3,000 hours, we're gonna go 3,000 miles. We're gonna go up and beyond, you know, the 200 hours. You know, we used to do 100, 150 hours in some equipment. So some of those, they go that way anyways because they're on the road all the time, they're turning over. You know, the garbage solid waste trucks, they're always, I mean, if we can get those in at 250, it's amazing. But a lot of those, if we can lengthen those out, maybe it'll cut a few costs on some of that stuff. You know, the oils that out there, like I said, they can go a lot longer. I don't want to get to the point where we're sampling it for testing or anything like that, but you know, we know how far we can go with that stuff. And Mark has a good grasp on what he can do and what he can get away with on some of those items. A lot of these items, they're all split public services. Since we're all housed out there now, we're getting a pretty good grasp on the numbers. We got some data for a few years of the new North Addition being open. So a lot of these costs are all split out by the fifth, so the 20% between all departments. I guess the biggest thing I have concern out there in the future is I got some aging mechanics. They're looking at retirement a few years. You know, one could go in a couple, one probably 5. So 300 pieces of equipment you don't learn overnight. So I would just kind of a placeholder every year. I'm going to kind of bring that up. I know that field there's not a slew of mechanics out there waiting for a job. So it's going to be a very competitive situation.
Got a nice new facility for them.
Yes.
They're inside, whereas 10 years ago or so, they were working outside in these conditions.
They remind me of that all the time. They're thankful for that.
And our equipment is all able to be stored.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, you know, they're not repairing really old and dilapidated equipment. And that lift in there is the godsend for this big equipment.
Some people comment about the facility out there, whether it was necessary. It was extremely necessary, and if we're going to attract future mechanics for it, having that facility is going to be.
That is a selling point.
I think it prolongs the life for equipment.
All of our equipment.
Sure.
Exactly. It's the fact that we're able to take care of it out there. You know, I'm amazed still when I got on, they were out over here, and they were working on some of this equipment, the plows and stuff, in these kind of conditions outside to service them.
Yeah, this cold weather, like what we had with the snowstorms, they'd spend more time getting equipment started than they would plowing sometimes. I mean, it's just an ongoing process, so.
Next time you're gonna put one of the fire trucks up on the lift, give me a call, I'd like to see that.
We've had the aerial up there, and we actually have to bring it out sometimes when they test them, load test them. And it's neat seeing it up there.
Yeah.
Or the jet machine, that's another big one. Any other questions, equipment services?
Jump to road use tax, street division.
Streets, everyone thinks, well, lately plowing snow. Obviously, they do a lot of that. They have 5 full-time light equipment operators and 1 streets foreman now. And depending on the year, up to 2 seasonal workers. We're happy if we get 1. The second one's a bonus. Usually a lot of that second one goes to painting. You know, what we can paint in a year is, we don't always get done, let's put it that way. We run the seal coat program through there, and they've started doing a lot more concrete projects with in-house. We found we've got a seasoned staff that's good at it, and it's a good break from day-to-day stuff, so they can do a lot of these patches, smaller patches ourselves in-house. Concrete isn't cheap, but hiring it out is not cheap either. This line does include the 9 bridges and culverts. This will be spring of '25. There is a new federal regulation for emergency vehicle loading on these bridges. There's an acronym for it, SIMS. They actually are requiring all these bridges that the emergency vehicles travel on to be weight rated for those vehicles. So we've worked with the fire department. We've actually got the ratings already done. The DOT was kind enough to come in and weigh axle weights on all the fire equipment. We still got to work with the ambulance and get those done.
Does that include like our trail bridges? Is there a possibility they would travel down that stretch?
I don't think that's in it right now. I know that was a discussion Mike and I had with Casey about, on some of that, but I think those will be up and beyond that one when they get replaced. They will be built to those standards, but the ones now, no, obviously. Contract services, some small increases in there. I think the one notable one would be the painting from not done ourselves. So basically, we used to work with Bremer County. They'd get solicit a bid, and we would jump on top of that bid, and they'd come through and paint like Bremer Road and these areas that require a truck, which obviously we do not have to paint. Nor do you want to see a guy walk with a painter and try to follow that. So we have always jumped on with Bremer County. Well, this last few years we struggled. Bremer County didn't get their quotes out until July, August. Well, that's getting towards the tail end of the painting season. This last year we ran into an issue where the contractor that Bremer County had said they barely get Bremer County done and not us. So we had to go out with a separate contractor and get a price, and obviously it was a little higher because it was not competitively bid at the time it should be. So this year we're looking to go out for an RFQ for paint markings throughout town. We kind of cut back on what we did last year just to get by, just to do the main things. We seal coated a few, we had to paint them. That's going to be a large increase in cost. It was this last year. We got by pretty reasonable with the county, but that seems to be not the case anymore. One notable thing, last few years we've been budgeting towards the new traffic signals. Those are all up and operational. They report back to our office. We can see at any moment if a traffic signal's live, or if it flashes red, we got problems. It tells you if it's on the program that it's designed to be, and general traffic can remote in and look at it and make adjustments if there's any problems or troubleshoot without having to make a site visit. I think it's a valuable tool, especially when we have those issues when they go all red. Luckily, hopefully they go all red, and then we can get them resolved quickly. Operating supplies, rock salt, salt for streets. We've reduced this number last few years, trying to get a little more conservative. We're very cautious in when we use it. As you can see, it's $105.04 per ton. And years ago, it's probably up $30, $40 a ton. I can't remember the exact price. But we really try to be cautious on when we use it. As you can see, that's a large portion of good cost associated with the city. And grater blades, everything along metal, anything steel, all those costs have gone up. Traffic paint's another one. We use a lot of gallons of paint, and all those numbers, everything's gone up in price. Traffic signals, I touched on that a little bit. We've got all the cameras up and operational. Now's the time to look at replacing the bulbs. They're all LED. You basically buy pallets of each. You work through a certain area of town and try to map where you've done to mark them when they've been replaced. We really don't have great records on when they've been done the latest times. And when they all go out, according to the people I've talked to, they all go out. It's a pattern. We do not want to have to address that as an as-needed basis, so we'd like to keep on top of that. In that line, I also have some lenses, some additional, we have some traffic signals that are, lack of a better term, not on correctly. You know, they've been gotten, they're getting by, but they need to be updated to the new masts, the new arms, the new fixtures. I work closely with Todd Tatro on some of this. He's kind of graciously taken over some of the response because, you know, a lot of that electric stuff we do not work on. So he has a boom truck, he can address these issues on off hours, but he's recommended some of these changes. And the last thing would be a cabinet replacement. I have that on there. Every year there comes up something that it's getting by, but these are out in all weather. You know, they're all stainless steel boxes, the new ones. The older ones they don't seal up like they should. A lot of them are too small. So every year we're gonna try to look at areas that need to be improved. This is could be this year, could be next year. That's one of those things I always leave in there that if we had to, we could eliminate. But it's not a must do, but it should do. Street maintenance supplies. A lot of those costs, it sounds like a broken record, they've all increased. Everyone knows that. Concrete, we've seen immense increases in costs in concrete. And the issue with this is a problem with us because we get a lot of small load charges. We do a lot of 2.5 yard or less pours. So you're doing intakes, manholes, valve boxes, all those little things. It's all small load. We go grab with a loader that we can, you know, when we can go get it on site. A lot of that you have to get delivered. So these costs are all, you know, they're covering their fuel costs, their operational costs as well. Fun one, capital equipment. Yeah. So we've dealt with a lot with equipment. We put off a few years. You can see the ones of 2013, ones of 2012. You know, normally we try to keep on the 10 to 11 year cycle with these trucks. The numbers I have are, they're estimates. You know, no one will give you an exact number. They kind of give you a ballpark. Hey, you might want to give 3 to 5% on that. I mean, the only number that they're pretty solid on is the trade-ins. And as you can see, the trade-ins are pretty significant. Over the years, I think a single axle would be 15 to 20,000. Now we're looking at 45,000. So some of those costs have gone up, which is good for us. I put pictures in the backs of the trucks. You know, they have the wings, they have the plows. A lot of those items on there, the sanders, the spinners, the plows, a lot of those have been through. This is the second truck it's been on. Yep. So we do push it a couple times. And, you know, a lot of it's stainless, you know, like the sander, everything but the auger is stainless. You can replace the auger, you can replace things, but there comes a point in time where the main unit needs to be replaced. So we're looking at that this year. Fortunately, we're getting better with supply chain. I know other people have mentioned that too. It's not great, don't get me wrong, but it's better than what it was. Now it's basically, they have the chassis, it's relying on the manufacturers. So a lot of the stuff is done, you know, Henderson down in Manchester, a lot of the equipment and other places like that are done in-house. So besides the two trucks, we've had some issues with the trucks. That's another thing I'd like to add. You know, you push them off so long, you have reoccurring problems. We've had transmission problems with the tandem axle, and that one has, you know, quite a bit more hours because that does all the, you know, if you do hauling for rock, if you do deliveries for mulch or compost or, you know, that's kind of the workhorse that's out there more often. So we've had some transmission issues, some other air compressors, and some of those are just maintenance items that need to be replaced, but some of them are things you hope to not have to see to be replaced. So the other one is a wheeled skid loader. And as you can see by the quotes, we're trading in a Gale mini loader. This was purchased three and a half years ago, I believe it was. And we're actually getting almost what we paid for it for trade. I think it's 5,000 less or something. We found that the mini loader was not conducive to what we do. We run implements on the front of it. The capacity of the hydraulic system is not set up for that. You can run the jackhammer, but you can't move the boom up and down. Or you can run the broom, but it's not set up for what we do. And we realized, you know, with the skid loader, we won't be able to run it across town like what we do with the mini loader, but
we trailer a lot of things around town anymore just for efficiency and, not to put the hours on the equipment. So that's why that's in there. It just would suit our needs a lot better. And, we use it for snow removal. We use it all year long. Every item we have is multi-purpose, multi-use. Last thing I have is the street improvements, and there's some pictures of some residential alleys we're looking at doing. This is all done in-house. Some approaches, there's been some work around town, they did it years ago, but, we go in, we patch a lot of these areas with rock, and we want to concrete the sidewalk approaches. These are great fill-in work for our guys. We get those tween seasons when they have time, a couple days here and there, they can tear these out and replace it and pour it in a day or two. It's good work for them to do. Some of these were done, the one picture was the project on 2nd Street Northwest. We went through with the sanitary sewer a few years back, and it never was addressed, and it's a fairly high traffic area, the area it's in, people walk through there. Plus, we have a lot of maintenance associated with it that we can cut back on. Last thing was touched on a little bit, we'd like to continue an alley. We're kind of in the works with it. I've been working with Mike on a few things, talked to James. The one we're looking at right now is between 4th Street Northwest and 5th Street Northwest, so it'd be behind the old Dell's Diner and historical building there. That area is interesting because a lot of them are like this, but there's not a lot of slope in them. So to get rid of water is going to be the main issue, and Mike's worked to develop kind of an idea to slope things away from the buildings. It's interesting because this one has a lot of structures in there that we're going to have to work around and try to match up elevations with. Ideally, you'd like to be able to get into a storm sewer, put some downspouts in, but, it's a half block or block away near a storm sewer is. So we don't really have that option. But besides that, those are what I have right now on this, on road use, if there's any questions.
I've got one question, not on road use, and I think this would probably be public works rather than engineering. A couple of years ago, we authorized the purchase of a program, a mapping program to map the utilities that are under all the streets and everything. And I know that was in process. Has that been finished, and how is that working?
Yeah, you're talking about our GIS system. Yes, we worked with SAM, which was Midland at the time. Yes, that is, actually, it's starting to be utilized by more city staff. I've been working with zoning. They're actually looking to roll out here shortly just a small addition where they can keep all track of their work orders and all the things. But as far as the city stuff, the water, sewer, street signs are on there. Both sewers. We have all other city information. We have as-built. We have water connection fees. We have, there's probably 15 layers. Trees, Parks Department's got a tree inventory on there. Golf course has a tree inventory on there. We've
hydrants and
water, everything, every hydrant's on there. We actually have the unit we can go out and shoot points in. Adam from engineering goes out and does that when the weather's conducive. And new projects, he can shoot valves, he can shoot hydrants, he can shoot lines, he can shoot new installations. It's kind of nice to be able to add that yourself versus having to bring a second party in or another party, a third party.
So that was what I was going to ask, is how many of our staff are trained to use our GIS? Are proficient at it?
I would say Public Works, all of water, all of sewer line maintenance, engineering, some of the other staff. I know there's other ones that use it just for map drawing capabilities.
Okay.
Everybody's used Beacon. This is basically Beacon but customized. So we can go in, I could draw a map and do a polygon or a rectangle, a circle. I could do anything on there and actually customize it to whatever I want.
Now,
so
when
a
you're
lot
saying,
of people use that.
Are you talking about pulling up the information or putting the information in?
Both.
Okay.
Putting the information is, there's a handful that are allowed to edit right now, because, we have probably 6 of us that do that. If anybody has anything, they kind of bring it to you one by one, but you kind of have to limit your restrictions, otherwise people are afraid that they're going to break something, and I was like that in the beginning, now it's second nature.
But we were gonna move that into possibly right-of-way easements, all kinds of things that we don't have yet that would be a very big advantage to have online, on-site. The possibilities are endless. Even, we've talked to Garrett and Golf Course, our sprinkler heads. How many sprinkler heads do we bust off or place golf course? Be nice to know where those sit. Is it more often in this area? What's causing it? The capability is endless, and we're starting to really utilize that going forward, which is huge. Easement and right-of-way's been done. I know Webster City did it. It's a lot. When it's done, it's amazing. Because everything you need is right there in the field on a tablet. If you're standing in an area wondering where you are, where you're not, what you can and can't look at, it's all right there.
No
So,
surprises, like with the Bremer Avenue project?
yes.
Are they using it at the cemetery?
Not yet,
Not yet.
but there's a possibility as well. For some of the
You have a lot of capabilities. I mean, if you can think it, it's possible for the most part. And the guys that we work with, and they're very good at being able to build something. So if you wanted something forward facing, look at Cedar Falls, for example. You can go down there, you can look at all their water sewer. It's forward facing. You know, you can't get a lot of details on things, but at least you can see where things are at. You could do that down to cemetery, you could do that to lot sales, you could do, I mean, it's endless. I mean, this stuff is really intelligent. And the great thing is, we pay a fee, well, water and sewer basically pays it, but we pay a fee and it's all inclusive for backups, for storage. Yeah, if you start using over a certain cap, they might raise you a couple $100 a year or something. It's just included into it.
Do we need to upgrade that at any point, or is it automatically
Automatic.
updated?
They manage all the storage, all the, everything. That's all done off-site. They back it up like multiple times a day to 4 or 5 different sources. So like even if you were to mess it up, they have a backup so they could bring it back. I mean, like, it's quite, it's
So
well
whenever
thought
Beacon
out.
upgrades, it upgrades with it. So if the county does something, changes Beacon, it upgrades with it.
It's not as fast as I'd
like. Not as fast. But it's impressive, and we're trying to really utilize it a lot more than we had been when we first got it, because capabilities are endless.
We map water main breaks or water leaks. We map any sewer work we put on the addresses. If the homeowner does a sewer service or water service repair or any type of work, we can attach something. You can attach pictures, you can attach that. If we camera a sewer main, we can put the camera footage on there. So you could click on it, anybody could click on it in the city. And the great thing is, it's right in your pocket. I can access it in meetings and, you know, you can pull it up anywhere.
So you can find out if there's an area of town where there's a lot of water main breaks, we may need to kind of.
Yeah, a lot of blue X's. You pull it up, you can see our problem areas.
So it's working well.
It is
You sound
working.
enthused about it.
I don't think that we'd go away from it after having it. It's one of those, you look at our old maps, we refer to them occasionally, but not as much as we thought we would.
Okay, great.
Any other questions? Covered a lot of material.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
Only other thing is to continue to thank the guys that are out there keeping
Yeah.
the
Oh,
streets
yeah.
going.
Yeah,
They were happy to have a free weekend so far.
So far.
yeah. Good.
All right, next we'll have the library. Sarah, or board members, who can present library's budget.
Morning.
Morning.
Sarah Meyer, Library Director. I'll just go through our budget sheets quickly here. You'll notice on our flow chart of employees that we have 21 total employees, 15 of whom are part-time. In this current budget year, we were able to make a couple of part-time positions into a full-time teen librarian position, so our full-time librarians are now at 6 full-time librarians. As part of we're in the midst of some really big changes at the library. By the time this budget year begins that we're talking about, July 1, we should be having a grand opening for our space enhancements that we're doing. And that's a big, important part of what we're doing. We still have people coming to the library now in its reduced state, but we're really looking forward to opening back up when we have all the space that's going to come. You probably know too that our bookmobile just arrived and we took our first maiden voyage with that vehicle the other day to North Star, and actually had some clients come aboard and do some checkouts, and that was a really neat thing. So we plan to do a lot more with that vehicle in this coming year. in teen programs. Like I said, we have a full-time teen librarian now, and so we're really looking forward to what that will bring with the new teen space and just programming that can happen with that age group. If you look at our budget sheet, in the personnel portion, then for this 24-25 year, aside from the cost of living adjustment, we just left it flat, the same as it is in the current year. Personnel makes up 72% of our total budget. So a lot of what we do is people, providing programs, providing assistance to people just on a day-to-day basis in the library. We did, under the utilities line, we did put in an increase based on a calculation that we tried to calculate what the additional square footage of about 1,200 square feet, what that might calculate into for utility costs. So we upped our utilities by a few $1,000s. We also needed to adjust our insurance line, and that was due to, one of them was cybersecurity, I think, and the other one was, I can't remember, flood and earthquake or something.
Something like that,
Yeah.
yeah. Hordes of locusts, it was all in there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what
yeah.
it was, but it's, I think it was flood or earthquake.
So we think we have a more accurate number for our insurance line now. We put a couple $2,000 additional into the books line. It's considered good professional practice to have your materials, the library materials, expenditures be anywhere from 10 to 13% of your overall budget. So we try to keep those lines growing along with the rest of the budget. And then the programs line, we increased by $2,000, partly to help out with the summer reading program in a year where the Friends are not going to be making their normal income during this year. Most of their income comes from their used book sales, which that doesn't exist right now. So we added a couple of $1,000s there, but $8,000 of that line in library programs is for the Reach Out and Read program, where we provide materials to doctors who then talk to parents about the importance of reading for their kids. Got some detail on the last sheet. Under contract services, the Cersei Dynex system is our library automation system, which is our patron database and all of our items. That is the most significant cost in our contract services at $25,879. We are keeping our eyes on some other options for those systems, which could be lower cost in the future. That's something we're exploring right now.
And Sarah, what does that do exactly? What is that system?
That system. So it controls the catalog. So when you go to our website and search for an item, that's part of that database. Or when on our end, when we check out items to people, it contains all the information about the users, the patrons, and what they have checked out, that kind of thing.
So you have numbers on kind of how much, so I'm thinking, I know the library has a lot of non-book items for checkout.
Yeah.
So you have kind of records of how much those are checked out as well?
We do,
Okay.
yeah.
I would be curious to know like how many people are checking out cake pans and kayaks and things like that.
Yeah, I can bring back some numbers for that. I know that our new collection of board games is really
Board games are
going out.
trendy right now.
Well, yeah,
Is that database confidential?
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, want to know who's checking them out, just how many.
No, I know, but it's interesting, your conversation with your librarian or your data
Yes.
about what you check out is protected.
yes, that's right.
which is good.
I suppose I'd be curious to know how many are checked out and how many kind of unique users are checking them out. So I mean, you may have someone who's like checking out
Yeah.
50 and like there's maybe only a few people making use of it, or you may have a lot of different people checking just a few out. So I kind of be curious which of those it is.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's been a dramatic shift from AV materials to, you know,
Everything under the sun.
everything sun. And-
Cross-country skis and snowshoeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's all I've got unless you have other questions for me.
What is the 30,000 for concrete?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
The concrete?
30,000 for parking.
Oh, yeah, I didn't talk about that. The northwest section of our parking lot is the section that hasn't been redone, and we had originally planned to do that in this current year, but we've got so much contractor equipment and everything related to the
So once
to the
they get the
building
construction
project
done,
that
then you can get in.
we're waiting until next year. And then this year's funding we'll be using for tuck pointing the brick and cleaning the exterior of the building.
Anything else?
Just one, don't see it right now, but there's an item in here about the signage outside the building. Are you
Yeah.
replacing that?
Yeah, we're hoping, depending on how everything shakes out with the building project, that we've been wanting for a few years to replace the exterior sign with a digital sign. And we'll just kind of wait and see if the funding is available for that.
Certainly a good place for it, there's a lot of traffic there.
Well,
Yeah.
it's good too, because
Yeah.
it's sometimes hard to see the messages on the sign you currently have when the library's
Yeah.
open and those kinds of things.
And that
So-
sign is aging too.
Yeah.
It would be a good time to replace it.
So I appreciate the digital signs they have there on the entrance to the driveway to the middle school.
Yeah.
Because they're constantly updating that.
Yep.
Technology marches forward. And I also appreciate the fact that I don't have to pay late fees on the things that I checked
Yes.
out before the weather turned bad
Yeah.
and forgot to return.
That's been a very good
You get those
policy.
polite reminder emails from them.
Yeah, yes. It's
I
like
get them.
legends.
Yeah. No, I think it's been apparent to me, just talking to patients, how many people miss the space in the library.
Oh, I bet.
It's used for so many things. So, I mean, it's nice that you're still able to be open, and I know you've been all over town doing activities, which is
Yeah.
great, but it's really a community center, so
Yes.
it'll be great when it's up and running.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
I was here a few days ago and there was a Pokemon card club.
That would be Mr. Chevelle.
Yes, that was,
They're having quite a bit of fun on Monday nights when we're here for our meeting, I think.
there's been a huge increase
Not
in
as much
fun
fun
in
as
this
we're having.
building.
It's good, it's great.
Yeah. Anything else, team? Thank you, Director Meyer.
Okay.
Next, we'll have Mr. Riordan come up. We have quite a few divisions from leisure services on through Civic Center that Garrett's going to walk us through. So we'll start out with leisure services admin, if you would, sir.
You bet. Garrett, let me put a challenge in front of you. Let's see if we can get through all of your section before lunch.
Well, I can do it if you want. I was gonna say, this is one of the first years I've actually got to say good morning instead of good afternoon. Back from lunch, so we'll see what we can do. As James said, we'll start out with Leisure Services Administration. One thing that we are doing different this coming year, we've already started, is we actually have 2 regular part-time staff members along with me in the office as opposed to 1 full-time member. So far that's working out really well. One of those part-timers will be also helping out with the pool extensively this summer as it rolls around, and hiring as that's coming around as well. The other real thing that we have, fortunately, there is just the change in minor equipment. We are just looking at getting another standing desk in there. So since we've gone up from 1 to 2, we need another standing desk.
So when we went and looked at that model, we generally have not brought in part-time folks or three-quarter time people, and it was kind of a decision to see, could we get that from the public that wanted to work, and we did, and we found two extremely good individuals. So when we costed it out, when you look at an individual, full-time, family insurance, et cetera, all the way up, the difference was not near what we thought it would be. So we're getting an extra 1,000 hours of work for $10 an hour is what it kind of equates down to. So when you see the jump in the salary, that's what caused that. If we didn't have those individuals, you would see family insurance and what relates to that, and so it would net out different. So when people look at that and say, oh my God, that jump, it's not what you think it would be. It's what benefits us now today, and we'll see if we go forward with that program continuing. But we've had really good success bringing the people that don't necessarily need the benefit, but need about a 25, 30 a week job. And so far, so good, and I think it's gonna work well.
Usually the hard time is finding someone who's willing to work that many hours, who's not looking for a full-time position.
Exactly, so far, so good, and if it continues to work well, I think it's another movement we can make to try and accommodate different people coming in that have different needs that can still work for the city. So it was a good pilot program, and right now I think it's working well.
Yep, I would agree. Next, we'll move on to parks, unless anyone has any questions about administration.
How do you like the new building?
The new building?
The new built parks. The parks
Oh,
building?
the new parks building.
Yeah.
I was sitting there going, what? So, the break room is awesome.
Okay.
Restrooms great. I mean, they're loving actually living in that area now.
Okay.
But, yeah, we're gonna talk about, as we're moving along here, we're gonna be moving down the building, which we have budgeted for this year.
Okay.
So, we'll talk next year and how much we love it even more.
Yeah, if you saw it before, you'd love it too.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty tough out
It's
there.
half
It's
frat house,
night and day
half
now.
shed.
When you go out there, it's amazing the difference. It just is. It truly represents more of what we have in all of our other buildings. So what was there, and hopefully we'll be able to finish that out this year.
And you guys are gonna see in the next couple of weeks, we're coming with the public hearing and all that stuff, and you're gonna see some, you'll see some more pictures of what the building looks like currently.
Before and after, Garrett, it should be before and after.
Yes. So moving into parks then, we are looking at possibly adding a part-time staff member there. Right now, we have a lot of issues at what I'm gonna call the beginning of the season and the end of the season. Beginning of the season being kind of that late March, early April to mid-April time when we're trying to get everything set for the springtime going into the summer. And then once we get into August 1st, you'd be shocked how many people we lose. I mean, whether that's at the pool, whether that's in Parks Division, Veg Management Division, we lose so many people. And so it's really tough to keep up with the routine work, which is, making the rounds to the restrooms, staying kept up with mowing, getting shelters ready for shelter reservations, getting the water turned off in October, or the end of October. It's been just kind of a real difficult time. If we're successful in this, we would share this person with vegetation management as well. It's listed here as well. That person would be helping out with tree trimming, tree removals, those types of things, throughout the year, but mainly kind of their winter duties. So this would be it'd be a less than 29 hour per week position, but for the full year, and to stay on for the full year. It would basically, we could probably get rid of a seasonal at that point as well. So they would do the seasonal work, during the summer. So that's what that is. Uniform allowance, I'm not gonna repeat this for every division because we're gonna have this in every division or almost every division. We're looking at doing high visibility shirts for seasonal staff across the board. We're having a lot of issues with the vests being too hot. So, right now you give them a shirt, give them a vest. Well, they sometimes forget to wear the vest.
Which is better
because
than
it's
forgetting
too
to wear a
hot.
shirt. Right. Quantify that. We don't need the.
Good point.
This is not Vegas, you don't need that on the highway, so.
So anyway, we're going to all high vis shirts, so that's gonna be their uniform. Let's see, building maintenance and repair, this is looking out at the maintenance building at Cedar River Park. We're looking at just walling off a very small section. Mostly I have office written in here, it's mostly for a storage area for spray tanks, other chemicals, that kind of stuff. There's a section that's already heated because it needs to be for the well controls. So we would just wall off a small area there so that those things could go in there as well. Contract services, we've been talking, prices go up on everything. So this is for porta potties. Over the last couple years, we've actually been fortunate that we've been able to leave them out a little longer. We'll put them out sooner if the temperatures call for it, and so that's just what this is covering, is all the porta potties, the contract that we have there. Minor equipment, drinking fountain replacements at the dog park. They weren't what we thought when we bought them. They have not lasted very long, unfortunately. And so we're looking at a different style of drinking fountains out there. And, hopefully they'll last longer, but they definitely need to be replaced.
How about that drinking fountain on the rail trail, the one near the gazebo?
Yes, that is on for this year.
Okay.
So hopefully we get that replaced before July. So, yep, it is on. Because we get calls on that all the time running, whenever it is, and yeah. Yep. The other minor equipment that we have there is replacing of the candlelight walk lights. We've been nursing those through for about the last 3 years. We have some council members who can attest to that.
They're useless.
So.
They don't give off any light. It's sort of dangerous,
It has gotten to that point where, it's kind of dangerous walking it. So anyway, that's what those are. 6 new picnic tables. What we will do with these new picnic tables is get those to the pavilion. The ones that are currently in the pavilion will then go back into rotation around to the other parks that we've taken them from. Portable surveillance cameras. These are kind of what we've been looking for in our days of vandalism. These can be moved wherever we want to. Everything is cloud-based. The city of Cedar Falls uses them quite extensively, and they've had pretty good results with them. So we'd be looking at getting 4 of them. Like I said, we can put them wherever we want. Most of our vandalism that we hear about anyway happens, in Memorial Park and the visitor center down there, so obvious place there. We have some issues with sorry, the words are escaping me right now, the flowers on Bremer Avenue, those flower beds getting damaged or trees getting damaged on Bremer Ave, those types of places. Plus, if the police ever want to use them, we have them and they'll be welcome to. Events, whether it's, Heritage Days, the fair, Oktoberfest, some of our bigger events too that we hold in town, we can actually have these cameras around. So that's kind of our plan for those.
What is the cost of those? On that line, it's listed as something else. the picnic tables.
2,000?
Sorry about that.
Couple $1,000, what we haven't broken out.
Yeah.
2,000 for the
Okay.
portables.
Okay.
Did you find it?
Altogether.
Oh.
We'll break it out. Yep, got you right there. No problem.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have that sheet with me. Yeah, so anyway, I think that's a pretty good deal for them. There is, and with that, what'd you say, a couple $1,000, that does include the subscription to the cloud as well. So that's in there as well.
Have you had any vandalism issues out at the ballpark?
Not yet that I'm aware of, so,
Knock on wood.
yeah. Yep, nothing yet, so cross our fingers on that.
Do you really spend $1,000 on dog bags?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dogs are pooping machines.
Without blinking an eye, we will spend $1,000 on
And let's be clear, we
dog
want to spend that money. We want people to take it, so.
Yeah.
The alternative is not so good.
Yeah, exactly. It stinks.
Yeah.
Do you know, does the
The ropes
county-
don't look so expensive anymore, do they?
Yeah, the county maintains Babcock Woods, right?
Correct.
Do they have a dog poop bag thing out there?
No.
They should.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know that they do.
They don't. I don't even have garbage cans.
Yeah.
Bring your own poop bags, you're taking poop home. Or so I've heard.
Moving on.
All right.
Moving on.
I'm sorry, there's still some more under minor equipment. Apologize for that. I guess I skipped right over the basketball court stencil. We have 10 basketball courts in town, and we've tried a lot of different things to get a stencil made and to try to, be able to get the three-point arc in and to get the free throw line and lane in. And nothing's really seemed to work, so we're just looking at spending, I think it's $800. I don't see it here, but I believe it's $800 for a stencil. That should last us for quite a few years to get those, because obviously we don't have to paint those every year either. That's okay. Capital equipment, looking at the addition of a trailer for the mowing crew. And I do have a picture of that, if we could look at that towards the end. Right now, they basically use just a very small, that's a little blue trailer, if you've seen it getting pulled around town. Our mowers are getting to the size where they will hardly even fit on it anymore. Some of them won't fit on it anymore. This is what we're looking at, is a trailer that would look just like that. So you can see, you can put all your weed trimmers, you can put your rakes on there. It even has a place for a water jug if we decide to, let them drink water throughout the day.
It's not crazy.
Then we can get the mowers on as well. So that's that trailer. Then other improvements. This one's a little spendier, but it is a lot less spendier than actually replacing playground equipment. We went around and kind of inspected all the playgrounds that we have. A lot of our neighborhood playgrounds were put in anywhere from 2002 to 2005. Most of them, they're expected to have a life expectancy of anywhere from 20 to 25, maybe a few more years. So we're starting to look at, hey, we gotta start replacing some of these things. We're actually now thinking that we'll be able to just make some improvements to them and replace anything that's broke or those types of things. The issue is, or what we thought the issue was with doing that is, a lot of the equipment isn't the same as it was 25 years ago. So what we're looking to do is, Paul's been in contact with all of the manufacturers. For the most part, they make something that goes in the spot. So let's say, for instance, that a small slide is broke. They might not still make that slide, but maybe there's a rock wall that goes there, or maybe there's something that goes in that spot. So that's what we're looking, and that's what that money is for there, is to do any fixing that needs done on any of the play equipment. Also replacing some basketball court pads, because, they're old too. Our basketball hoops are old. So we're looking at replacing all those things. This will be a year-to-year thing, we might be looking at it for the next 4 or 5 years, budgeting that amount of money each year to just work through all of our playgrounds.
Yeah, I was surprised how well they held up, actually. Most of the steel, the epoxy coating, the paint was good. It was more the plastic pieces you see that are faded by the sun, they're starting to peel, crack, things like that. But overall, we were looking at replacing every single unit out there at some point, but I think piecing it in now will help us save cost and efficiency, because they were in actually really good shape. It's just some minor parts and pieces, but When they're out though, as Eric said, you just don't find that piece, you know, go to Walmart and pick up another slide. They don't make that anymore, and that's unfortunate as that's evolved, but, hopefully we'll be able to swap that out, lesser cost and keep maintaining those, cause I think they're used, well, heavily, some of them were.
Oh, very, yes.
used.
Garrett, before you move on to the kayak
You bet.
launch, you mentioned about basketball pads. Are you talking about the concrete slabs at some of the small neighborhood parks?
Yes.
Replacing those?
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how much those are utilized?
So-
I truthfully, I mean, I personally have never actually seen someone shooting baskets at those things.
Right, and I agree with you on that, but then my mowers tell me that they are. Because I was kind of in the same boat where I'm like, do we really need to replace these in every single, neighborhood park? My mowers who are out there, during it, they are being used.
Okay.
Well, and
Yep,
if they were spruced up a bit, people might use them more.
exactly, and have the adjustable
Yeah.
hoops and, so on. But yes, I asked the same question because I don't see them getting used as much either, but yeah, the folks who are out there do see it.
Okay,
So-
great, thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Kayak launches, and I think Carl's got the pictures up there. We are looking at adding in 2 kayak launches. The top one would be in Ridgewood Park, and then the bottom is in Pelican Park.
Remind me where Ridgewood is?
Ridgewood is off of Greenfield Avenue. Best way to
Gotcha.
say it is,
Yep.
okay, you know where I'm talking? It's almost too perfect, both of the areas that we have there. And to be quite honest, I've launched at both places without a ramp. It's not safe, but it's doable. So, it's very minimal, the price there that we have for it. It'll be done mostly all in-house, and we'll need to just basically make a gravel or rock ramp that goes in. And Paul's already checked things with DNR, and we're all good there if
Nice.
that goes through, so. And the last thing under other improvements is the power at Coleman Park and the amphitheater. We talked a little bit about this with the dog park, when we were looking at dog park lights, how we didn't want to be underpowered. The amphitheater and just Coleman Park in general is underpowered. And so, you guys know the events that we have down there, from Art Walk to Oktoberfest to, everything else that we have. We're looking at just adding a few things, but the main thing would be a 50 amp breaker there that would be able to basically handle everything that we would need there.
I seem to believe there's lots of music groups that come in that have to bring in their own
Exactly.
electronics.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing too. I mean, like with food trucks and stuff like that, yes, they can bring generators. Do we want to be walking around with generators going all the time? So that's what that is.
Would we then need to look at structuring fee for rental?
We could, yeah, it'd be, right now, I mean, if, for instance, Art Walk, if Art Walk is using, and when I say Art Walk, I'm talking the food truck vendors, if they're using the power that is there, then we do charge them for that. Any questions on parks? Anything that I didn't cover?
You're gonna talk
well
about the
enough?
other projects later?
Yeah, the
Yes.
big ones, we'll
Yep.
look at something we talked about when we get the debt and see what your appetite for that is, so, yeah,
Okay.
there's bigger projects to come on this.
And the boat ramp is part of
What's
that.
that?
The boat ramp.
Yeah.
is part of that.
That whole area is something we'll look at.
Okay.
Veg management?
Then we'll move on to veg management. Vegetation management, basically in charge of all the roadsides, taking down trees, trimming trees, planting trees, I guess anything vegetation wise. So that first one up there is just kind of an explanation. We do receive money from road use tax fund, and so we get 5% of that. Gets tougher and tougher every year for Justin to pass that number over to me, but we're glad that it keeps coming. Contract services, This is just, this is for stump removals. It's if we need help with storm damaged trees, if there's too many, we can't get to them right away, we have to call in the contractor to help remove, or trees that are too large or dangerous that we're not able to reach with our bucket truck or something along those lines. So that's what that is. It's also our part of the GIS annual subscription. Boy, I felt like there was one other thing in that, but leave it at that. Chemicals and ground supplies. This is our prairie seed, our grass seed, and then also our chemicals for noxious weeds that we spray, whether it be on the roadsides, in the right-of-way. And then we've already talked about the increases in prices of chemicals. But that's what that consists of. Minor equipment, we're looking at a new chainsaw, and then a battery and charger for blowers and a backpack blower. We've been kind of moving to where we can, having battery operated equipment. It seems to last a little longer. It seems to, you don't have the mixing of gas and oil together. You don't have a lot of the things that come along with gas-powered stuff. So we've been kind of just moving towards that. Capital vehicle, we are looking at getting a 3/4 ton truck. Currently, we have a 2015 half-ton truck. That truck would be passed on to the Parks Division to be used as the routine truck. Currently, we have a 2009 Chevy Silverado that we're using for the routine truck. It's got about 45,000 miles on and a lot of rust. And yeah, so we'd be looking at just moving that vehicle down to use there for routine. The other part with why we're looking at a 3/4 ton instead of a half ton is we've got a new water tank. The 3/4 ton would handle that a lot better than, we can't even put that in the half ton. It's got to go to the 1 ton. But, so it would handle the water tank, and then it also has obviously a little more towing power than what a half ton would have. Capital equipment. We just heard about the mini wheel loader a little bit ago from Justin and how it's not doing much for them. We've actually been using it quite a bit over the last year and a half or so. And it would make a great addition to the veg management and parks fleet. And the reason I say that is because right now we use a skid steer for a lot of our snow removal. The skid steer is technically the cemeteries, but all the 3 divisions use it. And this mini wheel loader is able to get around town a lot faster. It's able to it'd be able to be used for all of our snow removal. Basically everywhere that we would use the skid steer right now, the mini wheel loader would cover those areas. The other part with that is we would use it for taking down trees. We'd have a grapple for it. And it'd be a lot safer whenever we're moving the logs around, those types of things. So that's what we're looking at there with the mini wheel loader. The last thing on this list is it's a hydro mulch tank setup. And what that is, I'm sure everyone's kind of seen the spray coming out from some of our contractors in town after they've either built a house, did whatever, where they're covering large areas of ground with this hydro mulch. This would allow us to do the same thing. It would allow us to do this in a lot of spots where we don't necessarily get back to. And when I say don't get back to, I'm talking in right-of-ways where maybe there was some sort of water main leak, or there was a clean out done, or something like that, where there's bare ground now, and we're just throwing seed on it and hoping for the best. So I guess I should explain what hydro mulch kind of does, and I apologize. It basically holds in the moisture. Okay, so once you spray it on top, it holds in that moisture. It allows the seed, to grow. The nice thing about this piece of equipment is we'd be looking at a grant that Living Roadway Trust Fund would pay up to 80%. And when I say up to 80%, so far every grant that we have got from them, they have gone to that 80%. So, you know, on a $20,000 piece of equipment, we'd be paying about $4, is what it comes down to. So that is what that is.
Garrett, is it Living Roadway Trust Fund, is that a state program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So it may be going away soon.
If we don't get a grant for this, we won't even consider it.
Okay.
So let me just say that. But anyway, the other places that we would use it too is obviously in the wintertime plows, you know, whether it's street plows or whether it's parks or, you know, whoever. We tear up some grass in some places and those places need to be replaced too. So it's another spot that it would be used. Any questions on vegetation management? Okay.
Jump to cemetery.
Then, yep, we'll move on to cemetery. I'm gonna skip over the high vis, we already talked about that. In repairs and maintenance, we're looking to get a new thermostat system in the cemetery. Right now, we have the little baseboard heaters, and you never know if you're gonna come in and it's gonna be 50 degrees or 80 degrees in the place. So we're having a tough time regulating that, so that's what that refers to.
Under uniforms and safety, Garrett,
Yes.
when I gave it a moment's thought, it made lots of sense to me, but the first time I saw you on an AED for the cemetery, I was really wondering what you're up to.
Well, that was this year, we've already
Yeah, I
got
see
it,
that,
so we've
but-
removed it. So the AED, yes.
Is it at the cemetery office?
Yes, we have one in the office,
Okay.
and the reason being, because on the surface, right away, you're thinking, why? But then you think about, and you think about the stressful situations there, and you think about the folks who are at a lot of the funerals and so on, so yes, we do have an AED there. There was actually and I'm not gonna come up with the word for it, Carla knows the word for it, but there was a safety grant that paid for part of that.
Okay.
So,
Is there one here?
I'm sorry?
Is there one here in the city center?
Yes, yep, right out in this
Out there.
hallway. Yep. Let's see. Contract services, over the last few years, we've budgeted anywhere from $5,000 to $6,000 for monument repair. I'm looking to bump that up to $10,000 this year and try to get two $5,000 rounds in. So my hope would be that in about 3 years, 4 years, somewhere in there, we would be done with this, or at least a place where we could stop, pause, and maybe re-enter it a few years later down the road. But that's all that is. Minor equipment, we got a new string trimmer in there. We'd like to purchase a break room table or two and a new microwave. I know a lot of you had been down to the Parks building and saw the microwaves that they had been using, and so the cemetery's in the same boat. So we need to get some, just a couple of nicer things down there. Vehicle-wise, cemetery is looking to purchase a new 1-ton dump truck. Right now, we currently have a 2014 dump truck there. That would be getting passed on to the golf course, and that'd be eliminating their 2007 1-ton. And then I don't know if I have it written on here or not, but everything would go with it. There is a blade with that and a sander as well. So that would go over to the golf course. Currently, they don't have that. Then, under capital equipment, we have the purchase of a new plow and sander for the new 1-ton. And I know the question's already gonna be, why don't we keep the plow? Why don't we keep the sander? It won't fit with the new 1-ton. So just so there's no questions about that. And then we're looking at platting some areas in the cemetery. Currently, we have about 200, no, take that back. We probably have about 150 monument graves left to sell in section L. There's a few other sporadic ones, throughout the cemetery, but the number's about 150. We sell between, I would say, 40 to 50 a year. So we're looking at getting a new section platted. Can you put that up for me, please, just like that? And so this is from the Park and Open Space Plan that was just completed. And where we are looking to expand is where that, it says Area D. And don't go by A, B, C, and D, because we already have those sections up there, so that's not what they're going to be called. That's what they call them on here. We'd be looking to plat that area there in D, C, and however far we could get into B. Chances are that area in A, it's basically all rock. We'll probably never be in that area, but this is what we're looking at doing. And then you can kind of see those dashed lines there are the ideas for future roads.
So north is at the top.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yep, I should have mentioned that.
Just north of A is Burger King.
Right.
Yes. Yep. So anyway, right now we are looking at platting at least 2 of those areas. And then I'll probably be back next year looking for money for new cemetery roads through there. But my idea would be that we would try to open those sections probably in 3 to 4 years is when we would open those.
Will you open them all at once or one at a time?
I would say we'd open them one at a time, because what we would probably do is where that D is, we would probably open that first, but we would already have the rest platted for, for future. Okay. All right, let's see. Oh, and I apologize, there's one more thing under capital improvements, and that's just another quick picture and a little explanation. We have a lot of foot traffic through the cemetery, and now this is the corner of Casey's, would be directly to the left on there, so that's 4th Street. We have a lot of foot traffic, and a lot of foot traffic cuts right through that area. So we're looking at just spending a few dollars and adding a sidewalk there, which we would then maintain in the winter as well for people to walk through. Any questions on the cemetery? Okay, then I will move on to the golf course. Under rent and leases of equipment, we've added a utility cart rental to that item, or to that line item. We used to just kind of have a utility cart, but that it went in for repair, and we're probably not getting that back. It was one that was just kind of, here, you guys can use this until it's done kind of thing. So now we're gonna need to rent one. Minor equipment, there are a couple of pictures for that at the end there, Carla. So we have a club washer, a pump. We're gonna add 2 newer, nicer trash cans, and then a new weed trimmer. So yeah, there's that club washer there at the bottom. Capital equipment, you see the sweeper there, that's that red, almost looks like a trailer kind of thing. So what that does is, in our process of aerifying, there's plugs that get taken out of the ground. The sweeper comes through and picks those plugs up and takes them away. Let's see. One thing about, that I'll just mention now, we'll mention it again a little later too, but we did 30,000 rounds of golf this year. And it's a great problem to have, but it was tough to do maintenance a lot of the time. And so this will help speed up that process, because the folks who are out aerifying, they basically have to get a head start, and I'm not even going to try to pretend like I know how big of a head start it is before the other folks can come along and do all the sweeping and picking up of the plugs. But this will help speed up that process.
How do they pick them up now? You have just a smaller sweeper?
We have a smaller sweeper, and then we have by hand. And when I say by hand, shovel and, yeah.
Okay.
So, sometimes the parks guys get roped into that as well if they need to really cruise, so, yep.
Garrett, under operational
Yes.
equipment repair, you've got $200 for a bunker rake?
Yes. So.
I got a rake in my garage, I'll sell you for 20.
How big of a rake is that? No, so what it is, it's a piece of equipment that goes on the back of a,
It's motorized.
it's like a sand.
Oh,
thank you,
okay, this
thank
isn't
you.
the rake you find in
It
the
is.
bunker. Okay. 'cause-
Right, exactly, so, yeah, it's a little different.
Okay.
Your little dude will be with rake on it.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see, capital, under other improvements, this is, digging out and relining the pond on hole number 2. And that's that top picture there, that is, if you can call it a pond, pond number, or pond on hole number 2.
Looks like a wetlands.
So, obviously, we did have a dry summer this year, but, you know, it is just not holding any water. And so, we'd be looking at digging that out, relining it so that it will hold. Those ponds were put in back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it's kind of part of our system. They're all interconnected and deal with our irrigation and drainage and all of that. So we don't really want to fill it in or do anything like that. We did talk about that in Golf Commission and with staff, but we don't really want to do that. So we need to do something to make it look better. And then, principal payments, what's listed there is the final, loan payment for the equipment that was purchased in 22, 23. And I just got word this week, if you can believe it, that we're finally getting that last piece of equipment. It's been on order for 2 years, and we
Fairway
are.
mower?
I'm sorry?
Is it that fairway mower finally?
We have the fairway mower, it's the greens mower.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and we just got, back in in November, I think it was, we finally got the UTV that we had ordered. We were supposed to get it last December.
Yeah, it's been a year.
So it's unbelievable how long equipment takes, to actually get here.
Yeah.
So anyway, we should be able to close the book then on those things, thankfully. Any other questions on golf course?
It's just nice to see the revenues went up compared to projected, for greens fees and.
Yes, they did.
Good.
And, again, a lot of really nice days this year. So, not a lot of rain and all that, so it definitely helped.
And I know you're looking at credit card fees.
Yes. Nope, that's a great question. We are looking at credit card fees. Our discussion with Golf Commission was that, yes, we would start passing that on to the consumer, onto the customer. The vendor that we currently use has been working on having that option for about the last 2 years. They don't have that option yet, so we're waiting them out. Our contract with them ends in October of '24. So if they have it by that time, it'll be another conversation that we have. Are we staying, and are we actually going to charge for credit card fees? If they don't have it at that time, but we want to move to the credit card, charging for credit card fees, then we will make that change at that time. But I don't want to, I have it in there currently because I don't want to start the year not charging and then start charging, so.
My only thoughts on that are, for myself, I feel real differently when there's a fee to use my credit card. That just kind of ticks me off. But if there's a bonus for not using my credit card, I feel great about that. Oh, come on, you know I'm right.
Do you guys take Venmo?
You are correct,
You do
and no,
Venmo
we do
yet?
not do Venmo. No, you are correct on that, that mentality of
Cash
it.
discount.
And it's one of the things that we talked about with the commission. And I've gotta review it again where we're at, because T-Snap is who our vendor is right now. They actually did just, they have, I'm not gonna come up with the correct words that they have for it, but they do have an option now where, you can ask, are you paying cash or credit? And then you have a different price for whatever that's going to be. That doesn't take away the fact that we still have to budget X amount of dollars to pay for those credit card fees, as opposed to it just being transferred right away, and that's what we were trying to get to. But that is an option, and may be an option. Might be an option through our current vendor then, because and that came out, Jordan messaged me about that about 2 weeks ago. So they do have something.
Okay.
Anything else on the golf course? Okay, then we'll get to the pro shop, which basically is the golf course as well. So, pro shop and country club. A lot of these things on here are just things that have been added to the budget line items that, we wouldn't have caught last year until after budget meetings, and then we realized we haven't accounted for this, or we haven't accounted for that, et cetera, et cetera. So one of those things is tips. And so this covers tips. Those are gonna be shown the same because we have tips coming in and then tips going out to pay the staff. Rent of carts, that's obviously up because, like I said, we did 30,000 rounds of golf. Those December dates helped us, so that's what got us there. We got just over 30,000. But anyway, so that's why cart rental was up. Same with golf cart and locker storage. That's one that we just hadn't thought of last year at this time. And so we've got the storage, we have electric and we have gas storage prices there. Gift certificates sold and redeemed, same thing. Except it's not the same number because we all know how gift certificates work and we all know how many we've had that you forget about and they go in the trash. But that's what that's showing. Concessions, we definitely underestimated that last year. We thought that food sales would kind of take away our concession revenue, but our concession revenue did really well too, so we have upped that. And I guess I should say the difference in concessions and food, concessions is our candy bars, our bag of chips, our bottled pop, bottled Gatorade, water, that type of stuff. Food is all the other food, and then obviously the alcohol is the beverages. Building maintenance and repair and operational equipment repair. These are in there because we have a very, very old building and things are breaking all of the time and there's nothing that I can really plan for. as to what's going to break or what needs repaired, and we don't know a whole lot of the history on some of the stuff. So that's why those things are in there, to cover anything that we need to fix. Rental equipment, we are looking at renting 6 more golf carts this year. With all the golf that we sold last year, there was a lot of days that we were out of carts. They are all out on the course. The addition of that, it doesn't really reflect it quite right because, or it doesn't cost as much as what it looks like, because then we'll have those 6 carts for tournaments as well. We don't have to order more and more carts for tournaments. We'll still have to get some, but obviously we already have 6 more, so we have them. And every tournament that we had was maxed out this year. And we expect, the same. We had waiting lists that were really long, so we expect the same this coming year. Let's see, licenses and permits, that just has to do with the liquor license. Then some small things, we need to get a new vacuum, microwave, glassware, and a couple of crock pots. And then office supplies is a new display table for the pro shop. Maybe I didn't include the picture in there, sorry about that. Thought I had one, but I guess I don't. Any questions on the pro shop?
I recall a year ago, when we first dabbled into this, we didn't know what we were gonna be getting into, and we put up some pretty conservative numbers, trying to hedge our bets, and, we promised you, and I regretted it at the time, but hopefully it came through that we would beat those numbers. And you see it was a $110,000 swing from where we thought to where we ended. Now granted, this year, we can't do that same number because it could have been a fluke. It could have been a rare year, it could have been weather mayhap, so we tried to better our position, but not get crazy with it, because we don't want to go and commit to something we can't do. So we are 30-some thousand better than we thought last year on this as well, but we're not running into the whole, we're gonna make money, it's just not, a few more years of that, then yeah, I'd be willing to put up better, much better numbers and go with it. But right now, we were just real happy to outperform what we thought we were gonna be, which we thought was realistic, and thankfully it did that. But we may not get that every single year if this continues into April, May, who knows what. But so just throw it out there, we were fortunate, and we're very happy with the outcome, but we'll try and continue going forward while we still have that facility.
Yeah, because am I reading it right that it basically, we came out even for the pro shop anyhow? The revenues and the expenditures?
Yeah.
Because we were worried about how much we
We
would
thought we'd have
subsidize
100,000 in the
yeah.
bank, and it actually is positive,
Yeah,
so.
That's good.
Yep. Okay, anything else on the pro shop? All right, then we will move to aquatics, the swimming pool. Under uniforms and safety, we pay for half the pool staff t-shirts and half lifeguard suits. We also pay half of the cost on any new certification, any new lifeguard certification. Some of them turn that in, some of them don't. So, there you go. Operating supplies, chlorine, acid, other chemicals have all increased, so that's what that's showing there. And then building improvements, and I know this one sounds kind of terrible, and I get it and I understand it. Do you have the picture there? Yeah, both of those. But I have budgeted $50,000 to repaint the pool, even though obviously we are hopeful that in 3 or so years we will have a new pool. We're getting to a safety issue with how the paint looks. You can go to the next one. And just some kind of bigger problem areas that we have. So we get those repaired as well, along with that repainting. But yeah, I know that sounds kind of crazy to spend $50,000 on it right now when, we're looking at that new pool. Yeah. But to be honest, The paint usually is supposed to last anywhere from 5 to 7 years, and then you're supposed to repaint again. And I believe it was in 14 or 15 that it was repainted. And
Tried to hold
so-
off as long as we could, hoping to be better, but at
Yes.
this point, we have to do something because it could be 3, 4 years, 5 years. We don't know, but this has gotta get addressed. You see the visuals of it, it's tough. It really is, which demonstrates as well why we probably need to try and move forward with a different facility. This is not even the worst of it. This is what you get photos of, because some of it you can't see yet. I just wanted to see if there
Well, those are the
Right.
photos we need when we're pushing forward a new aquatic center.
Right, yes,
And
I'll
I'm
be
surprised it
holding
holds
on to
water.
those.
I mean, seriously.
Well,
it does.
well, it holds most of it.
Most of it's a good answer for
I
that.
mean, you know, yeah.
The 50,000 that you have budgeted here, that includes your estimate for the repair work too, is painting and repair?
Yes.
Okay, because I didn't see a separate line for that.
No, I don't have a separate line, I just did it together as the repaint.
Well, it does leak water, the water's part of it, it's the chemical to treat,
Yeah,
goes back
right,
in,
right.
where the expense really comes in as well, and
Sure.
so, how do you offset that? But it can be inches a day we
Yeah.
lose, it can
Oh,
be,
it is.
oh my gosh.
And yeah, as James said, yeah, it's a big part of it is the chemicals that go into it, because you're losing that all the time.
Right.
That also throws off your balance, that throws off, it throws off a
Takes
lot of
more
stuff.
chemical to correct, and
It's-
staff time, the whole
What's it
thing.
doing to that site? The chemicals leaking
Chemicals in
into
the
it.
water. I mean,
Yeah, we don't exactly know what's happening with that
Like a
down
super
there.
fun site under the water. Maybe we could get some sort of federal relief.
Something. So
Are
as
there
much
any-
as we didn't want to do it, I don't think we can wait much longer based on what we're seeing. You can only caulk and patch by hand so much, you gotta take a little more aggressive approach. to Make it last another 2, 3 years or so.
We'll have underground salt mines in about 10,000 years.
Are there any other questions on the pool? Okay, then we'll get to.
Last one, 'cause we're hungry.
My last one for
Good
now.
job, Garrett.
It's pretty close, good enough.
Civic Center. This one's got some big things in it, as well, unfortunately. Building improvements, we, tried to do this a couple of years ago, and we didn't get any takers on it. So we're hoping to, branch out a little further and, get this work done. The work includes wallpaper in the Civic Center, council chambers, and the hallways. We'd end up, just painting that then, but all of this stuff needs to be removed. If you look in the, and Carla's got that, so that top picture is the wallpaper in the Civic Center, and you can see all the glue lines and, everything, and it's been really bad.
Better to
but
take the
it's
photo a
getting
little
worse.
ways away from it. You don't wanna take it real close, it's even worse. That looks as best, you're gonna see it right there.
So that's what the wallpaper is. Most of our offices are already painted and drywalled, so, we're not worrying about those at this time. In this line is also work for the pillars out front here. And by the pillars, it's the round pillars and then also the rectangular pillars as well. You can see how the salt's been eating those away. We're trying to get really creative with what we can do with those because the contractors that we have talked to haven't had great ideas that aren't unbelievably costly. So we're looking at some other material maybe to replace some of the bottom, cover that bottom, and keep it safe from salt. Because obviously, we also need salt out there as well throughout the winter, so it's kind of a, what do you do there? But anyway, so that's the pictures of those. And then we have the tile in both storerooms, Shane's office, and then the AV room. And so that's back to that first picture that Carla had up there. Those bottom two pictures are what the tile is doing throughout the Civic Center and the storage room areas. The last one for Civic Center is under capital improvements, and we're looking to continue working on this parking lot out front. We've done 2 or 3 repairs in the last 2 years, and yeah, those top 2 pictures there are part of the parking lot that we'd be looking to get done. So again, whatever that money can get us, we're looking at 8 to 12 panels to get replaced.
Are you looking at stripping off the wallpaper and then painting it, or painting over the wallpaper?
Stripping off the wallpaper. Yeah, because there's some areas that are peeling, especially
Yeah.
in the hallway and in the civic center that are peeling pretty bad
That's what I
too.
thought it would.
Yeah, yep.
You know, issues painting over wallpaper, that too. so.
Right, yep. Okay, any questions on the civic center or anything else before lunch?
Council, I want you to ask any questions you have, but remember, lunch is next.
When was this building built?
1992, I believe it was, and I think they moved in 93, right in that era.
No, we've had attempts to get this done before and just couldn't hire anyone, right?
Correct. So we're gonna take a little different approach at getting bids and, you know, because we've tried to stay as local as possible and it hasn't worked
Okay.
out, so we're
I
gonna
think
branch
the
out.
time frame was some of it too. We wanted it done a little more condensed. We may have to
Right.
broaden a lot longer what it takes, which may impact some of the rentals, but at some point, we have to get this done.
It may impact the rentals, it may impact some of our Monday night meetings. You know, I mean,
Well,
we might be in the construction area.
Okay.
I just don't know what your options are outside.
Yeah, we don't have great
Or
ones.
you just redo it how you did it and go with.
And see how long it
Change
lasts.
it, you know, have to go 30 years and replace it again.
Right.
One of the things that we're looking at, looking at is a small section or layer of granite going over, or something like that. If we can do something, but.
Quartz rock, something that'll maybe cover that somehow.
Yep, that'll kind of take the salt a little better.
Right.
But again, we don't know the exact cost on that either, but you're right, I mean, honestly, if you look at, what are we looking at, 30 years?
Right.
It's done pretty well for 30 years.
Salt in Iowa.
All right, if I don't hear anything else, I'm gonna just take a walk back here then.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thanks, guys.
All right, the study session, we'll break for lunch.
Time do you want to get back, sir?
Can you do 30 minutes?
Right at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
If you'd please bring your attention back to our study session, let's talk about some economic development.
Sounds like fun.
Connie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, I'm Connie Helwing, and we'll walk through the economic development proposed budget. I'm going to skip around a bit, but we'll start with that first page that lists out the economic development goals and objectives for the year. Those are taken from the Economic Development 5-Year Strategic Plan that was adopted by City Council in April of 2022. It revolves around 5 priority areas that were identified. Those being business development, and that's supporting existing businesses, attracting new businesses, and supporting the growth of small business and entrepreneurs. The second priority is workforce, that's attraction, retention, and development. The third priority is housing. Fourth priority is childcare, because that is a workforce issue. And the fifth priority identified was placemaking. And so these are the 5 priorities that this proposed budget supports. Now I'm going to skip around a little bit. I'm going to ask you if you will skip ahead to this spreadsheet. I'm going to talk through revenues. So at the top of the spreadsheet, it shows the various revenues that support economic development budget. The first is a generous donation that we receive from Waverly Utilities in the amount of $54,000 annually. And we also receive a private donation from Birgen Credit Union that is much appreciated. Their donation last year was $5,500, and so we're projecting the same for this year. The balance of the budget you see on this spreadsheet is funded through general fund. We also receive an allocation from hotel motel tax for the community marketing that we do, and we'll talk more about that later. Okay, moving on to expenses. If you want to turn the page to the account detail sheet, I will present from there as that's a little more detailed. We will start with personnel cost. So what is shown here is the 3 positions that are allocated to the economic development budget currently. It does not reflect any changes that will take place when Bill retires at the end of the current year. So what we have there is 3 positions shown. First is the director, and that's Bill's position. And this budget reflects the allocation of his position that's in the current economic development budget, which is 30%. Then there's the planning and development specialist, that's my position. That is a full-time 1 FTE as it has historically been. And then we also have an allocation for an office coordinator, and that position is filled by Kate McGlawn. Her salary is allocated between 3 different budgets. So she supports economic development, zoning, and legal. So again, 30% of her position is allocated in the economic development budget. Moving on, then beyond personnel costs to expenditures, I'm just going to hit the highlights of things that are non-standard in this or that are a change from previous year. But if you have any questions about anything I don't point out, please make sure you ask those. So we'll start with using memberships and subscriptions. Pretty standard, just a couple of things I want to talk about a little bit. There is an allocation in there for APA. That is the American Planning Association. And I'll just mention that about a year ago, my position was expanded to include more planning involvement in anticipation of Bill's retirement. So I'm joining the APA as a resource and training around that. That's an addition, just $100. The other thing I want to point out in there is there's an allocation for CVRP for $2,400. And I just want to explain a little bit what that's about. The CVRP is the Cedar Valley Regional Partnership. This is a 6-county economic development regional marketing partnership that we belong to, and we have since it was established in 2007. And the mission of this group is to market the entire economic region for business attraction and also for workforce attraction. And so I'll mention the counties included are Blackhawk, Butler, Grundy, Buchanan, Chickasaw, and Bremer, and I'm the representative for Bremer County. This group focuses on the things that we as individual economic development organizations really aren't capable of doing well on our own. And one example of that is we conduct a wage and benefit survey for the employers within the 6-county region. This will be the 3rd year that we've done that. And so that's something that Waverly really can't do effectively on our own. We don't have a large enough sampling of employers. And in reality, our employers compete with employers throughout the region. And so that's an example of something that we do through this group that we really couldn't effectively do on our own. The budget for the CPRP is $23,000 annually, and that is made up of these contributions from the 6 counties. As you can see, our share is $2,400, which is a really good value. So I think that's something important that we find each year.
And Connie, I know we've discussed in the past whether you felt like Bremer County is adequately advocated for in that group. I mean, do you feel like that it's worth us continuing to stay?
Absolutely. It really is, I think. We get a good value, I think, for that $2,400. And I will mention that that $2,400 allocation has not increased since when this group started in 2007. Okay. Okay, next is training and travel and conference. Again, that's pretty standard. We have a pretty minimal amount in there, and that is just for attending any conferences or seminars related to either economic development, planning, or housing. Those are all 1 or 2 day conferences that are within driving distance, and there aren't any of those that I attend every single year. Instead, I look pretty critically at what the agenda items are and just attend those that are applicable to what we're focusing on currently. So not a change there. Let's see. City vehicle, telecommunications, all pretty standard. The advertising 6402 I want to skip over and we'll come back to that. Contract services I want to talk about a little bit. We have $19,500 allocated in there for a housing needs study. And I just want to point out that I really consider that something, a critical need, something we really need to do this year. If you're not familiar with these studies, it's a study that shows current and projected housing needs within the community, and it's broken down by various types of housing and various price points.
And how often do we do that?
Every 5 years.
Okay.
And that's really the critical piece of this. For any developers who apply for like workforce housing tax credits or any of the state incentives for housing, one of the application requirements is the community has to have a housing needs analysis that's no more than 5 years old. The first one we did was in 2014. Maxfield Associates did that for us. They're out of the Twin Cities, very well known for doing their housing studies, and we got a ton of development that happened after that. Then we had an update done by Intercog in 2020, and this year I got a quote from Maxfield again. I think it's just really time for them to do a really comprehensive study again, and they provided a quote of $17,500 and plus travel expenses, so I threw $2,000 in there. So that's how we came up with the $19,500. So that's an actual number.
I think you look at the different housing we've seen since the Maxfield first did this, you have 140 units that were put up, and the 10 plexes and 12 plexes, almost all are full. You have the downtown upper story is done in full. The Lutheran Mutual building that had the apartments over towards Fidelity Bank on this side is full. We've got multiple subdivisions open now. We have 55 plus and Anna Estates going, and so there's a lot of change that's happened. And I think it's gonna be very telling as to where we're still short once Maxfield gets that done, because I think it's vital we do that. For what it generated the first time, no offense to Intercog, it just wasn't as robust as what Maxfield turns out. The update was okay, but we really didn't see the benefit as much as we will from this. They truly put it in layman's terms. You understand what's there, what's not there, and I think that's why some developers jumped on that niche that was missing, and obviously it worked well. 140 units later, they're full. And so I think we have a huge need still. It's a matter of determining what is it, how much is it, and I think that's really gonna be beneficial to get that done. I mean, 10 years, think of what the city looked like 10 years ago and where we are now. It's pretty amazing.
Well, the people who benefited from that were the people who read it. I mean, there were a lot of developers who read that and found out what we needed and were able to take advantage of that. So.
Absolutely.
We hear from the developers, not only is it necessary for tax credits, but just if they go for traditional funding for housing, those lenders like to see that proof of need.
I think it makes it more comfortable to do that housing too, that there is a need established versus I hope this sells. Now you're identifying area that it's there, and if you build, they will come and they'll fill it, and it's good for us, so hopefully it turns out a similar project when it's done.
Okay, now I'm going to go back up to advertising and talk a little bit about that in more detail. That is the piece of our budget that is funded through an allocation of hotel motel tax. The bulk of what we do in that area is community marketing that we do through the Waverly Welcome Home brand and marketing campaign. So I'll walk through the line items a little bit, and then I want to delve in a little bit more into the digital marketing. So the first thing we have listed there is the Waverly Welcome Home website, and that's hosting, maintenance, and the keeping the domain name active for $3,900. And I just want to mention that that website is the foundational piece of the home marketing plan. So that's, again, a critical need. The next line item is for Waverly Welcome Home digital marketing. And I'm going to skip over that and we'll go into a little more detail next. We also have some supportive things in there, like photography, to take photos of people and events to have on the website, some of the digital marketing. We have some swag there, and those are Waverly Welcome Home branded items that we give away at Heritage Days. Also, we send a number of items with the Chamber Main Street staff when they do Iowa Day at the State Fair. So again, just a way to get that, that brand out there. We have a line item for new industry recruitment, project proposals, maps, that kind of thing. So when we are doing recruitment, if we need something professionally printed or something like that, we have some dollars in there. And then the last line item is an ad that we place in the Waverly newspaper's Progress edition, where we recognize the business community. So now I want to have you turn to, I believe it's the third page in this section, where it's titled Waverly Welcome Home Digital Advertising Performance Report. And this is where I want to delve a little more into the details of that line item for the digital marketing. So I hope most of you are aware that Waverly Welcome Home is a community branding and marketing initiative for the community of Waverly. It was introduced in October 2020. It was created primarily as a workforce recruitment tool in support of Waverly employers, but it's also designed to attract new residents to the community as well as tourism tool to attract visitors. Shown below is a history of the paid advertising platforms that we have used in the past to drive traffic to that website that I talked about. You can see we started out, well, consistently we've used Google, Facebook. We did some TV, cable TV advertising early on, and we have done some OTT, which is over-the-top television advertising on streaming devices. I want to point out that in the current fiscal year, 23-24, we did not budget for any paid advertising. And that was a decision that was made based on the fact that we knew we were entering a difficult budgeting session. And so we cut that out of the budget. If you flip to the next page, there is the budget history there.
Can you tell me what SEO means? It says
yes.
worked on SEO.
Yes. Thank you. Search engine optimization. So what it does is it helps us rise to the top a little more when someone's doing an organic search.
Search engine optimization. Okay.
Thank you, Paige. So a little bit of a history on the budgeting for Waverly Welcome Home. When it first started out, that fiscal year 1920, we had a $120,000 budget, and that was when we just got out of the gate. We had to build a website, which, by the way, the cost of building a new website in 2019 was $12,500. We created a print brochure, had those printed, made them available to our employers. We shot a number of videos to use. So there was a lot involved in that first year. Every year since, we've had a pretty level budget of right around $60,000 for marketing. And so we have used a good portion of that in digital advertising to drive users to the website. And again, I want to point out that last year, we dropped that down to $12,000 and did not do the digital advertising. So the next few pages are going to show some analytics to show you the impact of when we were paying for digital advertising. So we do advertising around 3 primary campaign areas. One we refer to as recruitment, and that's more the workforce attraction, job opportunities in Waverly. The second one is relocation, and that's the new resident attraction. And the third is recreation, with more the tourism focus. So the next few pages illustrate website traffic during a period of time when we were doing paid digital advertising compared to a similar period of time when we have not been, just to show you the impact of driving traffic to the website. I want to start out by mentioning that to get counted in these analytics, what happens is a user would be scrolling a social media feed and they would see an ad for Waverly. If they click on the ad to learn more, they're then taken to a landing page, which is basically a one-page website where they read a little more, they might be able to see a video, and then there is another opportunity to take action to learn more yet. If they click that, it takes them to a website, and it's at that point that they get counted in the analytics we're about to go through. So I think it's fair to say that people have shown some interest by the time they get counted here. They've gone through 2 iterations of clicking to want more. The first one is related to the recruitment campaign, and that's where we're promoting jobs and the workforce recruitment. So what this shows is the time period of January through June, where we were doing paid advertising, and then July through December after we had stopped doing that. So you can see that the total users and sessions, we had a paid social budget of $8,400, and that was actually our 10-month spend. But during the 6 months, we had 6,500 users, compared to the 6 months where we were not doing advertising, we had 195. And then if you look at sessions, very similar, 9,669 compared to 468. So definitely that advertising was driving users to the site. Below that in the graph, you see that more visually. The first 6 months, you see the high amount of activity that's being driven to the site from those paid sources, and then it comes very close to flatlining. You're seeing a little bit of activity there, and that is where people are just typing Waverly Welcome Home in directly to their search engine, and it also reflects the organic Facebook post that Kate in our office does. So we get some numbers there, but not anywhere close to when we're paying for advertising. The next page is recreation, and that's more the tourism aspect. That shows over a 4-month period, users 2,387 compared to 12. Sessions 2,746 compared to 20. So significant impact. And then the last page shows the relocation, which is the move to Waverly attraction piece. Again, $4,800 spent. We had 6,501 users, 7,624 sessions compared to 80 users and 117 sessions. So the point of this is to show you the impact of what that paid advertising has. So with the budget before you, we are proposing to put funds back in to resume the marketing efforts in support of our priority area of workforce attraction. I do want to point out again, the funds for this piece comes from hotel motel tax. And I'll mention just a little bit about process. If this is approved in the budget, the next piece of the process would be we would work with our professionals at Amperage Marketing to put together a detailed marketing plan. We would show you what audience we're intending to reach, what platforms we would use to do that, and exactly the dollar amount of spend per each line item category. And then the council would have the opportunity then to review and approve that. So you have a high opportunity for involvement in that. And there's accountability also, because we'll be able to show you the analytics along the way. So it's very transparent to you how we're doing with our efforts.
So Connie, is the amount you need for that, is that in the advertising
It is,
break
yeah,
out here?
yeah.
Okay,
It's
so that's
the
all
line-
of that,
it's the
including
line.
what you think amperage might cost?
Yes,
too?
that's all in there. That's all in there in that line item for digital
How much is it
marketing.
just to do the marketing, like you were doing before you took it out of the budget last year?
We put 12,000 in, and that was just to do the photography and the giveaways at the state fair, and then about 5,000 or 6,000 to do the search engine optimization. Mhm. And also the website hosting to keep that up and going. So that's all I had. Any other questions?
Well, this might be more for James, but we've had a number of proposals here for items to be paid by hotel motel tax. And apparently there's some disagreement over how much we actually get in hotel motel tax. But have we actually added up all of these asks? And it's not more than what we anticipate taking in?
Correct. It would be able to be funded through
Okay.
hotel motel, and if not, there was a little bit of reserve for it in a sense, but it should not be an issue. When we get into hotel motel, and we'll jump into that by itself, you'll be able to see, we have this place in there, we have other requests possibly that could be, and there is money for it.
Well, my concern, well, a concern, not a huge concern, but if we're relying on hotel motel tax to fund a lot of these projects, what happens if we have another round of a COVID-type illness, or we have a giant flood, or we have something else that really seriously impacts that tax?
Right.
We have enough cushion there to?
We would pull back on our portion of this advertising and reduce it down to a bare minimum as we did before. I can't speak for what the other would do.
Actually, a real
That's what we
question
would
is,
do.
what's the impact of the bridge replacement going to be on the hotel motel taxes?
Right.
Well, that's one issue. I mean, the hotel motel tax is not something that, like property tax, where we can, even though we may not like the amount, it's very predictable. Hotel motel tax can vary a lot from year to year, and my concern is if we're funding programs, for example, the chamber, we talked about that, and we commit the chamber a certain dollar amount, that's gonna be really difficult to back off from if we don't receive that income.
And
that's why
work
we
with
have-
football to have another good season.
Yeah, we have a balance that would ride us for so many years, we needed to draw on that, and that's kind of why it sits there also, that fund does have a balance it generates. The goal would be if we did have a downturn for a year, so we could make good on what we committed to, and then the next year, we would have to adjust, similar to what we have done with this already.
So we're
We've
not
made that
budgeting
adjustment.
like 120% of our
No,
hotel motel
no,
tax?
absolutely
All
not.
right.
So the Welcome Home website serves a lot of the functions that it sounds like when the Chamber of Commerce was here earlier, wanting to revamp their website in some way. I wonder what will be the differences? What will their website, because they have similar topics, right, that they want to put on
Or
the
their
website.
duplication of effort?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, will it be redundant?
Well, what we've seen in the past though, and again, I wish the chamber was still here, but Waverly Welcome Home has been what's brought a lot of people into this community. They brought in people, ownership. HR Danielle Stratton actually saw this website before she moved here, correct? So it helped to have her take a look at this area and community. The tourism money that we've given to the chamber, we've seen it before and actually asked about it, which wasn't popular. They took it towards their own brand. So a competing brand with Waverly Welcome Home, which was frustrating as well. So I'm not sure what the balance is on if we're providing tourism funding, should we not also dictate what it's used for and how? Or are we gonna let that just go to whatever they would like to do with it, which I think is contradictory to what we're trying to do. And again, we tried to bring that up in a meeting, you recall how fun that was. And it was met with a lot of resistance and just a lot of rhetoric about it, but I have a problem with that money that we are providing on our behalf, they're not being utilized for what we as a city benefit from. And that's what that amount had been used in the past. Maybe it's different now. Well, we won't know, but that's my only issue with it. And that's what we're trying to do here is continue this process. We have the numbers, you've seen them, what happens with it, what happens without it.
It's pretty,
I
it's
prefer the
pretty
with it.
obvious.
Yeah, clearly.
Looks like it needs a defibrillator. Basically.
Right up that line, one, yelling at the hallway. So,
Yeah.
we have them.
The 53.6, I don't know how you come up with that number, because if you use what you paid on these examples, it comes out to 40,800. So $13,000 difference. It's higher in your estimate. Did the rate go up?
Can you, let's see, so are we
Well,
on?
you've got 6 months at 8,400. You got
Oh,
4 months at 4,800, and another 6 months at 4,800. If you take that out, that's about 41,000, not
right,
53.
right. The difference is the things that I didn't go into detail on is it would include the production of more videos.
Okay.
So what am I trying to say? The videos that people do the testimonials, and also the creation of the advertising. You know, we need to refresh the ads to keep those interesting. So there's the work to do that, and then also the work to create and update the landing pages. So those are all supportive pieces that need to happen to be able to effectively do the digital advertising. So it's not just ad placement, that number, it's all inclusive.
Okay.
Great question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Okay, community development and zoning, Paige, if you'd like to come up and talk us through that.
I am Paige Yoder, and I'm the zoning administrator and code enforcement officer, going through the zoning budget. I'll kind of focus on the budget account detail report. Those personnel costs are what we currently have. We've got the director, myself, and then an office coordinator that is split between economic development and legal currently. The other expenditures, the memberships, training and travel and conference, that's kind of been standard over the last couple of years. I do plan on going to a lot of those conferences in the next year. I've gone to a couple last, which were very beneficial. A lot of those other things go down: vehicle operation, fuel, telecommunication, those are standard. Code enforcement, we've had $10,000 in there the last couple of years. That number really can vary, depends on what comes up through the year. This last year, I mean, we had one that was almost 2,000 just to abate one nuisance. So that's why we've got that still at 10,000.
You seen an influx of that more and more, Paige, the nuisances having to be taken almost to court to get them fixed, or is it kind of leveling off?
The one that was closer to 2,000 was getting rid of junk at somebody's yard.
Right.
That's been one that's happened a couple times throughout the years, I know that. A lot of lawn mowing, snow removal, things like that have been happening that
Are
we
they
have to
repeat
abate.
offenders that continue to do this again and again, or
Not
is it kind
all
of
of
a one
them.
and done?
Yeah, a lot of
Okay.
them, once you do it once, then they're good to go the rest of the year, but there are a couple of repeat offenders.
Okay.
That number also is higher because we ash trees at Emerald. Ash trees and one other tree, I believe. If it is a private tree and is dead or dying, we can require them to take it down if it is harmful to the public. The next one that has some bigger numbers that are going to change is the contract services. We've got Spinutech, a couple of hours of web support that we just added in because over the last couple of years, every time we ask them to do something, it's a fee. So that's 2 hours of web support is all. GIS, additional layers. We're working on doing a building permit layer on our GIS system, which will be beneficial for my office, as well as Public Works and a couple other departments as they're out and about and see something happening, they can check to see if a permit is applied for. The big one though is the zoning and subdivision code updates. That is to hire a third-party firm to come in and help us completely rewrite the zoning and subdivision codes. I know last year we had put it in the budget, but we did remove it due to tight budget restraints there. Let me take a look.
And how often is that typically rewritten or revised?
I'm
know
not-
What's the recommendation?
I don't know the last time we've done it, if we've ever done it for this.
I don't think. Yeah.
But is there a standard, like people recommend you look it over every, 10 years, or?
Depends on how many changes have happened within that time period. Probably not quite 10. I think
Okay.
we'll probably go longer than that. I mean, I've been with the city for 9.5 years now. I was the office coordinator for the zoning department until I stepped into the zoning administrator a year and a half ago. during my 9.5 years, we've seen a lot of inconsistencies or things that we wanted to change. We'd piecemeal one thing here, one there, and it'd just be nice to be able to do it all so it's cohesive.
So they haven't done a revamp since you've been with the
No.
city?
I don't know if we've ever really done one in this area. I mean, like Paige has said, we've changed parts to benefit this, but they may contradict another area we're not looking at. And that's what the ultimate goal is, to have somebody else look at this. Because we're a little too close to it and say, okay, well, this offset's here, this references something doesn't even exist anymore. We have that in there, I know we do. And we have it in our city code, we're gonna try and get that done too. Because we gotta clean that up, or it creates loopholes or problems or legal issues if there's challenges, because it doesn't tie out to what it should. So whether or not we include this or keep it, somehow we're gonna have to try and get some of this done, even if it's in-house with some consulting help, but we do have to probably get that done. You know as well as I do how many times we brought through zoning changes, subdivision changes, driveway changes. It's a lot, and I don't know that it's all been vetted completely out across the entire code.
And so kind of speaking to what James just said, I listed out, in the last year, we've had 5 different zoning code changes. We've amended the C2 permitted uses. It used to list out every individual business. We changed C2 to be more generalized, more uses, so if your business type fits here, and that's what we'd like to do all over the commercial and industrial ones. We added to the M1 permitted uses. We didn't redo that whole permitted uses, but we added to it. We amended to clarify accessory building setbacks, because things come up with that. The alternative energy section, we amended it because we started seeing so many solar roof panels. They're having to go through a special provisional use, which requires a planning and zoning meeting and then a board of adjustment meeting. They all met code requirements, so why send them through that process? Rather now, the change allows staff to approve those. And then the last one was the duplex and single family attached driveway widths that we just did, end of 2023. And again, speaking to that inconsistency, some of the big code sections that we constantly run into, those inconsistencies, are non-conforming uses. There are a lot of homes or businesses in older sections of town that don't, are not in accordance with today's code. So can you replace those if a fire burns them down? That's a question that's always asked by mortgage holders when somebody looks to buy a house or a building. Parts of the code say, yes, if your foundations isn't changed, you can rebuild. Others say, nope, it can be rebuilt, refoundation, everything. So they contradict each other. And in that, is it just the house or primary structure, or driveways, accessory uses, decks? Are they all included in that? That's kind of that gray area. Another one is corner lots. Corner lots are mentioned in 5 different places in the zoning code. Every time you have a slightly different answer. What is considered the front yard? What's considered the side yard? What can I do in what side?
Thankfully, nobody argues any of this, and it's all just nice and clean and easy, because nobody argues any of this at all, they're lawyers. And so again, not to make light, but that is why this has gotten to be burdensome, because it is in 5 different places, but the definition's not quite the same, not clear. And for us to go back through and try and clean that up, as close as we are to it, it's gonna be difficult. So even if we have to piece it in, somehow it has to start soon.
And it almost seemed like corner lots and the non-conforming, it almost seemed like they tried changing it and adding a section in, but then they didn't change or remove the old sections. Commercial requirements, we come up with driveways, widths, locations, things like that. That's in the municipal design standards. I'd like to actually bring it into our zoning code. Residential driveways, I think that was added into the zoning code in the last 10 or 15 years. That was also only in municipal design standards. Easements is another one. With fences, we get people wanting to put their fences and easements all the time. We have in our code that you can't do your decks, your patios, things like that. Fences get a little more gray area in underground fences rather than above ground. So I just like to clarify all of those, as well as the patio versus deck versus porch. People like to find the loophole. I'm doing a paver landscaping patio rather than a concrete patio, and so really just to clean all of those up. Yep, we can definitely edit them one by one piecemeal. At some point it would be nice to just completely get a consultant in to help redo the entire codes, so it's not just our staff trying to look at different cities. We've got people who are specializing in it. I'm gonna leave that with the rewrites. Otherwise, the rest is just kind of standard, so I don't know if anybody's got questions.
Paige, I'm just looking at the historical spreadsheet here.
Yeah.
And there is an item under contract services in the 21-22 fiscal year for $60,138. Is that's the comp plan? I think so. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that was not for this.
So
It would have
it's
been
not-
comprehensive land use plan.
Okay.
Yep.
The one, I did have another question though, with the $10,000 budgeted for code enforcement.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that is where the city has to go in and do something to a property because of code enforcement, either clean up the property, do mowing, do, I don't know, snow removal is included in that, but all of that kind of stuff. Isn't most of that charged back to the landowner then?
Eventually it will be, yes. So we have to upfront the cost. We get that with the clerk, I believe it's 30 days that we give them to pay. If they don't, then it gets assessed against the property and it goes on to their property tax statements.
Okay,
As a separate line
It goes back
item.
into the general fund then? It doesn't actually show up on your budget, it just goes,
Assuming they pay it.
assuming they
If they
pay.
pay it,
When
it
it's
goes
assessed
back.
against the property, we're not getting a check cut back to us to cover, that's why we don't put the revenue in. Because it artificially puts in that may not come for years.
Right.
They have to pay it and it's assessed and not all in the same year. We don't receive that
Okay.
offsetting, because I understand where you're at,
That's
and I
my
wish we
question.
had that. We don't get it same year, seldom do we get that. It's if they pay it, and the if is a big part of it. It's similar as if they're gonna mow it, if they're gonna clean it. The if doesn't happen very often. Usually we have to force that issue.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
your
all.
argument for
We don't
having a
like-
consult done and just do it all with a third makes a ton of sense. And
It
you should
does.
know that Pete was nodding in support through most of your presentation, so.
Why was there such a big jump in that from fiscal year '23 to last year to '25?
For which part?
The code enforcement.
I think we had 10,000 last year too.
Well, but the year before it
Oh.
was 2,600, and the year before that it was $47.
Yep, so prior to the 10,000, the big jump up is when we started enforcing these ash tree removals. And so we have required a couple each year of ash trees to come down. So if homeowner didn't do it, we would be charging that cost up front. So we just want to make sure we had enough in there for at least a tree or two a year.
So yeah, 23 is the actual. We're estimating this year as we're pushing more and we'll have more in the spring, that we might hit that 10. And so I think we're gonna get more aggressive. We're gonna be talking to Public Works a little bit about assisting with code enforcement at times. If you see it, say something and try to, again, get a little more aggressive about getting things cleaned up and taken care of, instead of being, complaint driven. We want to be a little more proactive and get out there and try and get some of this addressed before it gets bad enough we're having to get to the courts.
Has it made a
So-
difference to have vegetation management out there looking too, or?
We don't
seems
have
like
them
we've
doing
just-
that yet.
okay, they're not.
And they'd be focused more on drainage areas, those kind of things,
Yeah.
versus, if you're driving a truck recycling, you're gonna see every single
Yeah.
street, city and street and everybody.
Right.
Can they identify, can they let us know? And it's something we're just gonna look at, but we wanna get a lot more proactive on code enforcement. Because right now, we get hit all the time, why isn't this happening, why isn't it happening? We don't drive every street every day all the time. I can't week to week go by and make sure you've mowed your yard. Others do, apparently, we get called a lot, but we don't have the time to do that.
Yeah.
So
With
we
just
are.
me as a body, I'm in the office most unless they call and let me know about some. And if I see others along the way, then I'll include those on my list, but.
Or picking up garage sale signs or gun show signs in the right of ways, and we get that constantly. And Paige is one person, I appreciate all she does, but she's one person. And she does have to actually be in the office once in a while, because otherwise you could spend all your time
Yeah, driving
picking
around.
up signs and driving all over looking for yards that aren't mowed, and we
Right.
don't wanna do that. But, we just wanna get further ahead of it than being complaint driven only.
So I have, and this is like probably something you can't answer. In here I see the notary application. In economic development, there's also a notary application. How many notaries do we have on staff?
So we could probably take one of those out. So those are for Kate McGuan and myself.
Okay.
And then economic development was for Connie's.
Okay.
And so each one of them, it's nice to have a handful of them in the office just in case
Sure.
somebody's not there at the time being. 60,000, Kate's and I are on alternating years. We just leave it in just for
Okay.
the ease of it.
Okay.
Because sometimes you're filling out documents and you need a rotary, it's easier to just do it right on the spot.
It makes sense to have one in-house. I'm just curious how many we have in-house.
I'd say total city hall, we probably have half dozen, maybe-ish, right in there.
Okay.
Different departments that have different uses for it.
Ours is just a little heavier in ours because we do a lot of.
Right, you got the legal
ones that
side of
have-
it too,
Right.
whether it's court costs, et cetera, so yeah.
It's always good to know where one is, I mean.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Yoder, thank you so much.
So legal service, I didn't make Bill stay for this because, I mean, it's a very simple budget. I'll just run through it with you myself, actually. Obviously, you're aware that we're gonna lose Bill Werger in June. He is gonna retire. And so we're not 100% sure what we're gonna do with that position. That's why you see some of the funding in here still. Whether we have an attorney on site or we contract in a company to do that part of the legal for us, or if we use Allers and Cooney, which we use for a lot of our stuff in Des Moines, that's all still getting figured out, but the way the budget's looking, we're gonna have to take a real hard look at it and make some kind of a recommendation 2 weeks from now when we bring it back to you. So as far as legal, the core of this is going to be money for contract negotiations, urban renewal expenses. We take properties in and out of urban renewal. There's a cost to that, no matter who does it. And then we get any assistance from our bond attorneys, just legal in general from other sources in case it's contradictory for us to do it. That's what you're gonna see out of this budget. And then there may be, like I said, a fee for contract if we have an outside attorney do municipal infractions, advice on certain things such as code, ordinance, and that's really all this budget's gonna be. We could fold it into another, but I'd rather keep it separate to track how we're utilizing that. But as you see, there's just not much there other than those two items and possibly some personnel.
So the item for legal expense is when we call in out-of-town attorneys to help us.
If we need somebody else, a specialist or something to help assist us with that.
So if you did that for everything, rather than hired, had a city attorney,
Right.
how much do you estimate would add on for cost?
Stipends before have run 20, 30,000 for the year, depends on what you're having them do. And we're starting to look into different options for that. I don't know that I'm gonna bring another in-house attorney in because there is a lot of conflict because they represent people throughout the city.
Yeah.
So then you have to bring somebody else in anyway. So we may go slightly out of the city to bring in someone as needed. We'd have to negotiate kind of what that looks like, but it could be
They just pay an
another
hourly fee for that.
30,000 stipend and they're done, or we go by hour, either way. And that's why we'll keep it separate to make sure we track that. But that's kind of what we're starting to hammer out. I'll meet with Paige and Connie and see what best suits what we're doing from a legal standpoint. And even, Kate does a lot of that work now, processing, et cetera, and she'll have an idea also of kind of what we need and don't need. But for the most part, we use Allers for a lot of our big stuff and development agreements, labor negotiations, bond attorneys. They can do a lot of this work from Des Moines as well for us back and forth. So we may continue to utilize them, which is already in the budget. And then just bring someone in for specified things that we want done. Like I said, mainly it's enforcement of code and ordinance.
So this is kind of our best guess placeholder for how much we think it's gonna cost, and then after we've done it this way for a couple of years, we'll have some sense of how much it really costs.
Yeah, and then like I said, the payroll side of this, I don't know what that's gonna look like. That's the unknown that will back out depending on how much we need for a attorney going forward, so. This is one of those areas we're still working through, but we'll have something done in the next 2 weeks when you have to make a decision on it. So that's all I have for legal. I don't know if there's any other questions you guys have or anything on that, but we'll get through that. So if you jump into admin, mayor, council, I'll have Carla walk through this, if you would, ma'am.
So, for mayor and council, really nothing changed. So, I mean, other than the percentage of increases that were required, or, things like that, but otherwise, nothing has changed. And so, if you don't have any questions, I'll move on to city clerk. But if you do have questions, please ask them.
Just note the one kind of holding, there's nothing there but a possibility of a strategic planning in there.
Yeah.
That'll be up to you.
We'd have to look at what that looks like, but it isn't, because, as we talked, when we did the strategic plan for economic development, it really evolved into kind of reinforcing the city's plan as well. And so we have done something like that in the last number of years, but the big, full-blown strategic plan has been 6 years, it was 17, 18, somewhere in there.
August of 18.
It'll be about just over 5 years now, and so that may be coming due. Whether or not you want to do that, we'll probably talk about that when we kind of get down to what this budget looks like. But that's something, we just didn't put it in, not knowing what that would be, so.
I'm kind of of the opinion that something like that would be good after we had the housing assessment. I mean, because that would be a useful piece of information.
I mean, it's one of the big things we're trying to develop, so it would not be a bad idea, actually, but that's the only reason it's not in there. We're just not certain of the timing.
And because last year we had MSA, and now if we're looking at a housing assessment, I don't know when it might be needed again. Again, it would be up to you guys, so. I think that's all.
Okay, you'll jump to city clerk then.
Okay, the city clerk is quite the same, with the exception of, I did want to point out, you'll find it a little bit awkward that that city elections at the bottom of the city clerk worksheet has only $250 in it. Well, that is a placeholder for our, hopefully, referendum for the swimming pool. Now, since it's a general election year, presidential and all that stuff, we won't get charged for the elections for having that on. However, I put aside enough money to publish the ballot, because those sample ballots have to be published. Shelley didn't mention it, but it made me a little nervous that she didn't, because I always get charged for them. So I just put them in. The only other thing is, I have 16,000 that I've kind of reserved for, as Paige is doing, code revisions. And that would be for the remainder of the code, taking the zoning out, because that's a whole different animal in itself. But there are a lot of inconsistencies within the code. I was telling department staff how just really bad the language is in part of it, so it's almost offensive, but I won't go into that.
You said that was, so there's 19,000 here, so you're saying like
Right.
a certain amount of that is other publications and part is the code?
Well, no, $19,000 is for publications only.
Right.
Legal publications.
Right.
And I bumped that up just under $1,000 for the code revisions.
Okay.
However, I did put aside, did I put that in, maybe I put that in city council,
Simmering and
sorry.
Corey, is that a company? that
Yes.
does
I
that?
see, under contract services, I see it
Yes,
now.
they are, they do a lot of code work, code revisions.
Okay.
They, all across the state, they help cities with that. And so, I actually got a quote a couple years ago, you've kind of heard this several times today. Kind of pulled back on the budget, things were not looking so great. They actually offered to do it for the same price that they quoted me a couple years ago. And so, I was like,
It's hard to pass up,
as
right?
badly as it needs to be done, I would really hate to miss out on that opportunity for the same fees. And it's kind of nice, it'll end up being online, and they will update it with each code revision, and they'll have it online and refreshed, and probably a whole new look. I'm guessing that a lot of it is gonna change the way that we know it as of today. So, yeah.
Don't get to keep the 6-inch binders.
You can keep the code binder all you want. So you guys can
You can print
keep
it out if you want.
those big code books if you want to. I sure don't care.
I have a question about technology services,
Yes.
Bergen. Did we talk about using them? Or I thought we were moving away from Bergen.
No, it's a mistake. It shouldn't be Birgen KDV. That should be RSPN.
Because that's our new company, right?
Yes.
RSPN?
Yep.
Same, the amount is correct?
Yeah, we are not using Birgen KDV.
No, we are
RSPN.
not.
Okay,
Oh, it's on.
That is the increase for
Yeah.
It's on the
RSPN.
contract
Yeah.
services.
Sorry, I thought I
below, but
changed
not the
that.
Technology.
Because that was just a few months ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, that should be
And I will tell you,
RSPN.
it's been
What's the new
outstanding.
name?
New company,
New name is.
way faster, better service.
What's the new name?
RSPN.
RSPN.
It's listed in the contract services for some of the.
Oh, I see.
The cost of
From
equipment, we're not
Microsoft.
getting upcharged as much, the overhead, they're not charging us for all this petty, nothing. Way, way better. Better service all the way around.
And are they doing like an hourly fee, or is it just a
They have
contract?
contract for.
For whatever we need?
Everything.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, I just missed changing that one
No,
thing.
that's okay.
It's
Yeah, it's been
RSPN
a lot
down
of
in the
things
contract.
together. There's a few
services.
more of these I've seen that we'll correct before we get it back to you, so.
Sure.
Were you gonna get to the postage newsletters thing?
Oh, I sure can.
Increase.
That's
So
just for you,
that-
Rod.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, seriously, this is something you've been talking about, if I
Yeah.
can, Carla. We would like to send out a monthly newsletter, such as what Public Works does, but every month. And then that but add to Public Works, Parks, what they've done, everybody. And that's kind of been, the office looking at that. I know it's a bit more, but that is all truly postage and printing.
Okay.
Otherwise, the content, we've been doing an internal one as well, which has been helpful, some things for us. But in discussion with wanting to have more stuff out there,
Right.
that's what that looks like. And so we almost started it. I thought, no, we better bring it to make sure you're okay with it. But that's what that is. It's mailing out a newsletter monthly to the community, talking about ordinances, leaf burning, all that stuff that we've talked about.
That's in addition to the newsletters that already go out, like
Yes.
Public Works? Okay.
Yes, theirs would stay the same.
Yeah,
We
all
would
the
just
others
bill it
is-
all the other months.
I think it's
with other
replacing.
things. What's that?
It's combining Public Works with all the other departments, so theirs wouldn't, Public Works wouldn't have one anymore.
Oh,
Wouldn't be a
okay,
separate
okay.
one, it would
So
be
just a
one.
citywide.
All citywide.
Gotcha.
Not necessarily separate, it could be a dominant one for that
Yeah,
time
for
period,
that
but we will
month.
blend in
Yep.
Right.
all kinds of things. So as we're talking about in the fall, your leaf burning, don't do
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
here's your ordinance.
Right, right.
We would try to accommodate all that, and that's been
That's good.
something I know we've talked about. We thought, let's try and see what that looks like, and that's what it looks like to do that,
As
so.
long as you keep the little section about recycling in the like schedule and stuff. It's helpful.
Sure, we can accommodate
All
that.
that stuff. Just for me, yeah.
Rod have all of a sudden become subscribed to a bunch of city management journals. And the last one I read had a very convincing article in it about, this is a time in history where it's really important to have citizen engagement and communication. Because we have people who don't trust government now, you know, more now than before. We've got some civil dissent, that this is the moment in
it's good.
history to really double down on engagement. I think this is a great idea.
So continue, please, thank you.
That's really all I had, unless you guys have more questions.
Any more questions?
What computers are we replacing? So I say, under capital equipment, we've got purchase of computers for $46,000.
Yeah, so all of our computers citywide are on a 5-year rotation, so I believe this next fiscal will be these. Council
right here.
chambers
Oh.
computers. Yeah, so, and it's that and a few stragglers, so that's why it's a little bit less than.
It's a
it has
5-year
been.
rotation.
Yeah, but it's a 5-year rotation, so these are the ones that are next.
Nothing else?
All good questions.
Thank you, Ms. Geyer.
So finance, HR?
I had a question, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
You've got a
Yes, sir.
service contract for the copier, but then you also have a budget to buy a new copier. There's just two copiers involved, if you would.
Well, we do have 2 copiers. However, when you purchase a copier, you also almost always need to have a maintenance agreement. And so that covers the price of each copy, plus the ink or the toner that you are replacing, repair and maintenance of the machines.
As long as we keep them, towards the end, it starts to get a little pricey. We've kind of found out that that is probably a better way to go, or else they're charging us pretty good for those copies coming out. So the agreement is cut down on that. Because we don't just get rid of them that often. We ride them out pretty well. And one we've got now, I'd say it's trying to survive, but it's hurting itself.
It looks like the service contract for the color copier is much more than the one for the black and white copier.
Color is always more.
Okay.
However, I will say that, oh gosh, it's probably been 8 years ago or so, but they did a cost analysis, and to do a desktop printer costs you about $0.25 per page.
Okay.
And to do a copier printer is usually less than a penny.
Okay.
So just the toner and everything else is so much
Right.
more expensive, so.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Val, if you would.
Val Northrup, I'm the finance director, and in the finance and human resources department, we have Karen Norton, she's accounts payable, Ann Wagner, she does payroll and benefits, and then Danielle Stratton, she's our human resources director. I'm just gonna hit some of the larger expenses that came to our department. Most of the other ones are kind of like, we kept about the same. In contract services, yes, I'll start with that. Contract services, excuse me, I'll start with consulting and professional fees, excuse me. The largest increase is the audit. This will be the final year of the contract with them. And it's increased from last year. And majority of the increase is all these GASB changes. So, and sometimes even with this fee, I increased it a little bit from what they said because usually then they charge us a little bit more because another GASB has come by. So it costs us a little more. So that was an increase in that one for the consulting professional. In contract services, we have new contracts because we've utilized UKG now for benefits, and also we're rolling it out into payroll. Instead of having paper timesheets, as you're aware, last year we approved to have payroll services go through that. So now we have contracts with that, so that's increased with that. We are also going to be starting with background checks for employees, so there will be an additional fee on that. And then the largest one is looking at a new financial system for the city. We've been using the Simplicity or G-Works for a financial system for many, many years, and it works to extent.
Just not well.
Yes, for example, the street you're looking at right now is all manually done. I run a report and I manually type every single number in.
G-Works is not spreadsheet compatible, at least
Yes.
not to where you can read it, not without mining it and cleaning it up for page to page. We've complained about it forever. There's a way to get a spreadsheet, but it's ugly and it's
very
not
ugly.
beneficial. And you still have to clean it up to make it look even close to this. So everything you see in this entire book, Val had to redo by hand into an Excel spreadsheet to get it ready so you could read it and be nice and pretty. That's why we're tired of this system. And many other reasons.
Yes.
So we know they're not free. There's a couple we're looking at, but I don't know what we're gonna do yet. We just need to do something different though. I think they're building a new one.
Yeah,
They claim they're building a new system, but I don't know how much they're really supporting the existing one. And that's been really difficult, because how long does it take to get an answer on support once in a while?
Sometimes 3 days at least.
And at this time of year, you don't have 3 days to wait to hope. And even then, you're not sure if you can get the answer you need, so.
And that's been the thing, because like with the accruals that we use, a lot of times in the system, the techs I talk to, they're like, well, you use accruals and our system doesn't recognize that. So I've learned through the year and a half or so, some reports I can trust, other reports I can't. So, and how to kind of work with that. So it has been quite a thing. And in addition to with the financial system, I've also added into like the payroll and possible intern. Because with us getting into the UKG payroll system, we have been overwhelmed with how much has been involvement in that, more than we thought. And so our entire department's been working hard on that. I actually wrote in Jen Johnson to help out with that. So we thought maybe we had an intern to also assist, because that's going to be a huge undertaking, the financial system, so.
We're hoping to find a system that have other modules that'll also help us, whether it's credit card, whether it's, because it exists. I mean, it'll be interesting to see the difference in what's out there and what we have now, because I think what we have, I don't want to say it's archaic, but it's been through at least 3 or 4 names in the last 10 years, from Summit to Simplicity to G-Works to, I don't know what's next, but it just keeps getting bought and sold, and I don't think it's getting better. It just becomes part of larger companies that can say, well, we have this too now, but the service has not been very good, and we just need to probably get away from it somehow. So we have a couple in here, correct, that we're debating on?
Yes, yeah. One of them is the higher upfront fee for the initial installation, and that's the $70,000 upfront. And then it's yearly, it's going to be $8,500 annual. But then the other one is $40,000 upfront, but then it's $20,000 annual to keep it. So I haven't had a chance to completely look at them both, but that's why I budgeted for the higher one upfront just for now, just to have it in there, so. I
So
see
it may
what
be
they
a
can
real
do.
slick, quick budget next year to crank out if we get a better system than trying to do this by hand again. Because if you transpose a number, the formula doesn't work, I mean, it is a tremendous laborious thing to do for no reason really, just because the
It's just
system
busy
won't
work.
allow us to do
Yeah,
it. And that's what's been frustrating forever. It just will not spit out a clean
Yeah.
budget.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Any other questions, council?
Maybe Val, you could tell people what GASB is, for the newbies on the council, the GASB audit thing. And I know there's no easy explanation, but.
No, there is not. We need some
It's
guidance
the
from
Accounting
you.
Standards Board.
Yeah.
So they dictate what we do and don't have to do. A while back, GASB 34 was the big crazy one that you had to do all this stuff. Then you had another GASB that started OPEB, so which is former employee benefits outside of work, you know, if we offer that. I think we're in GASB 100 and something now. So every year, there's more and more stuff you have to comply with, which means there's more it's audited. I think we have 50, 60 more pages in our audit now because of GASB work in the last 3 years. So GASB is a standard board that determines what you will and will not audit. The goal has been to try and move it closer to private industry, which will never be the same. But that's why all this stuff has been added. Whether it's changing the name of your fund balances, you know, if you have one, that'd be nice. What's that look like? And it's just simple things, some of it, and some of it's extremely complicated to add into there. And that's what makes these fees go up. It's their manpower to audit to make sure we're doing it. But yeah, GASB's not well liked among the industry very well because it's constant changes.
Yeah.
Every year there's something new.
Yeah, fiscal year '22, I know the big one there was leases, so they had to audit our leases. Fiscal '23, it was IT and our.
It was like
contracts.
software
Yep,
leases and software you use. And so every
Yep.
year there's something else we're having to dig out and mine for them to put in the audit, add some pages, add some cost, and continue forward. So it's yeah, no thanks, GASB.
And you thought when they update DSM it was terrible. Any other questions?
So we're getting a money counting machine?
I have budgeted for that as well. We found over the summer, I mean, very thankful that the golf course has done very well, but
Okay.
Karen will spend a lot of time counting money, and so just
Okay.
that might help
Okay.
the process a little bit, so.
We hope you have a bunch to count, but we're not sure yet.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we may not need it.
Any other questions?
Well, Val, I planned to thank you for all your work on the budget. I know you've been staying late, coming in early, and I know it's been extremely stressful. But now that I know that you've been typing this in by hand. Oh, my
Thank you
gosh.
even more.
Thank you
Yeah,
very
very
much.
much.
You're welcome.
Just awful.
Yeah.
Okay, Thank you.
All right, well, now we're getting to some of the funner stuff, if you can call it that. And Val will assist with a lot of this as well. So health and social services, some of the departments that you saw come in or the presentations are actually funded out of here. We have a little bit of money comes in for permits, special events, block parties, things like that. This is where we pay for regional transit, or RTA. They provide rides and transportation for people with disabilities and others. Sister City, we always set aside a little bit for them, it's about $900. We left these blanks, we didn't want to assume, based on how the budget was, if you want to jump in all this. This is all still general fund, this is not hotel motel, any of this. So as you saw earlier, NEICAC, the Senior Center, Heritage Days, the DEI Commission, they actually are through here, not hotel motel. And then refunds, we're not giving refunds, what are you talking about? And then we jump down to historic preservation, which is asked for a little bit of an increase as they try to move forward with another, I believe it's another section of the city they're looking to designate, but that really is the makeup. The only other item in here is at the bottom, you see Gross Cedar Valley. We reduced that last year from 5,500 to 3,000. I know that's where Connie had talked as well. I mean, I think there's a place for us there. It just maybe wasn't that dollar amount. They have changed leadership again. So Carrie Dara has retired and now Katie Susong, who is the CEO of Cardinal Construction, has switched over. Now she is head of Gross Cedar Valley. So I don't have an issue staying in one more year to see how she does and how the organization's gonna change possibly. But we're gonna need to see some more changes to continue to want to support it going forward, because we are not represented We are in body, but not by what they do. We just don't have that much need for that community effort, more they need us. It's more Waterloo Cedar Falls, and it really shows when you attend the meetings. So unfortunately, that's what we're seeing. But I think they had a meeting here a month and some ago. It was a great meeting, educational session with President Wartburg, you and I, and the Hawkeye. I think it went very well, so we do get something out of it, but maybe not to the level we were a few years ago. So you can decide at a different time if we keep that or not, but I wouldn't do any more than the 2,500 right now. So then you have all the attachments for the items that have been presented before you from Heritage Days and the other items. This is just kind of where that falls. It is all general fund. It's just broken out separate, so you can track what this looks like.
Helping Services for Youth and Family? I've not heard of them. Other people familiar with them?
No.
Jen, are these friends of yours?
I know this much about it.
I'm not sure how they came to us. A couple times I've seen this request for $100. I don't know if someone gave an individual contribution at one time, but I don't remember us ever funding them as a city, if you know, Carla.
Joan Greenlee came to the city, oh gosh, back in 12 or 13. Phil Jones was administrator, and she was affiliated with this group.
Okay.
And at the time, we don't want to take it to council for $100, so department heads just each pitched in and gave $100. And now it's come back a few more times since then, so that's kind of how it just kind of came to us.
I don't know anything about them. I've not met with them. We just put it in there as we do everybody, but I don't have any idea. Bremer County Historical Society, I was kind of hoping they'd be here as well. That's the other one that's been requested of you. They simply say they're looking for $8,000 towards operations. I'm not sure what that means exactly, because it isn't really stated in their request, and so, I don't know if you want to see if we can get them in here to discuss it, or
Maybe getting some detail before
something.
February 3rd.
So they've talked about the restoration of the wall, the foundation repairs, and I get that, and then visitor count. But when it just says operations, I don't know what that's really towards, without having a better explanation, so.
And James, I just had a question about we got the one page with the resolutions, and I think it was the approved policy for funding of outside agencies. It was on that first page.
Right.
So I have a question, since I sit on a couple of these as the liaison, am I a voting member on those commissions or not?
I don't believe so.
It says I'm a voting member in this paragraph, but I have not been functioning as a voting member.
Let me see, I don't think we have.
It says a voting member.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't think typically we have been.
Not that
No.
I'm aware of. We might need to change it. Because that has not been the case with other commissions
Okay.
or anything in the past, that you're a voting member.
Yeah, so I have not been functioning as that. Then I
Okay.
read that and wondered, so maybe that needs to be looked at.
Yeah, we probably should change that. Glad you brought that up. So we'll work with staff and try and get a little better explanation on the museum as to what they're looking for, so have that to you before we meet again. But
Well, or
that's
just in general.
what you've
I don't know that it
seen.
needs to happen before our budget meeting, but just
Yeah.
for guidance going forward.
I agree. So that's what we have in Health and Social Services. We'll certainly answer any questions if you have them as it pertains to this.
My one comment about the agency that asked us for $100, and I'm not familiar with them. We are not in the same mental health region
Okay.
as Decorah. So we're sort of an island, as far as I recall. I don't know if you remember. But we head more south, over toward Dubuque and south. I can't remember if we're in the region with Winneshiek, but.
In their domestic violence, we are in the same
Are we?
region.
Okay. And Friends of the Family covers all that, so.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering, while I'm making a note to go back and look at this resolution, as far as whether you sit as a voting member or not, are you wanting to?
No, I've always been comfortable just sort of being an observer.
Okay, I just want to know how to kind of write it.
Yeah, no, that was, it looks like it's targeting where we're giving them funds, not the city commissions, but the agencies
Right.
like
Yeah.
Heritage Days and the Senior Center. No, I'm happy to not vote on those commissions, so.
Yeah, thank you.
I would concur.
Okay, Any other questions on that? Now we'll jump into special revenue funds. So this is where you get into TIF. We have a unified TIF, although we have a separate one now with the addition of the Red Fox. So TIF is the mechanism, the state likes to pound on this too, this will be this year also, where we were able to divert tax dollars from certain areas we designated to pay towards improvements, whether it be streets, utilities, things of that nature. It got kind of a bad rap quite a while ago, and some cities would put 3/4 of the city in TIF, things like that. We don't feel they were really utilizing it in the manner it was meant to be. We've always used a scalpel, not a cleaver. We carve off a parcel, that's what we put in, that's what we take out. We don't put in entire chunks of this. Back in the late 90s, we did have a few of those that were like that. They've since expired. We're no longer able to collect, but we could spend funding on them. And that's what Bill has brought to you a few times, to eliminate properties that are no longer functioning in the TIF. Alleyways, things that don't generate revenue, because unfortunately it has a bias towards offsetting revenue we could have received by showing that it's a negative. So we have tried to clean that up, but basically the TIF you see, this is to pay for the TIF bonds that we have out there, and they list them next to it, 2014A, 15B, 17A, and 18A. So we actually take out a bond for TIF, this is where it comes from. So you have to basically borrow and then pay it back with TIF. You can't just go spend it on something you would like to. They don't allow us to do that. So that is what the unified and the next of West Waverly TIF, that is specifically for the Red Fox. If that development agreement goes forward, and I'm not certain what's happening out there yet. We're kind of trying to get in the discussions to see where that is, but so far we have not paid any funding to that property based on the development agreement at hand. So,
James, I'm wondering, for the 3 people who are online, maybe a quick definition of what TIF is.
Tax increment financing is what they call it. So when we do a TIF agreement, we have a certain base that stays there no matter what, and that's what the property is worth as it sits. The increment part of it is what we really focus on. So if they develop that property and it's worth twice as much, there's a certain amount of taxes that would be developed or future revenue. That is the piece we have dealt with to either provide back at 100%, 80, 60, sliding scales, 100% for 7 years, whatever it is to make that project go. That is what you're looking at. It does not affect current rates or taxes. It is only what's above and beyond where it started at. From the theater and the Red Fox, those are the 2 agreements we have out there currently.
So it's a refund of taxes paid. So if a property has not paid their property taxes, they're not getting the refund.
We do not refund or pay TIF.
Well, and it's meant for areas of town that need improvement.
Correct.
Blighted areas that could benefit from.
That's where urban renewal comes in, is that area that allows you to kind of do TIF as well. So again, we don't have a lot of it everywhere. We have a few agreements that are using this, but for the most part, we put in areas that have been in there historically, or that we think might have growth and may need an opportunity to pay some of that back with TIF. But we do not use it near as much as some cities have used it, so. One of the next pages, again, if you're following along online, I should probably be looking at the book too to make sure I follow it with you, but you've got like a list of the development agreements that we have paid in the past. Almost all of them have paid off except for the 2 we've talked about, which is 1859 Ventures, that's the Red Fox, or the Movie Guys LLC. We still have not paid money towards that yet. They have not satisfied the agreement, but they're getting very close. And so in the future, you'll see an updated sheet that'll show what those dollar amounts will look like once we start to pay that out. And you actually have the option every year to choose whether or not you want to pay that out. That's called annual appropriations. And so you will have that decision when it comes up, but right now, they have not generated money enough to do that. So, any questions on TIF in itself? I don't want to just breeze through all this and come back, so otherwise we'll keep working forward. We have a cable TV franchise fund, so we charge franchise fees. We use that funding to pay for our contract for hosting this wonderful show we're putting on. All the viewers we have.
Which is finally back on cable now?
It is. It is live and back on. It's like watching Lord of the Rings, all 3 at once, 8 hours today. It's gonna be good for them. 27,000 is what we program in for what it takes to broadcast this on the local cable networks. And then we have a little bit in for the Spendutech contract to help update our webpage. And then some of the tech services we use, a company called Tightrope, that we have a contract with them also. Sometimes we'll replace equipment, whether it's a mixer for some of the broadcast, mics, things like that, that all comes out of this fund also. I almost debated on if we couldn't do the computers from here. I almost debated on that, is that possible too, because it is part of the broadcast. We may have to look at that. So that's what we're seeing happening here. We are generating a surplus. We're gonna try to utilize that a little better and bring that down, but that's what you're seeing for the franchise fund, is basically to put all of you out publicly every first, third, and fourth Monday. And days like today, special occasions. Local option sales tax, we'll jump into that. As you're hopefully all aware, we had a very successful vote in November, 80% positive to change the use of local option a little bit if you choose to. It allows us to expand the use of these funds into pool or golf course improvements. And they have always been able to do parks and streets and alleys and things like that. And so when you look at the funding, we have an estimate every year what comes in. It's about $1.2 million. We're probably a little above that, but we try to be conservative. What we use this for, as Rich started us out today with, we use it for police equipment, ambulance reserve, that eventually becomes an ambulance, fire reserve, basically public safety. We pay for equipment out of here that way. So you see, as we have it in there now, there's the funding that Chief was talking about for the equipment, vehicles, the ambulance, fire, the radios for fire department. That's what we're gonna try and pay for out of there. We have the payment for the ball diamonds from the local option sales tax bond that we did last year for $1.5 million. You've got the Parkway bonds. That was a 60-40 split between TIF, which we just covered, and local option sales tax. That's where our alley dollars come from that we pay for. Sidewalks and alleys are covered by this. And then we also send some in for drainage as needed. Certain areas of the city have trouble with drainage. We pay for some of that out of here. And then we also do transfer for seal coating to help the streets maintain going forward. At least that's what we have in there now. So at the bottom, you see the 150,000 there. We have to hold that aside. That's part of the deal when you do a local option sales tax or some kind of a revenue bond. It's a coverage factor. You have to have a certain amount set aside just in case. Because if you don't collect this, it's like we talked about earlier with Hotel Motel, we just can't go increase local option sales tax. If it's short, this is to make up that difference so you can readjust going forward. And so that benefit has to be there, which leaves us a bit less of a fund balance. So if you were to go back multiple years prior to what we're showing, we were way, way lower than where we are now. We were in very good shape. We built a good fund balance, and now we're able to utilize that for some of these projects. In '29 is when I believe the $600,000 payment falls off. The equivalent of that is that if you look at a $6 million bond, you can pay for it out of here, pool, golf, and it would be as if it never happened. That's kind of our strategy going forward, to be able to utilize this non-tax, property tax, to do that, because we know that golf and pool bring in people from the outside communities, probably as much as they do internally here, and that is the purpose of the local option sales tax fund, in my opinion.
This is assuming the state doesn't tell us we can't do it.
That's correct. If they take it away and
Yeah.
give it back, then I guess we're okay, but when they start to not give it back.
Because when do they distribute it? So the people make their purchase, it goes to the state,
Yep.
and then they give it back? and
They go to
it's-
the county, and the county distributes it to us.
Okay.
Our portion of that, based
Yeah.
on that. So yes, as long as that stays intact, this is a good mechanism to go forward. I think we'll still be grandfathered in to an extent, at least I hope so. But that is just what we're looking at doing with local option sales tax as we move forward.
James, can you just explain what the sinking fund is, the 237,000?
Yep. That is the payment that we have to do for local option sales tax. So instead of doing straight debt service, we have to create they call it a sinking fund. We have to do it for water and sewer as well, because they're a different type of bond. General obligation bonds, you just pay out as property tax, debt service levy. These revenues from enterprise funds or from local option sales tax, because it's not property tax, you have to create what's called a sinking fund, and that's where you have to make your payment from, and that's why we have to do it.
I understand that, but why has it only been in here for 1 year? I mean, we've been doing these bond.
Ball diamonds.
Oh, that's for the ball diamond
Yep,
project.
ball diamonds. That's what it is.
Okay.
Yep, we started this, the first year we'll make a payment on the ball diamonds, the initial. The next year and so it is adjustments, it's just for the ball diamond bond itself.
And the Parkway bonds are done differently then?
Yep, those were property tax, GO bonds, that we pay for as we choose to. So if we couldn't make the payment on local option, we could tax for it on the debt levy and make that payment. The ball diamonds has to come out of local option, that's the difference.
Okay.
We prefer to do general obligation sometimes. It counts against our capacity, which going forward, we will need that. These technically do too, because the way they're made, but like water and sewer do not. So it's just, we'll get into that with debt a little bit, but that's the small changes that happen with some of this, and that's why we go to Spear and Allers to make sure we're up and up, but there's always a way, if you want to be creative enough to find a way to fund and finance this stuff. This was one way to be able to do ball diamonds going forward, was the bond.
And how do they, is the sinking fund a percentage of your debt, or how do they calculate how much
It's
it has
just
to
a
be?
sinking fund for the amount of the payment. So this is principal and
Okay.
interest of what it was just gonna be. The 150 down below, that can actually be used for the final payment. So the last payment will be lesser by 150,000. We just have to hold it there, the length of the bond to make sure we're covered, and then you can utilize that on the final payment. So when that falls off and the Parkway falls off, we'll have a substantial amount of money, which hopefully we can backfill into pool, clubhouse, if that all works out. For Memorial Park as a whole, that renovation. And that's kind of our goal, is to not tax that entire thing. Use local option as well if it's available. Any questions on that? So we gave you a little more history on the next page of what that looks like. That's where you can see that fund balance was a lot lower earlier, so.
And the caffeine is beginning to kick in, I think, because I don't remember what you said here. The Parkway bonds, you said they would be finished up about 2027?
Fiscal 29.
29, okay.
Fiscal 29. And again, we'll look at that, your debt service. It'll show you exactly what's falling off and when to be closed.
Seems like we've been paying them for a long
It's a
time.
different chart.
Yeah.
There's another chart that has that on it.
Yeah, a different chart. So that's local option sales tax. Trying to think what else. Let's pop in here. Here, I gotta go to my book. This online, it's getting a little weird to me. Get through this, get through that. Just talk amongst yourselves, so just,
Yeah, you're good, hotel and motel tax.
yeah, it's located in the folder here. Other way. Further north, page 30.
Yeah. That's why it's called perpetual.
And so we'll jump into some of the other funds that we have. So hotel motel, popular fund today. As we discussed earlier, we do use that for some holiday decorations, some downtown plantings, that kind of thing. It has been funding the chamber request, Waverly Welcome Home, and then if we were to reimburse per our agreements, the Red Fox or anybody else, that'd also come out of here as need be. And so that's kind of what it's being used for. It's mainly for tourism, but that's a very broad topic when you start to look at what it means throughout the code, the definitions they give. So that's why we can use this a little more than we have been. And this year we may have to look at a few things that might help offset some cost as we go through here. But that's kind of what we're looking at. And you can see with what we have, just because that was your question earlier, Rod, if you were to fund the full request of the chamber, you would still have $90,000 fund balance sitting in the fund. So we do not put in more than what we're needing necessarily. We're trying to maintain this as we can. So that would be hotel motel.
So wait, say that again, James. Under proposed budget, the $54,000 for the,
If that actually
Chamber.
is funded, if you choose to put that in there, you would negate that fund balance at the bottom by $54,000. So it'll be about a $90,000, $90,000 balance still in that fund. So that's what we're using it for right now. So I wouldn't want to go too far in it anyway, but there may be one thing we can pull out of there or something else that we haven't seeing something small just to utilize all we can.
So when the chamber was talking about the 25%, they were talking about that 2,500 number instead of the 125,000 number?
I don't know.
Okay, something like that.
I don't know. We may, as we said, we may get that amount, but half of that goes towards offsetting taxes, tax
Right.
relief.
Yeah.
The only other
it's
half is
accounted
what
for.
goes into here. So you have a choice, do you offset taxes, or do you give money to them? If they're gonna go above and beyond, utilizing that other half as part of their 25% that they're basing it off of. To me, that half is gone, we're gonna keep that to offset taxes, this is what's left. But that's how you wanna slice it. It does not matter to me so much, but that's what we're looking at. Okay, if we move on, we're gonna get a lot of the little funds. So debt service, STIF fund, the STIF, that's sales tax increment financing. This entire fund is for one bond that was used years and years ago for a project or so. Dry Run Creek, some of that. This also is going to be falling off pretty soon. But the only thing in the STIF fund, and that is after the chamber package they put together, that is all that's in there, is that one bond. So sales tax increment comes in from the state, once we get enough to pay the bond, that's what we've got.
And say again, when does this one go away, this diff?
Take a quick peek and I'll tell you. It's in the back, your debt service. This guy is gonna fall off. It's a 2015B, comes off next year, fiscal '26. That's the last payment. And we have enough fund balance and we may be able to just pay it from that, so that's kinda how it's been generating. So that's all that's in that fund. One of my favorites, because I don't understand it that well, is perpetual care fund. I know it's one of Garrett's favorites also.
Yeah.
We can't touch this $500,000. It just sits there and antagonizes us and smiles at us. We can't touch it.
This is for the cemetery.
It's for the cemetery,
But
so
nobody can ever spend it on the cemetery.
we can't spend it, no. I still don't know the reason honestly, but that's okay.
Seriously, we can't pilot new mowers?
You can't do anything with it.
What can we do? We can't even use the interest on it?
So is it if we go belly up, then there'll be money to maintain the
In the
cemetery?
cemetery,
And
yes.
someone else will
That
have
is-
authority to use it? Is that how that works?
Like Garrett explained the mechanism, how we've
State.
accumulated all this, but in a sense, yes, it's to prevent us from going bankrupt and not being able to fund the cemetery,
Correct, allegedly.
allegedly.
I mean, you see, you know how long $500,000 would last in that account anyway if we were to go bankrupt and have to take care of the cemetery. Because what we get off of interest is about, what do I have in there? I think $12,000.
Five, something.
Yeah, that's what we get from the interest,
Or, yeah.
and then that gets transferred to our cemetery account as a revenue. And
So
so
you can
we,
use the interest, but not.
Yes.
You can use the
And where do the
interest
donations?
we use the interest to offset the expenses,
Where's the
yes.
$5,500 donation come from for perpetual care?
That is what we are,
Required to put in?
no, that is what we are assuming that we will get from the lot sales.
Oh,
Yeah,
lot
so a
sales.
part of every lot sale goes
Yeah.
to this.
Okay.
Right in here.
It's 20%.
20%.
Of each lot sale is what we have to put in for perpetual care.
So it just keeps growing and growing and growing. Market's good, it's growing. Market's bad, it's growing. 20%, everything comes off it, so.
There have been lots of stories about municipalities where basically cemeteries go bankrupt
Yeah,
and who's
yeah.
supposed to take care of
Right,
the
right.
cemetery, so.
Even more with private cemeteries.
Yeah.
I mean, used to be
Yes.
a lot of
Yeah.
private, and that was a huge issue 30, 40 years ago. These cemeteries would go under, there was nobody to take them over, and there were no funds there, so.
Townships, see some of this, that's where a lot of it started too, but the fact we're a municipality with this is just odd to me. But that, there it sits, $500,000 staring at us, just smiling, can't touch it.
But can't we do anything about it?
No.
We can't,
Can't touch this.
That without changing
It's through
state
the
law.
Iowa Insurance
It's a law
Division.
change.
Yep,
I mean,
state law.
oh yeah,
Okay.
correct.
yeah. Well, if it's our law, I'd have gutted this a while ago. We'd be doing something with stones, it'd be shiny, we'd be
Because we
polishing them
looked
every
at
day.
it. It's a temptation that we look at.
Oh, I look at it every day and it just frustrates me. 20% more going into this, 20% more. So So there it is, perpetual care fund, we'll leave it alone, leave it alone. Employee benefits, this is actually a summary of everything you see in the budget already. We break out numbers from Fund 112 because it is a different fund altogether. This is one of the few funds we actually tax separately. You have your 810 general fund, you have your property and liability insurance, however much that takes as a tax rate. Employee benefits, another one, whatever it takes, that's a tax rate. But you can't add more into it. What's in there is in there, and then that's all you have. So you really are capped that way, by content, not by dollar limit. That's another interesting move in that. So we can probably predict out the next 5 years of tax rates as you sit, because you know kind of what they're all gonna be, you're capped. Whether it's insurance, whether it's this, that's really the only moving pieces, that and debt. Everything else is pretty locked down, so.
And how many cents is it typically? Or how many dollars is it?
Oh,
And you don't,
we got it right
maybe
here.
we'll check on that later.
It's that sheet that we had sitting on the dais, and you guys got here, tax sheet. Insurance is sitting right now at about 46 cents thousand, and employee benefits is $3.39.
Yeah.
And 39 after that, so 3.3939. That's what it is for benefits right now. So employee benefits.
So if I look at employee benefits all the way down at the bottom, the total expenditures of 1.99 million, is that the total that we're paying in wages?
No, that's what you're paying for insurance, FICA, IPERS.
But, so that doesn't, that's not wages, that's just the insurance
Yeah,
and.
that's
okay,
just all the other.
All the other stuff.
And that's spread out, general fund, enterprise,
And the
everything's got
benefits.
their own
Okay.
series on it, so you won't see it like all in the general fund.
But that, we can say that's how much we're paying in benefits.
Yep.
About 2 million, okay.
All right, so we're gonna jump into little restricted funds. And these are quite a few that you know of. A lot of these are general fund driven as well, but they have small fund balances that help maintain them. Police department talked to them earlier. You have the DARE fund, Shop the Cop, Tri-County Task Force. Would be nice if we could see some more stuff, Rich. Maybe just, you know, get a little extra money in there. Take some more things. Police dog, which we do not have anymore. And then minor equipment is one that we've talked about. And that's where the local option sales tax helps offset the body cams for the GTAC package for the police department. That's where that sits. Then we also have community gardens, which is a wonderful endeavor. The dog park.
That's rough.
Yes. And as we talked earlier, equipment reserve. So this is an in and out fund. Each year we'll send money into there and have it sit and hold
Right.
until we're ready to purchase police vehicle, copier, whatever it may be, fire, ambulance, etc. You see the list of what it is. So we transfer funds in every year. When there's enough to accumulate, then we put it in the expenditures coming out. And so this is that in and out fund, just to make sure that we have the funding sitting.
And we keep track of the individual balance by each department. So we've got a police fund, a fire fund, an ambulance fund.
Yep, we know what's where. Then we jump into municipal band, Trees Forever, all again good funds. National Night Out, and then the W Guaranteed Reserve it was walking through, that's pretty much done. It stopped in '22. We're just writing out the balance on it, but that was the end of their payments towards the W.
Oh, this is the W where we're called in the center, okay.
Yep. That was made by utilities, which passed through us, so. All right, those are special revenue funds.
Good times.
Yeah, we're getting to good stuff now. All right, so debt service.
It's been an hour and a half since.
Yes, sir.
we started.
This stuff's gonna get hairy in a little bit. Let's,
Before we get into these numbers.
how long would you like, sir?
7 minutes.
7 minutes.
7 minutes, oh my goodness.
Hit the clock. We're in the home stretch, I promise.
I tried to stand up.
I miss it, 2:30.
We're in the home stretch, this will not take long.
Promises, promises.
I'll probably be done with all this in 15 minutes. We're relying on Justin McClellan.
Okay, we're in the home stretch, guys. We're almost done. James, let's talk debt.
All right, let's get into some debt. So, one of the other parts of our fund that we've talked about is debt. There's a debt service levy, and debt comes in all kinds of different forms. There's different ways to do it. It's fascinating, and it's one of my favorite parts of the budget, actually, because it is what accomplishes a lot of things for us. So, we are limited to 5% of the total value of the city of Waverly is what we can hold in debt at any time, as we discussed earlier. And we also have another self-imposed limit of 80% of that limit on top of that. So that puts us at about, well, it was 40 million till this year, it's closer to 50 maybe. But again, we're not counting on that yet, we're just kind of going with what we've got. So, little packet we handed out at the very beginning, if you haven't thrown it away, pull that out. It's a little debt one. Just a few slides here to kind of help you demonstrate what we're looking at. So the first one basically is the purple line in the top is our total debt for everything. And you break it down, you see we have water, sewer, SRF, which is state revolving fund. That is what's funding our wastewater treatment WPC plant. That asterisk states it goes out to fiscal year 42. I didn't want to bring out the long paper, so I cut it at 2035, so that's it.
I got a
So it
question
just
about
keeps
that.
going.
I thought that when we couldn't get any of those water projects through, that we couldn't use that fund anymore, and we had to finance it some other way?
Whole different thing. That's the interest on that project that we would have been able to fund.
Okay.
But you're right, it's the same project, just a different version of it, different
Okay.
side of it. The yellow is local option sales tax, which again, is our ball diamonds popping off. Our regular debt, that's our general obligation, geo debt we use, just normal going through. The sales tax increment financing, TIF, and then again, the purple's the total, so you see where they're all dropping off. The year it connects is actually zero, there's no payment, but if you wanna have that graphic look that way, you have to put zero in there. So that's actually the year before it all pays off. So when you look at, local option sales tax, actually it's fiscal 30 it would pay off. Because the last payment of the ball diamonds is on that date, fiscal 30. Fiscal 29, the parkway pays off, fiscal 30 is the last backfilled payment of the park falls off for the local option sales tax, and so forth. So by fiscal 35, everything's pretty much paid off except for SRF, if we did no more debt going forward. So we're on a 10-year plan, so to speak. The next page is similar, but it helps you see the breakout a little better, because we don't have the total, which is pushing it down. So you kind of see where everything does fall off again, except for the SRF, which goes till fiscal 42. We can pay it off early, but that's what it's set to do, once we get this done. And it's honestly, the next two is the same information, just in a bar graph, since like some people want to see a different representation of it. Total net payments kicks up in 25 because SRF would kick in then, drops off quite a bit, and then general obligations, same situation, so.
So if we were gonna take the maximum amount of debt that we allow ourselves, that 80% of that, what would that total be?
Probably close to 40 million. Because we're over $1 billion in valuation now total, that would push us to about 50, 51, something like that. 80%, it's about 40 and change.
So when you look at this, the payoff schedule of these things, and you think about the Memorial Park project, and I know we don't have a dollar amount for that.
Sure.
But what do you envision for the most responsible timing? And it's probably gonna be a phased project, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's gonna be multi. So what we'll start with is we of course have to have the vote, and that's gonna be November this year. We're gonna try and put on both the pool and the clubhouse golf course improvements together, not combined, because that's not legal, but one after the other, see if we can get them both put through. Because those are the biggest renovations of that park, getting it started. After that, we don't have to have referendums, I don't believe, on Kids Kingdom. That's probably $1 million by itself. The structures, the shelters, paths, any of that kind of stuff. Pool, clubhouse, all that, it's gonna push probably 20 million when the entire thing is done, all 20 acres of it's finished, etc., depending on what we end up doing with it. Whether we put in a range, which we're looking at running down the side, whether we're putting in pickleball courts, I know keeps coming up quite a bit. All that stuff's gonna take time. we're gonna focus on the big ones first, which is the pool primarily, then the clubhouse coming out, the golf course, and then the other items, again, we don't have to have referendums on. We can add them in as we allow. So we have capacity to do probably almost all of it now. Straight done now if we had to. By phasing it in, we'll see other debt falling off as we need to. And then you have to look at, just because you can issue the debt, the second question is always, should you issue the debt? Was it due to the tax levy itself? And we don't want to just blow that up either.
Yeah.
Ours has climbed over the years. The thing I will say is we've been able to live within our means of growth, except for our debt. And if we've chosen to go out for debt, that's what raised the levy. It was not our operational side of what's happening here. So that's kind of what we're seeing from a debt standpoint. You look in the folder, it'll show you all the different debt that we have. The bottom, it shows a summary. You can see what's falling off this year, what's not. Our goal is to layer in debt as we can when it comes off. Our biggest problem is it doesn't come off for the next couple of years. Fiscal 29 has a lot coming off, and so does 30. But fiscal 26, 27, there really isn't that much. Or if TIF debt comes off, that doesn't really help us when we're doing general obligation bond debt. So that all is factored in too, because it's got to be similar in order to make that impact. So as you look at those, and this is what we look at all the time, and Val and I will meet with Spear Financial, we'll kind of try to get a plan together. You can backload a bond, which I hate doing. We did it for the parks, but that was a way to fit it in without gutting local option sales tax every year, because we use that for so many other things. We prefer to front load it if we can. It makes it a 9.5 year payment versus an 11, because that's what it is when you don't make that first payment. And so we try to pay it off as fast as possible. So every year, 10% of our debt's falling off, and then we can backfill with something else to try and keep our projects going. How that's gonna work this year, I don't know yet. And that's what we'll hopefully have for you in a couple weeks when other scenarios have kind of played out, is what we're looking at. But from a debt standpoint, there are certain projects, and we'll have a much more extensive list when we meet in 2 weeks, but you know, we're looking at our rail trail bridges. They're smaller. I'd like to do 3 of them since they're all together. 111, Prairie, Slum, and Cemetery. They're all tied together. WHKS is looking at the cost for some of that. It's probably $1 million, $2 million, $4 million. Get those 3 done, then that entire system is half finished. We replaced half of it. And then you just have a few left to go and continue on, so to speak. Justin will talk about it briefly. We'd like to actually look at putting fuel barrels in at Public Works. The amount we're saving per gallon, we'll cash flow that and pay it off, and a lot faster than we think it did initially. County has done it. They have good experience doing it. And again, we can discuss that later when he comes up for the final enterprise fund presentations. But we look at equipment. Some of that equipment is extremely expensive. Do we pay for it? Do we just not get it? That's something you can put on the debt service. We were looking at concrete work possibly. There's a lot of it. Do we combine it into one contract? Asphalt paving, that's another big one. If you look at the boat ramp, boat dock by utilities, it's a tough area. Getting out of there, the use is unbelievable in the summer. It would be nice to have that asphalted instead of that gravel going through, but then again, we can put a lot of gravel down for what's gonna cost to asphalt it. Soccer parking lot, I mean, there's a list of all these things we would love to do. I don't know if we can. So the big choice you'll have the next time we meet is, 1, do we go out to the market or not? We'll have scenarios worked out to what that looks like depending on our project list and what you do and don't want to do. And then if we do go out to the market, what are we going for? How big a bond? How much? What is it? What's that do to the tax rate? What's it do to levies? All that stuff. And that's what we hope to be able to bring to you. But for now, at least you can kind of see the debt we have out there, what's falling off, when, and kind of what it looks like and where we're sitting. So that's what I wanted to accomplish at least today, is let you see that we are in a good shape. Debt is falling off rapidly, but how much we're gonna put back on, if we put any back on and go to the market, you know, we'll have to determine that. Now bring you the great big spreadsheet next time with all the history of it, the capacity, all that. It's nice, big, colorful. There it is. We'll kind of walk through that too. And then you can see what we're looking at. So we'll have estimates for all that stuff next time we meet. We just didn't want to get neck deep into it now because there's a lot we don't know yet. And we're still trying to figure a whole bunch of this out. So this is a chunk of it, but.
On the fuel tanks, I noticed when I was reading through the budget, you know, you get to like police, you just see how many gallons of fuel they use, you're just astounded. But then you realize it's every department. If we added them all together, it would be.
Substantial.
Huge amount of money we're spending on fuel.
I know Justin can elaborate on that when we get there, and we get significant bills coming in for fuel.
Yeah.
Straight from the pumps, there's no discount for us there. But we'll kind of talk that briefly, you know, by the tanker, way better pricing. And again, the county has already done this, we're learning from what they've done, their experience, and it is significant. And I think we have property to do it out there. You know, you look at how much snow trucks are running, the plows, I mean, those are all the time. The winter, how much that's happening. Diesel's not cheap. And it's just something I think we can really be beneficial from. You look at how many vehicles we have as, you know, we talked earlier, it's probably 300 pieces of equipment that we're servicing. They're not running on hydrogen, so, that's all fuel.
Would this be at the Public Works?
Yep.
So is it just diesel or diesel and gas?
Gas, diesel, gas.
So we have two different tanks,
Yep.
one for like police cars and one for the snow trucks and.
Whatever we needed. And the key is some of the tech, and I don't want to steal Justin's thunder, but you know, we've had some issues. Somebody tries to put diesel in a gas engine or vice versa. This won't let them do that. If you punch in the code for that vehicle and it knows it's not supposed to have it, you can pull that trigger all day long. It's not dispensing any of that. That'll kind of help us save fuel systems on a few vehicles that have had it happen. I'm not gonna say which ones.
And you notice
Dang.
those big trucks and the street sweepers and the plows, they're not hybrids.
No,
They're really low.
So
they're not getting 30 miles a gallon either,
Where do
so
they get their fuel now? Just
pumps,
Pumps?
Casey's,
Yeah,
Quick Star, whatever.
Okay.
It's like everybody else, we're
Yeah.
paying market rate. And I think we can do a whole lot better, and I think that's a great project. So that is another thing we'd want to look at. What does that look like? So those are the things we'll bring to you guys, in 2 weeks. What does it look like? How much we're talking, what the payments would be? What's the effect on the budget? What's the effect on the rate? We'll have all that worked out. But my biggest goal today was let you see the debt, kind of where it's at, how much we have sitting, what we have capacity for, go from there, so. Any questions on debt is all? I know we're kind of just touching on it real quick. Okay. Capital projects. It's a fun one too. This is all the past things that we have done. We have a fund number. We start with our capital improvement fund, 301. A lot of these we won't cover because they're past projects that are already finished. And we just have them on because there's still data relevant to it. But capital improvement fund is what we use for smaller projects that we do every year or that we just need to fit in somewhere. And so we've had a number of them that every year we do that. We get funding in from the electric utility contributions every year. And then we use it for arbitrage. Arbitrage is a calculation we have to do on any bonds that are over $5 million. It's basically determining if in fact we violated arbitrage. And arbitrage is when you are paying less for your interest than what you're making on the interest. And it's not legal. The federal government does not like it. So a company called Birgen, they're specialists in Omaha. That's all they do is arbitrage calculations. When we have those bonds, they process it. We usually have one a year because you have to do it within 5 years of it starting. And it lets you know that you did or did not violate arbitrage. We never have violated it, but when you have climbing interest rates, that's when you get in trouble.
Right.
We sell a bond for 1%, the current rate's 6. Uh-oh, we may be paying more than what we're, and earning more than what we're getting. And that's what they do for us, is calculate that. So that's what that one small amount is for arbitrage, just so you know what that is. We try to look for energy improvements, whether it's changing lights, ballast out to LEDs. We put a small amount in for that every year. We've ran through about all we can, but we're looking at some different projects that'll have not quite as fast a payback, but will still help reduce our energy usage. Wayfinding signage, again, we'll bring that back to you as well. We want to keep funding that until it's finished. We've got quite a bit of it done already. And then anytime the sirens need work, we always have a few $1,000s in there for our outdoor warning system to help replace or repair sirens throughout the community as we look at that. There'll be other things that'll pop in here. This is the basics of what we put in. We funded items for parks in the past. Again, it's just kind of when we need something that doesn't fit somewhere, this is a fund we utilize for that if we can. And so there'll be plenty of things popped in here, I'm sure, the way the budget's looking. As we talked earlier, sidewalk program, we're a couple thousand in a hole on that. We have transferred in bond proceeds from different things before. It offset it, got it back to zero. as we chip away with certain projects we are doing, whether it's filling in an area we want to, or if there is a chunk of sidewalk we have to front and then assess later, this is kind of where that's coming from. So we'll have to look at what can offset that, what can fund it, how comfortable are we going forward with it, because it does take a little bit of money each time we do a section of the city to force that issue, so to speak. Seal coating, same thing. We transfer in from a couple different places, road use tax and loss, and that's what we continue to seal coat our roads in 1/7 a year, each district division. Alley reconstruction projects, we talked about that. And then a lot of these are projects that are already finished. The Bremer Avenue 3 construction, First Street Northwest. We're just letting them fall away as the year by year, the information falls off when they finish. And that's a lot of what you see going forward. Airport and so forth.
So that
There's
airport,
still
you've
money
got,
going on.
we've got 100,000 in the hole, and that's, are we waiting for federal reimbursement?
We are.
Okay.
Mike has assured me we'll get that money back from the Fed, so,
Okay.
that'll offset that. So we don't have anything planned in for 25 yet, because we've not done those full updates to see what's gonna be. I don't know if you have a comment on that, Mike?
For the
Airport, the runways. the-
airport runway 11 taxiway construction, there's a 103,000 balance that at some point the feds are gonna pay us for.
Correct. Right now, we can only collect 90% of our 90% until it is fully finalized, which will probably be in April or May. It will come to the city council.
So we'll be made whole there.
Okay.
Same thing with the 337, the
Yep.
South T Anger taxi lane. Ball diamonds, we're still sitting on that balance. We still have pledges coming in. We're kind of riding that forward. We're trying to work through kind of what that looks like, what that's gonna cash flow at going into the future. We're still looking to get our playground done eventually. We have that factored in. So again, there are more pledges still yet to come in. The number of people made pledges over 5 years. So we'll know soon kind of what that final number looks like and try and get that wrapped up.
Did we get that grant from the Gaming Association yet?
It's reimbursement. So once we get our items in and done, they will pay us that half. So that should be coming soon, hopefully. South Riverside Park is finished. We do have one spot remaining on that, though. I want to remind you again. When the bridge is replaced and put back in, we still have that trail coming down. That was almost our first phase we were gonna do, and then we found out about that bridge. That will still be done at some point, which will create a trail system down to the riverfront where people can fish, docks. We're kind of looking at what that would be, but that'll happen probably a year after that bridge is put back in and finished. Because they will be going down that area to access it, and there's no point in tearing it up. We just did it. So that is still gonna be out there for South Riverside Park. Rolling Prairie Trail Extension, same thing. We're looking to get our funding in there to offset that cost. Industrial Park, that's just sitting there for us. That's how we use some of our money for our housing incentives that we provided for Medical Park. That will come from that fund. And like I said, a lot of these are just continuing projects from storm drainage improvements, sanitary sewer improvements. We set funding aside every year to create a balance to be able to knock out our projects we need to. Yes, sir.
You go back to the industrial park?
Yep.
On the contract service versus 200K max, 3-year commitment.
So the housing that's going in by soccer complex to the west.
Okay.
In order to get that $1 million grant, we had to commit so much per house to finish it. And so we have $5,000 up to 40 houses when they're occupied and finished that we would contribute, which is what helped get that $1 million to get that project done. So that's what the 200 is. It's 40 houses, $5,000 once it's occupied. And it'd be over the 3 years when they have to have those finished. And that'll be I think the initial 40 houses they're putting up.
Okay.
So it was a minimum of 1,000. 5 is what I think put us over the top to help. The winning bids we'd seen were closer to 5 than 1,000, which was the minimum you had to kick in.
And part of the idea is eventually we'll get reimbursed in terms of the tax base.
Oh, yeah.
So,
If those are $300,000 a piece by 40 houses, you can do the math. That's a whole lot of tax base coming in. Even though they're gonna roll it back to God knows what, but still, it's better than vacant lot sitting there.
There's really enough room out there for 40 houses?
Well, that's just the first part of it. They're looking at 58 total structures, because some are duplexes.
I know we saw I mean, we approved the plating on it, but I didn't think that there were that many lots.
That's quite a few, yeah. I mean, it's not huge lots, but they're bigger than some in town already.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you map it out, flatten it out, it's.
It's good, I'm not.
No, I'm happy to do it.
I'm surprised that there's enough room. I
I'd be
wouldn't.
curious when it's done, how that looks when it's all in
Yeah.
there, but, yeah, it'll be in a tight little area.
The retaining pond that's down there, that takes up a lot of room, so.
You are correct, so I hope it goes just like they planned it, but we'll know soon enough. They should be starting that within the year, because I think you have so much time after you're awarded the grant, you have to get started. Roads and streets and all that get in, and then houses gotta get built. 3 years, it goes pretty quick. You're trying to get 40 houses done. So it's gonna be interesting. Like I said, the next couple funds are the day-by-day stuff that we do for storm drainage, sanitary sewer. WPC, that'll finish someday. I don't know when, maybe this summer. We're hopeful. I don't even want to talk about that. Our water projects are going forward. A lot of that's already in process, or some are already finished. For the looping of the mains we've done, and then the water tower's going. Parks building, we'll know the fate of that soon. The bids will come in. We'll be able to get that started. That is finishing off the headquarter building, the storage areas in the bays, and then the building across the street, sealing that up, making that a whole lot more attractive than it is, getting that squared away too, so that's another storage building. So that's our goal there, that's already funded as well. Should start soon. Library renovation, we've heard a lot about that. That's obviously well in progress. We'll make adjustments to that, because the funding is a little different as it comes through us or doesn't come through us as we initially thought, so, but that's well underway. Rail Trail Bridge, we'll know the fate of Baskins Creek here soon. We'll get the bids on that, we'll make the adjustments on this. Initially, it was Ivanhoe. We were not sure how that was gonna go. Then when the studies came in and the inspections, it became Baskins Creek, because it was in very bad shape with the weight restrictions on it. So we've got different funding for that. All the premium on that bond goes towards it. We have closer to $750 for that bridge. It's gonna get us close. If we have to pull from a few other funds, we should be able to get it done. But that is the largest of the trail system out there, is Baskins Creek. And then we'll look at future ones in the years coming if we need to here. Tail race removal, 375, that'll happen this fall or this summer, depending on when the bridge is removed. That is funded. They will take that concrete, clean it all up, get the trees out, improve the view all along the river. And that should be very, very nice when it's done. But that'll all happen whenever the bridge is removed. They'll just subcontract it in and take care of that for us. So it'll be in the next so many months once that starts. Contract's let in May. I've talked to DOT about timing. We were hoping for the fall, could be, might be summer. They're not really sure either, because there's no stipulation you have to do it this month. They want to get them in as quick as possible and get them started and get them done.
So if it doesn't happen in our current fiscal year, the money will just carry over
Yep.
with the project. to the
We have
next
so
year.
much time to spend that from the bonds, and this is well allowable, knowing that it'll come out this fall. Worst case, and so we'll have expended it in time. The Parkway traffic beacons, I know it's one that Rod has brought up. We're kind of holding on that, seeing what everything else looks like. I hope we have a final decision on that in 2 weeks. Either get that moving or we reallocate it. I don't disagree with anything Rod has said about do we need it or not. It's just a decision that, you know, based on what we saw at the speed study, et cetera, what does it look like now? I think
Those
it's
are the
well
ones
worth
down by the
looking at it.
Soccer fields.
Yep.
Right, probably a lower priority than now with the budget issues than it had been, so.
Well, and with the traffic study, that was interesting.
Yeah, it was. I don't want to discount it yet. Like I said, I think it's worthwhile, and we're gonna leave it in there. We'll let you guys decide in a couple weeks, kind of what we do based on how everything else turns out. But that's what sits there for the 376. Public Works building, generator, we're trying to get that finished up, the plans to get that building out there, and then get the generators in. I know they've been ordered. Hopefully they're coming soon. And then 378 was some miscellaneous concrete projects that we did for parking lots here. Some of the stuff that we've done for library parking lot, some of the roof for the law enforcement center, a portion of it. So this is kind of the catch-all for the other items that we could borrow for. And a lot of those are already completed as we were moving forward. And that's our capital to date, unless we add more at our next meeting, but that's what we currently have in process, and a lot of it's finished, and that's what we got. Take any questions on that if you have them. I know we're kind of going through it quickly, but A lot of that's just standard day-to-day or it's already done, so.
I hate to even ask, but what does WPC stand for?
Water pollution control.
It's the big up on the hill above the dog park.
It's our
It's a
sewer
sewer
plant.
plant.
Sewer
Okay.
plant.
The water, yeah,
Sewer plant.
next to the dog park.
The dogs love it.
The dogs love that smell, yeah.
Where, James, did you have the number, the amount for the roof on the law building?
That is in 378. So if you look at the contract services, it's in that $186,000 number. It's one of the things that's embedded in there.
Oh, okay,
It was-
it's not listed out as a separate
No,
item.
no, it was law enforcement roof, it was some of the roof in the library that we were looking at.
Yeah.
And then we have concrete in some of the other areas. And then the 15,000, project supplies, I think that was related to, I'd have to look at that again. Is it the concrete or the roofing? I can't remember which. But that's where it sits, is in that fund.
Okay.
All right, that is all that I'm gonna get to you until the very, very end. I'll let Justin come up, walk us through our enterprise funds. And again, enterprise fund is a separate fund that has its own revenue source. In this case, it's fees, and so it maintains itself going forward. Our goal is if we have things that pertain to that fund, to transfer the cost into it, so it truly encompasses everything that's related to water throughout the city, whether it's wage, projects, and so forth. And that'll be the same for all these funds. So if you would, Justin.
First one is water. You can see we're continue to go ahead with the same things. Maintenance is our big thing, trying to reduce our water costs and our water loss. That's a big thing because everything we pump, there's, we try to maintain a 12 to 15% water loss compared to what's pumped, what's billed. So that, you'll see a lot of these budget items are some of those things I'm trying to reduce these costs and trying to update some things.
What's one of the biggest reasons we are losing water? You know offhand what it is?
I'd say hydrants.
Really?
Water. We've corrected some of the meter issues. Meters are fairly up to date and current. We've done every check and balance on our side, but some of it are hydrants. We got some aging infrastructure in those items.
And so it just leaks out into the.
What happens is you get an aged hydrant, it's all rubber gaskets in there. They get a memory on them, so if they get tightened too tight, or every year you gotta tighten them a little bit more when you operate them, that they don't seat quite right. Well, they'll leak. Well, hydrants are made to, they have a weep hole in them, so they actually leak out in the ground, you'll never see it. But you can go listen to them, you can hear them. So every year we go around and check them all and make sure they're all, but there's always some you cannot get stopped. So you'll see here I've added additional replacements this year, just trying to get caught up on some of these.
So pipes that get rusted out or anything like, that's what I would have thought, that they would.
There are some of those. We do leak studies. Used to be every 2 years. We're gonna change that to every year. We bring an outside firm in that listens to the whole town. And they usually bring us back 8 to 12 to 15 different places in town that are leaking. Be it a curb stop, a service, a main, they found everything. They found a big one underneath some businesses here in town, that we would have never seen. It was just disappearing. So it's very beneficial. It's reasonable too, cost-wise. So with the water, you can see we have 2 full-time operators. One's 70% operator that splits with water sewer line maintenance. We have a water foreman there. I would like to note that we do have a retirement this year, Tim Downs. He's retiring in May after 25 years in the city and 15 years in the water department. So we'll be looking to fill his position in late spring. We've already have staff in in-house training in his position, so we have people in place to take over what he's been doing the last 15 years. Well 8, operational equipment repair. I had it in last year. We had another well that took a little more priority to pull, so we had to bump this one. This is the one we have suspected or known high nitrate issues. I think we can alleviate some of that by changing the pumping levels of the pump. Hopefully bring it down to closer to what rural water sees, because they don't have any issues with nitrates. Another thing in that line is we got online chlorine analyzers. So basically these report back, I can pull up any one of my wells on my phone and see what the chlorine residual is, how much, and we're required by law to have a certain set limit. And these run 24/7. So basically it's like us there going to doing a test, but it does it automatically. These were installed in 2005, I believe, or 2007. So they've lived their life, and we've replaced a few of them over the years, some parts, but as anything else, they quit supporting them, so they want you to buy new, basically is what it boils down to. PLC at well 8 in miscellaneous contracts. We did well 6 or well 5 this year, updated the programmable logic controller. It's basically the interface that tells you when the well to run, set all the parameters, the set points, the pressures, everything you want to set, when the chlorine booster pump kicks on, all those things. A lot of these systems were done years ago. I think it's 3 companies ago. So you look at the name brand on them, and that company hasn't been around. The guys that know how to work on these things, well, they're getting old. So we have a hard time finding anybody that can get into those systems and work on them. So next few years, you're going to see myself trying to update these, all the others, 3 other wells basically, to get them so we can work on them. Water loss survey is the next item. I touched on that a little bit. Continue to reduce the water loss percentage. And it is going to be a different contractor. So I don't want to use the same contractor every year. I want to use vary year to year. So maybe they can find different things or see if they overlap. But usually when they come the next time, we have a majority of the leaks fixed. So I will note that. We do address the problems that we have. Some of them you can if they're private. It's difficult unless you go dig it up. If it leaks, then you can address it, but it's hard to go into someone's property. One other thing in that miscellaneous contracts is I'd like to develop a program for offsetting street repair costs. So say a homeowner goes into, they have a problem, their water service leaks. The city takes care of the main and the meter. The service, curb stop, all those items are on the homeowner. Well, what they usually do is they only repair the problem. So right now we have a lot of galvanized services. Well, what's on galvanized services? Lead goosenecks on the water mains. By October of 2024, I have to have a lead service line inventory to the DNR and EPA. That shows every service in town, what's the composition of it. Well, what they want to have along with that too is you're making some progress towards replacing some of these. Incentives, you can do it by public notification, just knowledge, increasing awareness of these issues. They're not a big concern. They're not a full lead service line. To my knowledge, we do not have any of those in town anymore. There was a few years ago, but they didn't use them a lot. They're trying to prevent a Flint. Flint, Michigan, everyone knows about that issue. So I'd like to, this year we might start it with $5,000 or $10,000 just to include it in there. So if a contractor comes and repairs their service, we can say, okay, the limiting factor on that is the street replacement. That's one of the largest costs besides the excavation. While they're there, they might as well replace the service to a certain point. At least to get that out of the street so they don't have to dig it up again when it leaks. We see it multiple times where they constantly have to keep going back. So this is just a little incentive. If it takes off, great. Every year I kind of keep a mental note of how many that happen like that. And there's a few, but I think if it was more known, like, hey, we could do this, we just got to have stipulations on what they have to repair. So, iron and steel, everyone knows those items have gotten expensive. We've heard it how many times a day. A fire hydrant I used to buy for all the fittings and everything used to be $3,000. Now I can't buy the hydrant itself for $3,000. The whole works is probably 5 or 6 now. We've increased it. I bumped it up to 8 hydrants a year. The guys do it all in-house. All the associated fittings come for repairs, for water main leaks. Some of these have doubled, tripled in cost. And we've even gotten, we price out things to some extent. You can only do so much, but you try to cut costs where you can, but that's just the cost of things. Capital vehicles. W401, 75,000 miles, well, it did. It's over that by now. It's starting to rust out. We pushed it off a few years. That's I forgot to include the year. It's 2012, I believe. We pushed it off a couple of years because of COVID. We couldn't even get pricing on trucks at one time. So we're looking at replacing that. Anymore, we haven't been doing the truck boxes like what we did prior. The bids have not been favorable. When you're talking 20, 25,000 for a truck box, I'd rather have just a regular box on it, not a toolbox. Capital equipment, meter purchases, we're trying to stockpile a few meters. That was an issue we had, is trying to get meters during this whole COVID issue. Then it went from the meters to the ERTs, which is the top part that sends the signal out. If it's one thing, it's another, it just flip-flops. I think they play a little game on you, and then they change vendors and who can sell them and everything else. I did include a picture of the hydrants in the back, just for your knowledge. That's a 1966 hydrant. And this style is very interesting because instead of the operating nut just spinning, it actually elevates. So it goes up and down with it. So it doesn't actually move a rod down inside the hydrant moves, so you can imagine what happens. They get really wet when you operate these, so it sprays out the top, and then you have a hard time shutting them back down. These are the ones we usually get a call on when winter time, when you see them frozen or ice build up around them.
It's that old, 66? Is it collectible?
Yeah, actually, people do like these. They do.
Put those online, we get rid of them, mark that out. Sell those off, a yard ornament for them. Dog park?
Dog park.
That'd be thrilled dogs out there. Hydrants everywhere.
Yeah, he's got one out there already.
Dog park?
Nice.
Put them everywhere, it'd be like a candy land for them. Well, repurpose them.
Capital equipment, a couple other items in there. We have a handheld, we can go out and do remote reads. We do not do the meter reads. Waverly Utilities takes care of that with their system, but we have to go out and manually read these meters. They're in the basements, harder to get at. Well, the handheld, what we have is, I don't know, about 7 generations ago. So they quit supporting it, but it's like one of those things, it's not broke. Well, finally, it's getting to the point where it's not really working well, and they've came out with so many different advances, so it'll be good. And I think that's it on water. I guess if there's any questions, I went through it kind of quick, but I know it's getting towards the tail end of the day.
Anything else on water? Then let's do wastewater treatment.
Well, as we know, we talked about the plant project out there. Hopefully this year it's going to finish. I think I said that last year, but we've been working. Grant Ben Scooter's been out there. He's done a great job. He's getting to know the plant. And this year's optimization. We've got a lot of additional costs that we weren't aware of going into this. Some chemicals, some operating costs of electricity we knew we were going to have. So some of these costs in here are associated with that. But we have wastewater plant foreman, which is Grant, 1 maintenance foreman, and 2 wastewater operators. Terry Corcoran, one of the wastewater operators, actually is retiring in July. He's been there 24 years, so that's the second retirement. We're looking at our needs, what we need out there. We're probably going to look at replacing him late April, early May. But we're going to try to mesh this position a little bit and get him going with lab/operator, so he can do both. Grant, he's kind of pulling double duty right now. He's doing the lab and the foreman position, and I think it'd be good to have backup on both of those. So one's gone, we don't have to pay Test America to do the testing, and we can still continue to do it in-house. Electricity, gas, like everything else, is going up. We actually saw a decrease in our overall budget from last year, from our original projections. So that's a good thing. It was using less than what we originally thought. Right now, we're using the most we'll ever use probably, because we're running everything at 100%. We're not using the technology to bring it up and down and write it out. So hopefully with optimization, we'll be able to get a little bit better. Sludge hauling, that's still a question up in the air. Miscellaneous contracts, pretty good cost. Last year we had to haul it out twice, spring and fall. We're hoping we can do it once a year this next year, but I'm doubtful on it. We'll probably have to look at it twice a year. A little additional cost because we got some mobilization costs on that line, but it is what it is on that item. Treatment chemicals, that's the biggest difference. We have a handful of chemicals for optimization of the plant. Some of them are just straight food for the plant. Some of them are prevention items in the plant. these will vary year to year until we get a basis on actually how much we're gonna use, we don't know. We're getting best guess from the engineers, but right now it's gonna be real world information next year. Capital equipment, we're just looking to get a couple pumps for backups and replacements for 2 of the smaller lift stations. Unfortunately, a lot of these pumps are not, some of them are universal, some of them are not, so it's specialized to one lift station. But fortunately, they're not really expensive pumps. Okay, that's pretty much all I have in WPC, if you got any questions.
I see none, thank you, let's move on.
Okay. Sewer line maintenance, which is actually in the same sewer combined budget. They've been working a lot. GIS is a big thing. We mentioned it earlier. They do a lot of work in making sure our maps are up to date, because when we went into this project, our mapping on sewer, sanitary and storm both they were atrocious. There were a lot of old maps that were put together. Oh, maybe it goes this way, maybe it goes that way. It's hard to really see, and they've been working quite a bit on that. They've been running the camera a lot on their off times when they're not cleaning. So they've got a lot of footage done on that. Some of the areas, one of the objectives we gotta do this year is we gotta repair a bunch of damaged sewer lines in Eastgate. They cambered out there, they found, if you remember last year, I wanted to do an I&I study out there, but I wanted to fix our stuff first. Well, we found our stuff being a lot more than what we originally thought. So these are multiple excavations in areas, they're gonna have to repair these lines before you can even think about lining them, and in a couple of years, maybe a lining project's down the way, but right now, we can't even clean these areas. The mains are so broken, cracked, dilapidated, that we gotta get some patches and some repairs, spot repairs.
Can you remind me what I&I is?
Infiltration and inflow.
Okay.
So that would be infiltration in manholes, or inflow is any water just directly running in, or water getting into your sewer mains, or services, let's say.
That's into the sanitary sewer?
Yep, sanitary.
Okay.
And a lot of times it's cross connection, so it's between storm and sanitary.
Okay.
So out in Eastgate, a lot of the problems were where they put a storm right over top of sanitary, and, well, either weight crushed it or the excavation did, and nothing ever was done about it, so then it causes the top to break.
So you basically get extra water in the sewer, in the sanitary sewer, so you're treating water you don't have to.
Yes. And it's great having a dry year like last year, because we didn't have problems.
Okay.
But when the storm sewers get inundated, they fill up, and storm sewers are made to take water, or water goes out of them too. So then where do they go? It finds the sanitary. So.
Tree roots are a favorite.
Yeah, and tree roots.
They tend to like those a lot.
There's 2 full-time operators in storm sewer line maintenance. One operator, I mentioned before, is 70% water, he's 30% in here. Basically, whenever the other guy takes time off, they can continue running the trucks or the equipment. It's not a one-man operation with running that type of equipment. They're still working through some intakes whenever street department needs some assistance. I think the biggest thing on here is we're looking at replacing the jet machine. Yeah. So I didn't include a number. I don't have a number right now. I got a preliminary price on one. The problem is the snowstorm and the weather, they were supposed to come up in price or trade. And our trade will bring really good money. It's in good shape. We've had some mechanical issues that's been repaired. One of the biggest reasons looking to trade it is we've had some downtime on it, plus the lead time on these new ones. It'll hit our window whenever we do finally get one, which could be upwards of 18 months or plus. These are kind of specialized piece of equipment. Luckily, these vendors know, and they have some demos out there you might be lucky to get. It's something that we can pursue all avenues. This machine we have now, it's more user, it's not good for the user, let's put it that way. The way they routed the motors, the new way they do things, the air's not blowing right on the operators. Operators stand in front of the trucks. Right now, it's anywhere from 95 to 115 degrees in front of that truck when they're running in the summer. The heat from the engine blows right on them. Plus, it's the engine noise. You wear muffs, earplugs, everything, you still can't have a conversation. The new trucks, they've gotten away from some of this stuff, and it's a lot more user-friendly and a lot safer in the long run.
What does this truck do?
This is a combination jet vac, so it runs a line, a pressurized line up and pulls it back on the sewer to clean sewer mains, but it also has a vacuum on it that you can suck out debris or anything out of manholes. We also use it to pothole, so water mains, sewer service, anything we do around town, we can go pothole, vacuum a hole out, and then it has a power wand on it so you can wash it up.
So it's a storm sewer?
Well, it's sanitary.
Okay.
Storm sanitary, we use a little bit in water to pothole things, but primarily it's to clean sewer mains.
Yeah.
And
Then where do you dump it?
actually, we dump it and lime it out public services, and then it gets cleaned up in landfill.
If there's a big market for the resale of the one that we have now, other than the noise and the heat from the engine, what's the advantage of getting a new one rather than just continuing to use the old one?
I think the biggest thing is that we've had some issues with it breaking down. We just replaced the turbo. We've had suction issues, regulator issue. We've had about 5 different things break down on it. And I would say, hey, it's normal wear and tear, but these are not. And it's kind of concerning because when they're down, we have no way to clean the sewer mains. We get a backup. We're relying on a contractor. And the nearest contractor also, their truck might be 2 hours away.
So we just won't tell the new owners that we have these problems?
Well, and that's known, but a lot of these I say to contractors again, that's good equipment for them. You know, we run on a little different thing. If they break down, yeah, they got another older one they just grabbed from the back lot. But, you know, for us, it's a lot harder, and we rely on it for emergency call-outs, for things like that. And if someone's backing up, we do not want to have to wait 2 hours.
You want something much more reliable?
Yes. Reliability, there's a good term for it.
Okay.
If you order one of those, how long does it take to get it?
I've heard anywhere from, hey, it can be a year. Well, they promise you that, and then 20 months later, here you are still waiting, you know, that's what we've seen.
The feeling we're in the wrong business, we should be in the heavy equipment manufacturing business.
And you know, that thing is, years ago it was a chassis.
Yeah.
Chassis. Now they figured out, hey, we're gonna order a bunch of these chassis. Now they can't do the rest of it again.
Huh.
So it didn't really save much. Any questions, sewer line maintenance?
So we're going to end our day on solid waste.
Yep. Pretty straightforward. We have 5 operators, full-time operators, 1 sanitation foreman. He's also backup for the streets foreman whenever they interchange between them. Numerous part-time recycling center. I'm sure you've all seen them there in the yard waste site. Well used at both avenues. Some of the main costs are just the operational costs. You know, landfill fees are increasing as per contract every 2 years, or $2 per ton. The interesting thing, we've talked about this in the past, was the contract services, the recycling rebates. So, our cardboard economics, like we like to call it.
Yep.
They're coming back. The cardboard's actually, I just looked at the last ones from December, and actually, we're starting to get more money back for those. So, it's about half, we're paying about half of what we were about 6 months ago. So it really does, you kind of ride the wave. All in all, we're paying probably half as much as what we were prior to Gendro. So the change to Republic has been beneficial to everything. Your commingled pretty much stays about the same, fluctuates a little bit, but it's all about the cardboard and the office paper, the numbers you get back. With that, we do have, in capital equipment, we have a rotation of a side load truck. So what we do is usually take one that was on garbage, shift it down to recycling, and trade the recycling off. And that's what we did a few years ago when we got them. We just so happened got notice, I'm crossing my fingers, Monday, we're supposed to get the new side load we ordered in April 18th of 2022. So I just pulled the agenda the other day. So we've gotten 15, 20 different delivery date for that, so I'm kind of optimistic. But that'll be getting traded off. Fortunately, you can see our trade-in numbers are good. The vendors we've dealt with, they know we take care of our equipment. That's because of our regular maintenance, and we find that 100,000 time frame is really good for us because that's when a lot of the slides start wearing and major replacements on that automated equipment need to be replaced.
I understand what you're saying about the truck, but it just, am I the only one who's struck by every department wants a new truck? I mean, we're buying a lot of trucks this year. Even the library bought a truck. And Rich wants 4, so.
Yeah.
We should be in the car sales business.
How many trucks do you have?
We have 2 commercial rear loads, 2 side loads, including the recycling.
2 sides and 2
Yeah.
rear.
And they, like I said, the one's coming this week to replace the older one. Which this one, then that one's gonna get moved down. It's confusing because we rotate them.
Could be. The one that's coming this week, what model year is that?
It's actually a 22. I wrote down 23 here, but when we bid it out, it's a 22.
It's coming to.
Yeah. Last thing on that one is, we added a little bit extra for the 4 cubic yard, 6 cubic yard dumpsters. We got a lot of new businesses coming, which is great. And it seems like everyone's garbage needs to kind of change around, and the 2-yard dumpsters are kind of coming obsolete for some. So we're increasing some of those numbers. Steel prices, yet again, they're increased, and we're gonna have to pick up a few more dumpsters this year. But they, in turn, they make revenue, they bring in revenue. Any questions on solid waste?
No, the water's clean, the snow's moved, streets are good. Thank you and to your whole department.
All right, thanks.
James, do you want to make some closing comments?
Yeah, that's it, more or less. So you've seen the budgets, you've seen everything we have to offer, we've been through every penny, we're looking at spending, it's right in front of you. In 2 weeks, we'll come back on February 3rd, and we'll have to start making some significant cuts. The hard part is a lot of what you see, it doesn't seem like it's out of line, doesn't seem like it's ridiculous, we have a good justification for all of it. So what started to happen years and years and years ago, we were budgeting and we were a little heavy on our budgets and a lot of places are like that. And so if you came in under budget, it went back into reserves. We were kind of filling our reserves back as we used them. And that was fine. As we started to fine tune our budgeting a little better and get a little tighter and tighter as budgets got worse and worse, we didn't have as much extra coming back from being under budget. We were at or maybe a hair above, and our reserves started to dwindle. And we were at the point pre-COVID that we were trying to look at, can we outgrow this? Can we move past this? How are we gonna stop this slide, so to speak? And then COVID hit and everything accelerated and doubled and tripled, and the costs and things that we had planned were going through. And so it started to accelerate issues we were having. And we were still fine from a budgetary standpoint. Our audit came through last year, reallocated funds we thought we could use and we can't anymore. Fine, we got through that. But when you start looking at all the things that we're trying to do here, and our revenue has been fairly stagnant, because there's not a lot of opportunity for us to really grow more revenue if you can't tax, you can't. It puts us in a significant financial issue. If you recall a year ago, I told you we're gonna have to reset how we financially do things here. And this is the year we have to reset. And resetting is painful, it's ugly, and it's not something we're gonna enjoy at all. I'm already sick about it, and talking to Val and what we're gonna have to look at. So we'll just put it out there, everybody watching, do what you want with it. We're probably at a $1.8 million project to get out of this budget, to get even. And that is to get us to where we have a fund balance of any kind. Right now, we have no fund balance. We are negative in that. We're working through the exact numbers. So to get back to a 10-12% fund balance, which is nowhere near what we want it to be, and to try and offset a lot of our expenses, get our revenue back in line, because this is not getting easier, as we've said multiple times today, going forward. The state will then clip our growth. We can't grow out of this. All this stuff kind of factors into where we are now. So we'll be taking a hard look at all of our positions, all of our equipment, all of our process. We've already started it for the last few weeks, and it's not pleasant. What does it look like to get us to the point where we can function and structure going forward? And what does it look like if you want to go further And what is that nuclear option to where I don't know if we can do it. We'll try and have that for you on the 3rd to walk back through everything that you're seeing here. So study this a little bit, take a look at it. We'll bring things to you on the 3rd. If you have questions, we'll reroute any questions you have. We'll start off with that on the 3rd. Let's get those answered. And then we'll start working back through what do we have, what do we not have. We'll have our list of capital projects we may be looking at. So the kicker is there's a couple things we're fighting. We have our levy rate, which is not that bad, what we're in now. We can adjust that a little bit. But you want to keep that reasonable. We don't want to go crazy with the levy rate. Even though with the rollback, there's almost no way there will not be a decrease in taxes this year for residential people because the rollback was so severe. The reduction in revenue we're seeing is also that severe from what it would have been. So as we look at this, we'll be trying to figure out what do we really need, what do we not need, in our simplest sense of being a city. And that's the best I can give it to you right now is what it looks like. So it's all good stuff. I'm glad we have it. Staff has done a great job presenting what's in here, but unfortunately it may not matter in the end because there's some hard decisions we'll have to make based on certain numbers. I'll give you every option we have out there. I'll give you a recommendation if you want it, what we think will be the least intrusive to the city to function and operate, but you'll have to decide how do we get there or not. And when it comes to fund balance, things like that, there's a certain percentage I think we must absolutely have to have. Right. Or else if something happens, we are not in very good shape. So we are not alone. Tons of cities are going through this right now. We put ours off. We could have done this last year. We talked about it then. It's all the same. It's a matter of when. And this is what it will take to reset us. Because the other thing that we haven't talked about is if we were at a certain level of taxes and we were collecting this and the rollback comes in and lowers that amount we're collecting now, that resets. We don't get that back next year. We are now in a much lower level of collections for money going forward. So we don't just grow that back in 3 years and the valuations go up. We've been reset by the state and the rollbacks to now this is how much money we have. We don't have that much anymore. It's not coming back. This is what we have. This is what we will have going forward as we grow it 2 or 3% a year. We're not going to be growing at 15 or 20% like some of the other cities you'll see and that kind of thing. And so we will steadily grow, but it will not be enough to cover the expansion of what we're trying to do, whether it be staff, whether it be projects, whether it be equipment. All that stuff got very expensive over time, far beyond 2 or 3% a year. And then when our growth is there and your expenses are there, somehow we have to somewhat correct it. That's what we're going to try and do this year. And it's just a number of different ways that it all happened. We were pushing a lot of money into our enterprise funds that we shouldn't have been, because your enterprise fund should really only utilize what's part of water, part of sewer, part of solid waste, not just push money into it because it's off the taxes. And some of that was happening too. We've reversed that, but then it hits our general fund. When we got tighter in our budgeting, that hits our general fund. So all the things that we have done, unfortunately, hits us in our general fund where our taxes sit, but they were the right things to do. And that's not always the easy thing. And so now we have to figure out how we're going to cover it and pay for it. And I hate to end on this like this, but I just want you to be upfront and realistic that it'll be a very difficult meeting in 2 weeks. We're not sure what it's going to look like. I'm just glad you get to make the decision, not me. We'll bring you every possible scenario we have as to what's going to look like going forward, and we'll try and find some hybrid that's going to work and get this thing ready to go to hearing, because that's going to happen soon, because we don't have that much time to have to get to a hearing and then get to the second hearing and then get to all the other stuff we have to do in order to get this done by mid-April, and we're having to do it now. And that's the way the state has it going for us. So that's all I have, sir. I'm sorry to lay it out there like that, but we might as well talk about what we're talking about. I'll answer any questions you have based on that too. So
1.8.
that's what I would put it at, yeah.
We need to figure out.
At a minimum. That gets us barely sitting where I think we probably should be sitting. So there you go.
I have 2 objections to this. One is practical and one's philosophical. Cutting $1.8 million from this budget is going to be really hard, and it's going to affect our citizens. The other is more philosophical, that really the municipal voter has been disenfranchised by the state legislature. Legislature is saying, city people, you just don't get to pick what you get to do. We're going to tell you how much you can collect, and we're going to tell you you have to cut your budget. So they're taking the voice away from the municipal voter. And frankly, that concerns and offends me. We have spent all day working on this, but the city staff has been spending a long time making today happen. They've worked really hard for this. I want to thank all the directors, all the staff have worked on this. They put in a ton of work. And then we're going to eviscerate it in 2 weeks, so.
We're gonna shred it.
Yep. Anyone else have something to say?
Something positive, kittens, rainbows, something, anything to leave on a good note, because
No,
I hate
I
leaving
always
like
come
this.
away from these meetings, I mean, people talk about, we spend 8 hours doing this, but I always learn a ton. I think our staff do a great job of explaining what their staff does, how they come up with this budget, and I've been impressed since the first year I was on council with how forward-thinking staff are, and how you're planning ahead constantly, and I feel like you do come in with a bit of a wish list, but there's rationale behind it that makes sense of why you're asking for the new equipment or personnel changes, and you're always thinking lean. And I think that's, if we had staff that came in with fluff, it would be an easier decision set to make, but you always come in thinking about what's best for the city and the people who live here, and so I really appreciate the hard work. I know it takes a ton of time, and it's always very organized, and staff's very good about answering questions, and James, I think, we have told you before how much we appreciate your expertise.
Sure.
Because this is complicated stuff, so, it's been a good meeting, and we'll just come back in 2 weeks and figure it out.
We'll find a way.
I agree with Ann. I've never been through this, but are you envisioning that we're going to have mandatory, say, a percentage reduction across every department?
I've never been a fan of that, because there are certain things that we simply can't cut.
So it's going to be more of a line item?
It's gonna be scalpel picked, not right off the top, butcher it, boom, done, because that's too easy, and that really doesn't get to the heart of what we're trying to accomplish.
Right, but even, I didn't know if you were thinking, okay, maybe we could do that to save 20% of this 1.8. And then go to the scalpel approach. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I don't know
I've been through
yet.
this.
Honestly, Brent, I don't know. I've never been a fan of the across the board, because, once we really understand the intricacy of what it does, the ripple effect for some areas, if you do that, is worse than if you left it alone. And that's the hard part, because there is so much interaction, and there are so many areas that don't affect taxes. We just heard of 4 or 5 of them. Water, sewer. We're still gonna look at them for efficiency to try and utilize all we can out of this. It's not just those that are taxed, it's not fair either. But it'll be, looking at, is this the core of what this department should be doing? Should we back off some of these things? Will it affect services? It very well could. I don't know how it won't, a little bit. Our goal will be to affect it as minimal as possible. What does that scenario look like? But in the end, there's gonna be something that's gonna change somehow. And, I'd love to be able to say, oh, the state, this, that, and that. They're not helping, but some of this was coming, because we have been overextending beyond our revenue, which we could. Backfilling in, we were doing good budgeting. As it got tighter and leaner, it got harder. And now here we are, and like I said, COVID just blew it apart. That was tough. We were on a good path to eventually grow this, trim that out, and get reset without having to be so abrupt and severe until that hit us. Because now we're seeing costs that aren't gonna go back down either. So our revenue's been reset, and our costs have been reset too. How do you make those come back? Because we have limited monies to do so. That's why we've looked at all the other funds we have as to what we can use them for, what can we even work them for. But they also gotta look at the next 2 or 3 years. If we're gonna grow at 2 or 3%, which is good, what does that look like? So do you do it all now and save 1 year, or what about next year and the year after? And we'll try and extrapolate out some increases there, what that's gonna look like. The big thing you talked about earlier, again, we'll discuss it more at length next time, is speed cameras. It's not a silver bullet. Does it soften some of this? I hate to depend on it, because the state may take that away. There's already a bill in the legislature to do that again this year. I don't know if it's the answer, but it's something else we need to look at and discuss, as well as some of our other revenues that we were looking at and discussing. So we'll look at every single thing we have, every penny, every line. We've already been doing it for a while. It's gonna be difficult, but.
Yeah, I think, Brent, in response to your comment, in previous years, what's happened often at the second meeting is the department heads will come back and say, okay, we've looked at all this again, and here's something we can put off. They mentioned it a couple of times, projects that got put off or equipment that got put off, and so I think they seem to go through again and take their scalpel first, and then bring it to us for consideration, so.
So, and we'll meet with staff individually and kind of run through all the ideas we have, what it looks like. They may not have a choice in it, but they may just be aware of it too. Because the other side of it is, as you mentioned, equipment. We can push it off and push it off. Some point you have to replace it, or it simply doesn't work anymore, or it's more detrimental to not replace it than it is to bite it and replace it. And we've got a lot of those now. As we were talking about how many trucks is it, we have pushed these trucks off for how long? Nobody wanted to drop that money on them, and for a while it's because you couldn't even get them. So we couldn't even order them for a couple of years because you couldn't get a chassis to save your life. Now, you have chassis, you just can't put anything on top of it. So even though we borrow or budget for some of this stuff, it could be 18 months to 2 years before we get it. And those are the things we'll also talk about. So then do we order it and not budget for it? How does that work going forward? So there's a lot of stuff that's in this next 2 weeks that we're gonna try and get hammered out and figured out, but, we'll bring you a solution. I'm not gonna come here and sit and gripe at you and so hope you figure it out. We'll have a solution or two. It just may not be the easiest one to sit through, but it'll be a solution somehow.
Let me just say, this is the 7th time, believe it or not, that I've done this.
Yep.
I would have to compliment everybody that was involved in this. Either it's because I felt this was the clearest presentation that I have had, and I really appreciate that. And I don't know if it's just, I think it's because you guys did such a fantastic job on this. Val, I can't believe that you're inputting these things by hand. I'm never going to criticize any of these sheets again, ever. And maybe it's just that this is the 7th time I've seen it. I'm beginning to catch on a little bit, but I do appreciate this. It was extremely helpful today.
Yeah, we're lucky. I mean, I always come away thinking how lucky we are to have these services.
Yeah.
And to have the staff, and I've lived in other cities where we did not have services like this, like we have in the reliability, so it makes me appreciate what we have.
If there are no other comments, I would joyfully entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move that we adjourn.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned.